Let's dive into a school of beast tamers, where the teacher just announced tomorrow's major exam. He reminded the entire class that everyone should have bonded with their first beast by now. The teacher told them to prepare well and aim high before finally dismissing the class for the day. Many students openly admitted they were super nervous, and honestly, nobody could blame them. Just becoming an apprentice was incredibly difficult, making the elite academy feel like a completely impossible dream. One ambitious student declared his goal was to get into Ninjang City's Beastmaster Academy. It was no elite academy, but he felt totally confident his skills could get him in. Meanwhile, another guy was practically sweating from the stress, terrified that failing this test meant he would be stuck living a completely ordinary dead-end life. With the big test looming, our main character, who actually reincarnated here from another world, could not care less. Just 1 week ago, his soul arrived in this realm, hijacking this new body. Here is where you and I need to pay attention, because this new world is wild. Hundreds of years ago, a massive disaster struck as terrifying beasts flooded through dimensional portals, slaughtering humans and causing absolute chaos. But humanity fought back, eventually learning how to tame these vicious monsters and turn them into allies. And just like that, Beastmasters were born. In this new era, these tamers became ultimate symbols of power, representing the absolute peak of society. Naturally, every kid's ultimate dream was to become an elite spirit master. Once you turn 18, you can contract your first beast, and a stronger soul lets you bond with high-level monsters. But none of this mattered to our reincarnated protagonist. His new body's previous owner had already bonded with a tiny, incredibly fluffy creature that was totally harmless. With zero combat power and zero evolution potential, he felt doomed to live a completely ordinary, unremarkable life. He grumbled that other reincarnators always got broken cheat skills or world-destroying powers, while he got absolutely nothing. He was stuck with a useless fluff ball. Just then, a plasmate walked over and called out to Lindsay. The guy sneered, mocking him by saying he could always just become a regular boring office worker. At least, that desk job is safe and totally danger-free. Another bully joked that he could always take his useless pet Snowball and sell cold treats outside the local mall. They kept laughing and mocking him, which got our main character totally furious. But wait, look what just popped up. The legendary cheat system had finally finished charging successfully, activating the achievement system right before his eyes. His golden finger had finally arrived, after all this time having been delayed, only because it was powering up. Overjoyed, he pulled up his status screen, showing a physical score of 1.0 and 80 spirit power. He currently had 0 levels, no special techniques, and his only beast was still the tiny little Snowball. A system tip explained that an average grown man had 1.0 across all his basic attributes. By clearing specific achievements, he could unlock points and rare reward items to power up. These rewards would force his pet to grow, grant incredible new skills, and skyrocket his own taming abilities. Curious, he examined Snowball's stats, seeing an ice type at level 1, stage 1, with a 23% growth rate. Its sole skill was freezing breath, and it could grow stronger through combat or eating high-energy foods. Hitting 100% growth would trigger a massive evolution, leaving our main character completely stunned by the news. He thought his pet had 0 evolutionary potential, but the system immediately showed a colossal giant path. This evolution path traded elemental control for raw physical power and devastating close-range strikes. It would become an S-rank snow monster, but the second choice was the highly anticipated Queen Root. This class choice would boost its ice spells while sacrificing its hand-to-hand combat strength. Transforming into an ice crystal spirit allowed it to eventually reach the legendary king rank, leaving Lindsay completely speechless, since he thought Snowball was worthless. This was definitely a secret evolution path, meaning he wouldn't be selling ice cream and finally had a real shot at greatness. He was incredibly hyped that the elegant queen path could reach all the way to king rank. But first, Snowball needed 100% growth, 20 low-grade ice essences, and a single spirit jade to evolve. Without hesitation, he upgraded Snowball. Trust me, we're in for a wild ride. Alright, you and I are about to watch this guy sign his first epic beast contract and earn some sweet system rewards. The first prize was waiting. To unlock the next level, he had to pass the Beastmaster exam and face his very first spiritual baptism. Clearing this would grab him 200 points and a spirit crystal, with the ultimate goal being school enrollment. Getting into any academy would secure another 300 points, plus a spirit crystal and a valuable strength crystal. He cashed in his rewards immediately and held his breath watching closely. Suddenly little Snowball flared with light, evolving to rank 1 stage 2 at 100% growth. Zed was hyped to see it actually work, leaving him with 23 achievement points after spending 77. Still, he felt a little let down, since the epic evolution light show ended so quickly. But he knew the real grind started now. Next, he needed 20 ice essences and a rare spirit jade. None of that was cheap, meaning he needed to stack cash and hit up the local pet shop. But right as he turned to leave, those annoying bullies started mocking him about selling ice cream again. Zed completely brushed them off, telling Snowball to ignore the trash talk, because tomorrow's big exam was all that mattered. Pissed off, one guy stepped up, a spoiled punk from the powerful Zhang family, the city's second elite clan. Now, pay attention to this. Instead of backing down, Zed calmly told him, "Let's see who's trash tomorrow." The Zhang hair just laughed in his face, completely mocking Zed and his supposedly useless unevolvable pet. They even warned him to skip the Beastmaster exam entirely, claiming he had zero chance. Suddenly, a girl named Zhang Hao stepped in to stop them, but the guys claimed they were just playing around. Rather than listening, they tried to flirt and get her to join them, but Zed told her to ignore it. Arguing was pointless right now. He knew they'd learn their lesson soon enough, the hard way. Saying he had to visit the pet shop, he sent her home. Later, standing at the storefront, he complained about how crazy these prices were. Just like that, months of hard-earned savings were completely gone. Once he got back, Guan invited him over for a home-cooked family dinner, and he gladly accepted. Tucking her hair back shyly, she asked if they could head to the qualification exam together tomorrow. He agreed since he was testing too, which made her light up as she cheered him on to crush those toxic bullies. With a firm promise, they said their goodbyes. Back home, Zed pulled out the expensive goods, warning Snowball that this lifestyle was gonna break him before she happily gulped them down. She let out a massive burp and started glowing, leaving Zed waiting anxiously for the transformation. Blinding light flooded the room. Slowly, fingers, legs, and long hair began taking shape before his eyes. In place of the ball was a tiny blue girl with crystal horns and a bunny tail, looking incredibly fierce. Her upgraded stats showed rank 2 stage 2, alongside powerful new skills like Icicle and Extreme Cold Domain. Now check this out. Her path was leading straight toward a legendary Snow Maiden evolution. To get there, she'd need 100% growth, 20 intermediate ice essences, and a rare Heart of Ice. Hyped by the massive success, Zed named her Ice Crystal Spirit, completely stunned by her incredible power leap. Normally, senior students at Ping High Middle School only had rank 1 beasts around stage 3 to 5. But his pet had jumped straight to rank 2. As she snuggled up, he felt her freezing cold touch. A simple touch made him shiver, proving her raw power was way beyond anything he could have dreamed. The system chimed in to confirm the successful evolution, gifting him 100 points and a physical strength crystal. He realized that without the system, nobody would ever waste premium materials on a starter pet. Next, he grabbed his reward crystals. Spirit crystals boost spiritual energy, which lets a master contract and command multiple powerful beasts. On the flip side, strength crystals directly boost raw physical power, making them incredibly rare. He absorbed both crystals instantly, shocked by the massive surge. His stats soared, boosting his physique to 2, his spirit to 1.8, and leaving him with 123 achievement points. And trust me, after punching a literal hole through his wall, you and I know he's ready for that exam. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character realize that in this brutal world, power equals survival. Little Snowball clung to him tightly as he dumped every single one of his achievement points directly into her. She instantly shot up to rank 2, stage 4, with a 24% growth rate. The Advanced Association was going to lose their minds. The very next morning, Guan asked if he was ready. He confidently agreed, genuinely looking forward to the upcoming exam. Guan immediately noticed a massive spark of motivation in him. Normally, he would have run from this test, but he just smiled and told her that people change. Nearby, some jealous girls spotted Guan. She was the star student of Ping High #1 school, yet she was hanging out with a complete loser. A blonde girl gossiped that some guy named Johong had confessed to Guan yesterday and got brutally rejected. She scoffed, wondering why anyone even liked Guan, claiming she could not see anything special about her at all. The two overheard everything. Guan was actually his cousin. She was a genius at Ping High, admired by many but surrounded by petty jealousy. Honestly, Guan did not care about the drama. She asked So if he was seriously bringing Little Snowball to the evaluation. He gave her a confident yes. Snowball was not a pet to be underestimated. Guan wrapped her arm around his neck, suggesting they celebrate once they pass. Now pay attention here, because right as they were joking about celebrating, a harsh voice suddenly ordered Guan to stop. An angry girl marched up, accusing Guan of stealing her boyfriend. Guan's face turned icy. She asked who this girl even was, and who her boyfriend was. The girl snapped, Johong. Guan only remembered him as a local troublemaker. She calmly stated she had zero interest in him and rejected his confession. But the girl insisted that Guan was a seductress. Deciding this drama was not worth her time, Guan turned to leave. Before she could take a single step, the girl's older brother grabbed her shoulder. He felt completely insulted by her attitude. He warned her that since she messed with his cousin, things were about to get ugly. Guan glared and demanded he let go. That pushed the guy over the edge. He raised his fist ready to strike her. But before the punch could land, Zhou grabbed his arm. Even Guan gasped in shock at his lightning-fast reflex. The sister yelled at her brother to stop messing around, reminding him that Zhou was famously weak. The bully sneered, mocking Zhou for playing hero to save a pretty girl. Zhou glared, then kicked him incredibly hard. We all saw that coming. The guy gets launched back as Zhou calmly walks toward him. He told the guy he was Guan's brother, warning him to deal with him directly. The bully clenched his teeth in pure rage. Guan realized for the first time that Zhou could actually fight. Meanwhile, Zhou was surprised by how insanely strong he had become. The man growled that Zhou was asking for that, charging straight at him. But he suddenly stopped as his arm began to glow with a brilliant blue light. Rank 2, Stage 1, Ghost Wolf materialized. The man looked down on them, dismissing them as mere high school kids. He had complete faith in his beast. Guan felt the pressure since her own pet was only rank 1, stage 7. Even with her skills, the odds of winning were incredibly slim. Still, she had no other choice. Then Zhou stepped forward, shocking her. She asked if he was really going to use Little Snowball. He warned her that any injuries could ruin her upcoming assessment. The jealous girl scoffed, thinking Zhou was a complete joke. For a complete nobody, he sure talked big. The man ordered his ghost wolf to charge and attack. Zhou summoned his pet beast. A blinding light exploded in the air as the ghost wolf launched. Suddenly, it froze mid-air. Little Snowball unleashed her extreme cold domain, instantly turning the wolf into a solid ice statue. The bully stood frozen in sheer shock. Even Guan could not believe this was the same Little Snowball. Zhou explained that she had evolved. As the desperate man screamed for his beast to move, Zhou revealed she was now an ice crystal spirit. The frozen ghost wolf suddenly shattered into a million tiny pieces. The man stood there completely broken. The man screamed that a high schooler's beast should not be any stronger than rank 1 stage 9. He demanded to know how Zhou easily crushed a rank 2 beast. His sister nervously asked what to do. The brother admitted he never expected Zhou to hold a rank 2 high-class beast. They had completely miscalculated. Deciding to retreat, he turned to leave, but Zhou stopped them, asking, "Who said you could go?" Both siblings froze instantly. And that's where we leave them, with a broken bully begging for mercy. What a satisfying ending, right? Stick with me here. Z made it clear he wasn't the one who needed an apology, forcing the man to beg Guan and handle Johong himself. His sister stood frozen, shocked to see her proud brother acting so submissive. Then Big Brother slapped her hard across the face, screaming at her to snap out of it and bow down to apologize too. Guan coldly told them to get lost. Satisfied with his pet's performance, our main character let them go and watched the man drag his sister away. With those two finally gone, Guan turned to Z, completely lost in amazement. She demanded to know how he beat a rank 2 ghost wolf and if Little Snowball could actually still evolve. Z confirmed it, but urged her to move so they could talk later. They rushed straight to the exam hall. Outside the Grand Imperial Beast Association building, a massive crowd had already gathered. Every single eye was locked on the massive origin stone. Some gasped at its sheer size, while others shrugged, calling it totally ordinary. Z slipped in, just as the speaker announced this was the final qualification exam of the year. For many in the crowd, failing today meant losing their dream of becoming Beast Masters forever. But passing meant entering the prestigious Imperial Beast Academy and starting a glorious new life. Z was absolutely determined to make the cut. Suddenly, the chatter died down as an official emerged flanked by heavily armed guards. He welcomed the nervous crowd and reminded them about the bronze tokens they received marked with 4 ranks: low, medium, high, and superior. These tokens were their exclusive keys, and trust me, this is where the real challenge begins. Each examinee had to choose their trial difficulty right now. The rules were simple. The harder the challenge, the sweeter the rewards. Pointing to a giant monitor overhead, he showed them the specific details of each trial. Starting with low difficulty, passing gets you promoted to Apprentice Beastmaster, along with +1 spirit and a 5% pet growth rate. Next up, medium difficulty. Clearing this grants +2 spirit, +1 physique, and a solid 10% growth rate boost for their chosen pet. Smashing through the high difficulty rewards you with +3 spirit, +2 physique, 20% pet growth, and an unlocked second beast slot. And finally, the Elite Superior tier offers +5 spirit, +3 physique, a massive 30% pet growth boost, and a second slot. The crowd drooled over these perks. Some instantly aim high, while the cautious ones just wanted a safe pass. Curious Guan whispered to Z, asking which tier he'd choose. The examiner chimed in, warning everyone to think long and hard, since this choice would define their entire future potential. He urged them to assess their actual limits and pick realistically. Guan stared at her token, deep in thought. She studied the options on her bronze coin. Soon, the final tallies flashed on screen. 46 applicants picked low difficulty. 10 chose medium. A single brave soul picked high, and only one person dared to select superior difficulty. Mocking laughter erupted as people wondered who was suicidal enough to choose superior. They joked the idiot must have fallen asleep on the button. Now here's the crazy part. That thumb on the superior button belonged to Z, and everyone immediately wrote him off as a failure. Z firmly clutched the bronze token in his hand, leaving Guan staring at him in utter disbelief. He had actually chosen the superior difficulty. If he fails, his dream of entering the Beastmaster Academy is dead for the entire year. He just told her to relax calmly, assuring her that he knew exactly what he was doing. The crowd whispered, wondering if his hands slipped. Even the examiner frowned, scolding him and saying he should have chosen much more carefully. But Zed calmly replied that he made his choice after careful consideration. The examiner scoffed, asking if Z really believed he had what it takes to pass the superior trial. Z answered with pure confidence. With a shake of his head, the examiner sighed at how arrogant young people could be. Since the warning was given, if Z still wanted to throw his life away, so be it. With all selection finalized, he officially declared the exam started. The examinees sat down as a mysterious green mist slowly enveloped them. The massive origin stone flared with brilliant light. Shimmering protective bubbles slowly encased each of the participants. While the others focused, the intrigued examiner kept his eyes locked on Z. In a flash, Z was transported onto a massive battle arena. Pushing himself up, he warily scanned the area. He had successfully materialized inside the virtual dimension of the origin stone. Fortunately, any injuries sustained here by players or their pets would have zero effect on their real bodies. Knowing he was safe, Z was ready to unleash his absolute full power. Suddenly, the system screen popped up ordering him to defeat the ghost wolf. Z smirked, thrilled. His cheat system still worked here. He easily cleared the task, bagging 100 achievement points and a spirit crystal. And that's where we leave him, watching his spirit hit 2.8. Alright, you and I are about to watch Little Snowball's growth rate skyrocket to 44%, instantly jumping her to rank 2 stage 6. This massive boost gave Zed absolute confidence, but just as he geared up to fight, something plummeted from the sky. A wild monster appeared, a deadly flame lizard, which was a fire-type beast sitting at rank 1 stage 7. Since he chose the superior difficulty, Z expected a massive challenge and felt confused by this weak rank 1 opponent. The lizard spat a torrent of fire, but Z immediately ordered Little Snowball to counter with her icicle attack. Fire and ice clashed in a violent explosion, and once the smoke drifted away, the lizard was completely frozen solid. Z smirked. His ice attacks were on a whole different level now. Stage 1 of the 5-part exam was done. Next, a mysterious gap materialized, revealing a creepy mummy-like bandage monster, an undead type at rank 2 stage 9. To regular student, a rank 1 stage 9 beast was a nightmare. All the while the examiner kept a close eye, Z shattered the bandage monster effortlessly, prompting the examiner to claim it was just pure luck. Sure, these early monsters were weak against ice, but Z knew the upcoming battles would get much more difficult. Watch closely as Z breezed through level 2. An eerie plant monster with bloodshot crazed eyes blocked his path. A deadly rank 2 stage 2 black beast. Believing Z's path was only rank 2 stage 1, the examiner felt completely smug. He was absolutely sure Z would fail against a tough opponent like this, rank 2 stage 2 monster. Z immediately called for another icicle strike, but the attack barely scratched the creature's surface. The black beast's woody skin and thick armor absorbed the blow, and it launched a brutal counterattack. Massive decaying roots burst from the earth, trapping little Snowball in a deadly withered entanglement technique. It charged straight at her. The examiner grinned, fully convinced that even for a talented freshman, Zed's run was finally over. But the next move instantly wiped that smug grin off. The beast shrieked in agony as the earth turned to solid ice. Z had unleashed his extreme cold domain. Zed reminded them he was not a one-trick pony, launching a second icicle barrage that the beast desperately tried to block. Looking down, the battlefield was a frozen wasteland. The monster was locked in ice from the ground up. Sharp ice spikes impaled its arms. Then, out of nowhere, another wave of icicles materialized. The creature groaned in agony as ice spears skewered its body, sending it crashing down. Level 3 was officially cleared. You and I both know only 2 levels remain. While over in the real world, a frustrated student failed and cursed. He was just a hair away from winning. Nearby, another student broke down in tears after failing once more. The easiest setting was a nightmare, putting players up against a rank 1 stage 6 beast at the end. Still, one lucky student was smiling wide, celebrating his newly earned apprentice beastmaster title. The room was a mix of joy and despair, but everyone froze when a sudden shout warned about a vicious claw beast. Staring at the origin stones monitor, they spotted a powerful rank 2 pet beast. People couldn't believe such a high-level monster was showing up in a basic entry exam. Then they noticed Zed, the guy on superior difficulty, had actually cleared level 4. Now the final boss round began. Spectators began whispering among themselves, totally shocked by his power. One student who knew every single elite high schooler in the area swore Z was a completely unknown genius. Meanwhile, Guan finally logged out of the virtual world thrilled. She had officially passed the test. Naturally, her thoughts immediately drifted to how Z was doing. Seeing a massive crowd swarming the main leaderboard, she pushed her way through only to find Z had cleared level 4 of superior difficulty. The anxious crowd held their breath waiting for the final boss. A fearsome saber-toothed lion stepped out, a rank 2 stage 5 beast type. Everyone gasped. Most believed no rookie could possibly survive this, but Z just smiled and welcomed the challenge. He fired a quick icicle, but the beast dodged it like nothing. Its terrifying speed caught Z off guard. The lion retaliated with a brutal saber claw assault, scratching little Snowball and chipping her icy body. Leaning in, the examiner watched intently, quietly, admitting Z was killed, but confident he had reached his limit. Z knew that even with a stage advantage, raw power levels do not always decide a battle. Tactic, matchups, and the environment were what truly mattered. And that's where we leave it with our hero, facing a dangerous fresh threat while completely exhausted. Alright, you and I are about to watch a battle where our main character might actually lose to insane speed and strength. He decided to bide his time. Watching his opponent like a hawk, he finally spotted an opening. As the saber-toothed lion charged, the ice crystal spirit unleashed a sharp icicle, sending both beasts crashing down together. The arena went dead silent with confusion. But then, out of nowhere, the beast slowly dragged itself back up. The examiner could not believe it. A tie against a rank 2 stage 5 saber-toothed lion, unheard of. He figured Z's pet had to be at least rank 2 stage 5, hiding its true strength this entire time. He remembered how Z insisted this risky path was chosen only after some very careful calculation. The lion growled loudly, but little Snowball got right back up, staring down the giant beast. She launched a barrage of icicles, freezing the monster's claws. But the massive beast simply shattered the ice beneath it. Zed realized this creature originally came from the frozen lower regions, giving it an incredibly high resistance to icy attacks. Just as Zed felt completely cornered, a system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. His pet had officially used 10 skills, rewarding him with a massive 100 achievement points. Now watch this, because a brand new skill unlocking feature just suddenly appeared. The screen revealed a skill called Arctic Chains, a control move that shapes ice into heavy binds to completely lock down any enemy. It needed a 40% growth rate and 50 achievement points. Next was the Ice Shield, a stellar defensive skill that shapes ice to block attacks coming from absolutely any direction. Unlocking this defense required a 60% growth rate and 50 more points. Finally, there was Frost Nova, an area attack that crushes ice energy into a single point before unleashing a devastating freezing explosion. To get this, he needed an 80% growth rate and 100 points. He was totally shocked that he could add new abilities. Normally, beasts only get 2 base skills, so having extra moves meant he could pull off some incredible tactical plays. Icicle was decent, but it relied too much on setup. His other skill covered a wide area but lacked real game-ending power. Right now, what he desperately needed was a brutal single-target control move. He selected Arctic Chains, just as the massive saber-toothed lion lunged forward, ready to tear them apart. But before the beast could strike, a thick blue mist completely swallowed it. Z poured his remaining points into leveling up Little Snowball, pushing her to rank 2 stage 7 with 54% growth. A blinding flash of light filled the entire arena, leaving the spectators whispering in utter confusion. You and I both know a mid-fight level up is absolutely insane. How could he upgrade her without any resources? Everyone knew that even with experience, a beast could only jump in level after a match was officially won. Something was clearly off here. Smiling Z threw out a cheeky taunt. He ordered Little Snowball to deploy the Arctic Chains, binding the lion in thick ice until the beast whimpered in total defeat. Seizing the perfect opening, Z commanded a massive icicle strike that slammed directly into the immobilized target. The crowd was utterly baffled by this new move, while the examiner couldn't fathom how a pep possessed 3 distinct skills. Everyone watched with bated breath as the ice pierced the lion, but Z knew its thick hide wouldn't go down easily. He prepared for another strike, but the mighty beast suddenly collapsed and a victory screen popped up in front of him. Against all odds, he had successfully cleared the brutal superior difficulty apprentice test. Guan cheered in pure joy, while the crowd whispered in disbelief, with some even claiming Z bribed the judge. Even the examiner had to admit he never saw this coming. He had encountered plenty of prodigies, but never a total nobody who stepped onto the stage and became an overnight legend like this. Z's physical power jumped to 5 points. His spirit rose to 7.8, leaving him with 780 spirit power and 3 achievement points. His loyal eye spirit reached rank 3 stage 1 with an 84% growth rate and 3 deadly skills at her disposal. Z basked in the rewards of this extreme promotion, deeply impressed by his massive spike in raw power. A system ping revealed he could now contract his second pep beast. Wondering what mythical creature to choose next, he headed straight to the local pet shop. With his first promotion done, he got 209 points and a spirit stone. Let's see what happens next. The examiner officially announced that his rewards have been handed out, meaning he can finally leave the trial. As he opened his eyes, you and I are witnessing the exact moment everyone mobs him, turning our boy into the town's newest, hottest celebrity. Suddenly, arms wrap around him from behind. It's Guan, absolutely thrilled by his massive victory. Even the examiner steps up, praising his performance as nothing short of spectacular. He takes back his earlier insults about being reckless, realizing Z's confidence comes from pure undeniable power. An examiner apologizing to a rookie. Absolutely mind-blowing to the crowd. With that, he invites Zay to join the prestigious Beast Tamers Association. He offers him a reserve officer position, loaded with heavy benefits and high pay, ensuring it won't conflict with his application to the Imperial Beast Academy. Best of all, he will instantly become an association deacon upon graduation. He looks at Zai, waiting to hear what he thinks. Hearing that golden offer, everyone's jaw hits the floor. Guan urges Zai to accept immediately, explaining that only elite graduates from the Imperial Academy ever get a shot at joining the legendary association. The competition, she warns, is like 1,000 soldiers fighting over one narrow bridge. Zay knows that if he signs on the dotted line, his 4-year tuition and living expenses at the academy are fully covered, and everyone will be forced to look up to him. But pay attention here. He knows free lunches do not exist, and whatever he accepts now, he will pay back with interest. Besides, the association has way too many strict rules, and he is not about to surrender his absolute freedom. Politely thanking the examiner, Zai explains he has already made up his mind and prefers to make his final choice after graduating. Another student pipes up, suggesting that since Zai is passing, he should get the offer instead. But the examiner totally ignores him, silently respecting Zay for playing his cards so incredibly smart. He can tell that with Zay's insane growth rate, he will soon become hundreds of times stronger. Once he reaches that level, he can demand the highest tier of elite benefits from the association, dwarfing this current starter offer. He doesn't push it, telling Zay that if his terms change or if he has any new demands, his door is always open. Leaving his cart, he exits. Just then, a voice calls out to Guan. 2 stunning girls approach Liu Qian, rocking a stylish pink dress, and Zhang Xiaoyun wearing an elegant black skirt and white top. Guan introduces them, and Xiaoyun immediately wastes no time asking Guan for Zay's contact info. Meanwhile, Xian shoves her phone right at Zay, demanding that he add her as a friend. She admits they both had their eyes on him since day one, hoping they can hang out sometime soon. As they shower him with praise, Guan gets visibly annoyed, prompting Zay to quickly announce they have to leave for an urgent matter. They try to insist on getting his number first, but Guan and Zay have already bolted. Suddenly, Zay gets a ping summoning him to the main office, prompting him to head straight there to find out why. I know what you're thinking. His teacher is a stunning pink-haired lady who just heard about his impossible trial victory. His simple note makes her spring out of her chair and wrap him in a massive crushing hug. She claims she always believed in him, though he mostly remembers her chasing him with a whip over a D grade. Releasing him, she reveals she has a special gift for him. It's a foundational manual containing basic spirit cultivation methods and techniques to build his power. This is mandatory reading for any apprentice beast master. She wants him to master it early, reminding him that spirit techniques are just as vital as taming beasts in battle. Masters with strong spirit arts can effortlessly take down lethal monsters with raw techniques alone, without even relying on their beasts. Not to mention it coordinates perfectly with their pets, and it shields the master from taking fatal damage during chaotic high-stakes combat. Hype Up Say thanks her and runs off to start training immediately. She sends him off, promising she is always there if he gets stuck. Back home, Zay cracks open the manual. The Spirit Guardian technique consumes energy to form a 360-degree barrier, blocking all incoming damage. Knowing that the early bird gets the worm, he decides to master these basics first. He'll save the advanced stuff for when he enters the academy. 10 minutes later, he begins cultivating. Opening his eyes, they glow with a bright yellow light as a solid barrier materializes around him. It takes normal people months to master a technique, but he did it in 10 minutes. Trust me, we're in for a wild ride. Alright, you and I are about to see how a spirit constitution of 7.8 completely breaks the system. Just like that, the system drops 100 achievement points, stacking onto his current 350. He instantly spent 50 points to upgrade his Spirit Guardian. It turns out the system boosts spirit techniques too, giving our guy a massive stockpile of points. Determined to protect people, he pushes his training further, upgrading his Spirit Guardian strike to level 3. The energy shield instantly expands. Now it is way thicker and big enough to shield 4 whole people. With 770 spirit power left, he notices that casting his protective shield costs a mere 10 points. With 780 max power, he can literally spam this shield 78 times. Then he remembers the rare spirit stone sitting in his inventory from earlier. He crushes it, boosting his spirit to 8.8 and skyrocketing his power to 880. With this much energy, only using shields feels like a massive waste. So he cracks open his training manual again, landing on the page explaining the Spirit Arrow technique. Next up is Spirit Impact. Before he knows it, night falls and he is still grinding away. Opening his eyes, he thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a glowing spirit arrow at the cost of 10 power. Now watch closely as he sets up his next move. Crouching low with his fist clenched, he unleashes a strike costing 30 spirit power. Boom! A giant hole blasts right through the wall, leaving him completely stunned by his own strength. The system chimes in. He has mastered 3 distinct spirit skills, earning a rare spirit replenishing potion. This liquid gold instantly restores all of his spirit power, but he knows he must save it for a life or death situation. He pumps 100 points into upgrading both Spirit Arrow and Spirit Impact to level 2. Leaving him with 150. He hoards the rest of his points for tag spots. His next goal: grind some serious cash tomorrow to buy a second pet beast. The following morning, he is standing right before the mission board. This is his very first time taking on a job for cold hard cash. With his current power, clearing basic missions should be a complete breeze. He notices an easy quest to drive out ghost dragonflies near Yangshan village. That pays 20,000. Another bounty offers 30,000 to take down a fierce eagle stalking Highway 302. Then there is a 10,000 reward to clear a school of bottom-dwelling devils creeping around in Looming Lake. And finally, a hefty $40,000 reward for wiping out that tall beetles inside that tall canyon. Naturally, he guns for the highest payout, despite only being an apprentice beastmaster who should probably play it safe. Matched with 3 teammates, the loot gets split. Let's see how they get along. Z is annoyed because he knows he can solo this easily. Regardless, the machine orders him to reach that tall canyon by 2 p.m. He finally makes it. He politely greets the first guy there only to get massive attitude for making them wait for a rookie who hasn't even graduated yet. The trash talker is a low-level beastmaster named Jiang Lelei. Right next to him, a long-haired man named Xiao Mingsan questions why a student was even drafted. A girl in a sheer crop top named Wong Shun tells them not to frighten the rookie. She waves him over, and Zed politely explains he is still a student, hoping they can all work together. Mingsan scoffs, calling Shun a love-struck fool. He wants her to take things seriously as this mission is going to be far more dangerous than she thinks. He tells her not to get herself killed out here, prompting an annoyed click of her tongue. For now, Mingshan is acting as the temporary captain of this squad. He demands absolute obedience once they hit the field, while casually letting Z know he will be receiving a much smaller cut. Z silently notes that these guys clearly lack the talent to ever get into the prestigious Imperial Beast Academy. He figures Mingsan is just some average mercenary scraping by on half-baked skills he picked up back in middle school. He fires back suggesting they split the loot based on performance. The more beasts you slay, the more you earn. Mingsan calls him a sensible kid, and they venture inside the cavern. Suddenly, a swarm of nasty bug monsters begins crawling out. These things are absolutely terrifying, and they are everywhere. Mingsan barks orders to block the hive entrance and crush the beetles. He summons his own rank 2 horned rhinoceros beast to do the heavy lifting. Lele summons his rank 2 wind cutter mantis. He tells Z to watch closely as Shun summons her own rank 2 fire wasp to join the fray. Z decides to kick back, sizing up their skills before stepping in. Stick around to see what he does next. Alright, let's jump right into this beast battle. Swarms of bugs creep out, and Mingan orders his armored rhino to unleash a wild rush, crushing them instantly. Lei joins the fray next. His deadly mantis slices through the swarm, but flying beetles quickly surround it. That is when Shuyun unleashes her wasp. A barrage of poison needles rains down, paralyzing the beetles and sending them crashing helplessly to the ground, freeing the trapped mantis. Smug and confident, Lei asks the newcomer for his opinion, bragging about how their trio makes the perfect unstoppable combination. He tells the kid to sit back and cheer them on. Mingan adds that if he wants a cut of the reward, he has to pay his dues. But Shuyun plays nice, offering to share a small portion of the loot if he just stays safe behind her and guards himself. But wait! The paralyzed beetles are already starting to twitch. To Lindsay, these fancy attacks are completely useless against a real horde. Suddenly, a deafening shriek echoes through the cave, putting Xuan on high alert. She panics, wondering what made the terrifying noise. Instantly, an enraged colony of massive beetles surges forward, swarming directly toward them. Lei loses his cool as a bizarre new beetle crawls from the pit. Its horns are different, and it is calling for massive reinforcements. Now pay attention here. Lindsay wonders if a massive beetle king is hiding nearby as the swarm overwhelms their rhino. The beetles pin down the mantis next. Shuyun screams at the boys to recall their beasts immediately, or the swarm will tear them to pieces. Lindsay warns them that it is completely pointless explaining that the shrieking of these dead tall beetles carries a powerful paralyzing effect. Because of the noise, their paralyzed beast can no longer hear their commands. As Yuyun panics, a furious Lei grabs Lindsay by the collar, blaming him for not warning them sooner and calling him useless trash. Lindsay remains deadpan, calmly telling him that he should worry about his own survival rather than his pet. As the swarm closes in, terror grips the group. Minion screams at everyone to run, realizing they are about to get wiped out. He curses this nightmare of a mission as the beetles hunt him down. They are closing in fast and there is no way to dodge. But out of nowhere, a glowing barrier erupts around them. Lindsay just saved their lives by deploying a powerful spirit guardian shield. Lei is completely shocked. A high-tier spirit technique like this is normally reserved only for elites from the prestigious Imperial Beast Academy. He demands to know how a mere high schooler pulled this off. Lindsay shuts him down, telling them to stay quiet and stay behind him. Lei is speechless as Lindsay summons Little Snowball. You and I can probably guess their reaction. They are completely stunned by this unique creature. Lindsay estimates that these beetles are at most rank 1 stage 7. Individually, they are weak, but their overwhelming numbers give them a massive advantage in this tight space. Since the group lacks large-scale area of effect abilities, they had absolutely zero chance of winning this fight on their own. But his rank 3 companion possesses a devastating wide-range attack. Unleashing its Arctic domain, it instantly freezes the entire swarming horde solid. Lindsay orders the trio to quickly retrieve their trapped beasts, but there is a catch. They must surrender every single bit of their mission rewards. Mingan eagerly agrees, desperate to save his partner and escape. Lei, however, is absolutely furious at the proposal. He hates that a kid is extorting them, mockingly asking if he thinks he is Lindsay, the legend who cleared the superior difficulty test. He simply replies that he is in fact Lindsay. Xuan believes him instantly, finally understanding how a high schooler could wield such absurd power. She begs him to save their beast, but the stubborn Lei still completely refuses to believe him. He arrogantly orders Lindsay to melt the ice so they can reclaim their paralyzed companions. Suddenly, Mingan punches Lei in the face, calling him an idiot. He snaps that with the raw power Lindsay displayed, he has nothing left to prove. He bitterly admits they were just too blind to recognize his greatness. As the ice begins to crack, Lindsay warns them that time is running out. He tells them to grab their frozen beast and evacuate immediately, before the enraged swarm wakes up. Shuyun asks what he plans to do, knowing these frozen beetles are only temporarily disabled and cannot be killed this easily. He smirks, replying that his main objective is to capture the Beetle King first. Lei gasps in horror as he realizes Lindsay actually plans to dive straight into the nesting pit. Telling them to move, Lindsay leaps down and lands perfectly. Despite the pitch-black darkness, he can see everything. It turns out that boosting his overall physical stats also drastically improves his night vision. As the bugs surge toward him, he unleashes a spirit impact barrier, sending them flying the moment they touch the energy shield. Lindsay finishes them off with a single devastating punch, disintegrating their bodies and leaving nothing but cracks on his barrier. But the endless waves keep coming, and Lindsay knows that even with his massive spirit reserve, he cannot keep defending forever. Vicious beetles claw relentlessly at the cracking shield. Suddenly, Lindsay remembers his stash of 150 achievement points, which is more than enough to unlock some crucial new skills. With that, his beast masters Ice Shield and Frost Nova. You and I both know what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Little Snowball break free and dominate this battlefield. He needs Frost Nova for massive area damage, but first he must gather the nearby ice elements to combine it with his Arctic domain. Breaking the barrier, he commands his pet to unleash Arctic domain, freezing every last beetle solid. Once his path is clear, he summons the spirit guardian again and orders the beast to prepare frost nova. A tiny light glows on little Snowball's finger as the massive beetle swarm surrounds their barrier. Then the frost nova erupts, instantly disintegrating every single monster around them. The system confirms 50 death toll beetle kills, shattering the protective shield in the process. Thrilled by this absolutely explosive level of power, he immediately pulls up his stats to inspect his ice crystal spirit. It jumped from rank 3 stage 1 right up to rank 3 stage 2. Growth rises from 84 to 89%, heading toward the Snow Lady form with all current skills mastered. Icicle Arctic Domain, Arctic Chains, and Frost Nova. Zay is hyped that pets gain experience and level up through combat. While progress is usually slow, this cave is packed with bugs, making it the perfect farming spot. Watching that growth rate climb, you and I can tell little Snowball is ready for the next level. Suddenly, a massive roar echoes as more beetles pour out, making Zay suspect the king is nearby. Meanwhile, resting outside, his former teammates worry, with Juan insisting they report the danger before Zay gets killed. Clay angrily snaps, asking why she cares about a kid who literally signed his own death warrant. A stranger suddenly approaches, asking the group if the main zone for the death toll beetles is just ahead. It is a bronze rank beastmaster named Luoda, and though Mingan says yes, he wants him to turn back. But the moment they realize this guy is a bronze beastmaster, their jaws hit the floor. The official association badge ranks them starting with bronze beastmasters, which represents the top 30% of all beastmasters worldwide. Then silver rank, which holds only 12% of them, and gold consisting of a mere 3% of the entire world. Introducing himself as Bronze Beastmaster Luoda, he explains that the association noticed the massive spike in the mission's difficulty. He was sent to clean up the mess, making Xuan confident they can absolutely crush this threat now. Begging to join him, he lifts her chin smoothly, telling her that if she wants to watch his power so badly, she can come along. Then he looks at the other two and says they simply are not qualified. They are actually relieved to stay behind while inside the cave. Zai is congratulated by the system for unlocking a new achievement. And check this out, he receives an explosive ship card that boosts a pet by 1 rank for 60 seconds. He had no idea this achievement even existed, instantly comparing it to his Human Slayer title. This time the rewards are massive, boosting his Ice Crystal Spirit to rank 3, stage 3 with 94% growth. This means his pet is very close to evolving, but a sudden deafening sound grabs his attention. He figured the boss was finally showing up, but he was not prepared for just how massive this thing actually is. Knowing the crisis only started a week ago, based on his mission details, this monster must have evolved into this state very recently. It lets out a terrifying roar as the system warns of dangerous rank 4 stage 1 death toll striker. Despite the warning, Zay refused to run because retreating means earning absolutely nothing. Fully determined to fight a massive golem, suddenly drops down from the cave ceiling right behind Zay. As it crashes down, Luoda lands beside it, holding Shuyun, who is incredibly relieved to see Zay safe. Zay asks why she returned, while Luoda questions his presence and orders him to step back from this danger zone. He explains that this striker is actually the legendary king of the death toll beetle swarm. This rare rank 4 beast only spawns once in tens of thousands of beetles, possessing the power to control the entire swarm. Realizing it is the source of the chaos, he steps forward, telling them to sit back and watch him handle business. But Zay grabs his coat, claiming this boss is his, prompting an annoyed Luda to ask if the kid knows who he is. The death toll striker screeches, launching an attack on Luda, but his giant golem blocks the blow. Luda demands to know who he is talking to, while his rank 3 stage 9 giant rock monster clashes with the striker. As the beast strikes, Zay binds it with arctic chains, leaving us hyped as he finally introduces himself. Let's dive right into this crazy showdown. The questions C about passing the superior level, trying to up superior just because he cleared the bronze level trial himself. Z couldn't care less, which totally triggers Da. Suddenly, Swan screams at them to stop bickering as danger creeps up from behind. The savage death toll striker breaks free, and Da decides it's time to show off his real strength. Activating his strengthening spirit technique, he buffs his giant rock monster, instantly boosting its power to a formidable rank 4 stage 2. Zed is genuinely surprised to see that such a powerful buffing technique actually exists. The golem leaps and crushes the giant beetle, with a devastating rock arm earthquake completely flattening the beast. Wearing an incredibly smug smile, Da brags that mastering a high-level spirit technique is a rare talent, claiming that this represents the true gap between them. Hissing in pure rage, the death toll striker retaliates with a brutal horn-piercing strike. The beast has entered a deadly berserk stage, ramping its combat power up to a terrifying rank 4 stage 3 level. Doc warns that it's too tough, but Z and Little Snowball team up to strike back together. Her spirit impact leaves a massive dent on the monster's back, instantly drawing its deadly fury right toward them. Z braces for impact and locks it down with chains, but the beast shatters them effortlessly, leaving Z utterly stunned. As Z stands sharp, the beetle charges at him, but the massive golem grabs it from behind, barely holding it back. But pay attention here. Da claims they are even right before the death toll striker ruthlessly smashes his golem into a wall, sending it crashing straight down. The monster's sheer overwhelming power sends Suyun into a panic, realizing none of them might make it out alive. Da screams for a retreat, but Ze stubbornly refuses to run, determined to put this thing down. Da thinks he's completely insane. He yells that even his strengthened rock monster couldn't lay a scratch on this terrifying creature. Z calmly points out Da's earlier boast about advanced enhancement techniques being the real difference between them, and asks him what he's thinking now. Then Z unleashes a strengthening spell on himself and Little Snowball, leaving Da completely shocked that Z knows it too. Da stands speechless as Little Snowball whips up an intense gale of wind, its eyes glowing with a vibrant pink light. Overwhelmed by this incredible explosion of power, Da desperately asks who he really is. The system warns Z that his rank 4 stage 3 power boost will only last 60 seconds, but he's confident that's plenty of time. Predicting the giant beetle's charge, Z immediately casts his Arctic Chains, with his Ice Crystal Spirit leveling up the skills. Binding Force is insanely strong, though he knows he can't hold this control forever. Maximizing his power output, he fires off a massive Spirit Impact, with only 40 seconds left on the clock. The brutal blast violently rocks the death toll striker, but Da warns Z to stop before he completely drains his remaining life force and spirit power to death. Z casually replies that he is fine, since that attack only used half of his spirit power. I know what you're thinking. Da is losing his mind, screaming, "It's impossible," while Xuan calls him a genius, believing they can actually win this. While the death toll striker hisses, Z instantly locks it down with Frost Nova. The blast is so intense it knocks Yun off balance, while Doc marvels at the insane force that completely devastates the dead tall striker. Doc notes that it makes sense why he's never seen such a beast, leaving Yun totally confused by his words. He explains that in ancient times, humans united 5 legendary elemental beasts to wage war and finally bring an end to the chaotic world. Since then, those 5 mythical beasts vanished, and he suspects Zed's unique pet might actually share their legendary bloodline. With only 30 seconds left on his buff, Z decides it is finally time to squash this annoying bug. Channeling all his remaining energy for a final blow, Z spots the beetle trying to flee, but refuses to let it escape. His ultimate strike pulverizes its shell, and the system confirms the kill. While Yan cheers in excitement, Da grumbles about losing the spotlight. As the explosive card wears off, Little Snowball stumbles from exhaustion, but Z quickly catches his pep before it hits the ground. Praising its amazing effort, Z receives a system alert that his pet has reached rank 3, stage 5, with 100 growth rate. It now requires advanced ice crystals as materials to complete its evolution. With Little Snowball fast asleep, Z decides to handle the evolution after it gets some well-deserved rest. The system rewards his achievement with 500 points, a rare revival potion, and 10 advanced ice crystal evolution materials. Z is thrilled to get free evolution materials, but Da suddenly puts a hand on his shoulder, acting like he wants to make a deal. He shamelessly begs Z to let him take all the credit for taking down the beast. Wan is completely disgusted by his greed, but Da shamelessly tries to buy Z off with 10,000 credits instead. Z knows the association is evaluating him, and if he fails this mission, well, stick around, because you won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, let's dive into this crazy evaluation where everything, even his promotion, is on the line. With 100,000 coins, he could buy an incredible new pet. Still, he plays it smart, holding back to see if he can squeeze out an even sweeter deal first. Da desperately tries to win him over, claiming that 100,000 is half a year of hard savings. Plus, this is on top of the massive bounty Z stands to gain anyway, leaving him with an extra 50,000. Da begs him to take the deal, promising a huge favor. A personal favor from a top tamer is priceless. Z accepts and Da instantly wires over the cash. But pay attention here, because just as they finish, Z spots a giant bird and a mysterious man staring down from the ceiling. Both are stunned as the man leaps down. It is Wen, adjusting his coat to reveal a silver badge that Yun noticed. She is absolutely thrilled to meet a silver beastmaster. Wen smiles and welcomes Z back. Z nods, leaving Da, shocked that he actually knows Lord He. Wen confirms Da's identity, assuming their mission is a success. Da proudly reports they finished the task with 0 injuries. Wen notes the dead tall striker was rank 4, while Z's pet was only at rank 2. He assumes they won through sheer teamwork, but figures Da was the powerhouse who delivered the final blow to the beetle. But then Wen unexpectedly apologizes to Z again. He admits the Beast Tamer Association messed up big time by miscalculating the task's difficulty rating. An intermediate hazard was lazily labeled as a completely ordinary mission. This kind of stupid mistake ruins their trust with local beast tamers, so he begs Z for his forgiveness. Z shrugs it off, saying, Da did a great job protecting them. Da beams with pride while Xuan watches silently. Wen promises to compensate them for the danger, handing Z 100,000 coins, while taking the massive beast corpse for research. Da realizes Z is absolutely rolling in cash. Z takes the money, but he knows this isn't just a simple payout. This is straight up hush money, and rejecting it is highly dangerous. Jenwen knows Z still needs a second pet, guessing he's short on cash, making this transaction a clever investment in Z's future. Once the cash is sent, Z confirms receipt. Jenwen tells him to reach out directly if he ever runs into trouble. He grabs the massive beetle, flings it onto his shoulder, and waves goodbye, leaving Z stunned by his effortless strength. And honestly, wouldn't you be jealous? Z just walked away with 200,000 coins and a priceless favor in his pocket. Da promises he will never forget the debt before finally heading home. Yuyun admits meeting two legendary powerhouses made the whole trip worth it, firing up her determination to get stronger. She eagerly tells Z that once she catches up to his level, they will tackle dangerous missions together. Z smiles, encouraging her dream. Later, as he walks through the busy city, he figures his 200,000 coins should easily buy a solid B-grade pet. He steps inside a massive store, instantly greeted by a polite salesperson. When he says he is looking to buy a powerful new pet, they lead him down a grand staircase to a massive room filled with exotic beasts. Told to take his time browsing, he quickly realized that B-grade is the absolute limit in this shop. He inspects a creepy bone snake and a tiny mushroom child, but neither has any hidden evolution paths. Then he spots a fiery flame imp with a hidden evolution path to become a raging flame ghost. But he knows that even with a hidden path, it cannot compare to king-grade beasts like the legendary Snow Queen that his little snowball can evolve into. The saleswoman flatters his sharp eyes, calling the flame imp an elite B-grade pet that is incredibly rare. It costs a whopping 160,000 coins, shocking Z with its insane price tag. She explains the price includes evolution materials, but Z decides to keep looking. He recalls that his own little snowball was ranked as a worthless F-class pep that supposedly could never evolve. Clearly, those official ratings from the association expert are just based on limited human experience, meaning they are far from completely accurate. Suddenly, his system detects a legendary king-grade evolution path nearby. He immediately checks it out. The creature looks incredibly familiar. A common rock-type stone monster. Its standard path leads to a massive giant rock monster, which drastically boosts its defense and physical size while granting element resistances. But its hidden root, Rock God. Unlocking this godlike ancient power is going to change everything. And trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Let's dive into this wild evolution. Next is the Rock Ghost, requiring 100% growth, 20 earth essences, and 500 grams of undead powder. Suddenly Z realized why it looks so familiar. Does giant rock monster actually evolve from this tiny thing, but through the most basic common route? Da probably never even dreamed that this little guy had the hidden potential to evolve into a literal god. Looking at it another way, ice crystals excel at burst damage and crowd control, basically making them a classic mage type. This man, the stone monster, was definitely a frontline warrior type, and the pushy saleswoman immediately urged him to buy it. She pitched it as a fan favorite because it is easy to carry, decent in battle, and the upgrade materials are cheap and simple to find. Priced at 80,000, Z immediately sealed the deal. Then he told her he also needed materials, specifically intermediate earth element essence and 500 grams of undead powder. The saleswoman looked worried, asking if he was trying to evolve this specific monster, warning him that these weird materials would not trigger an evolution. She warned him that intermediate Earth essence is way too expensive to waste on such a low-tier degraded pep beast. Z shrugged and simply claimed he was buying it as a gift. He quickly realized that upgrade materials cost way more than pets. His balance plummeted to just 20,000. After handing over the ceiling pearl, the system chimed in to confirm that the contract with his second pet was a complete success, earning 300 achievement points. He returned home after dark and carefully laid out all the expensive materials on the floor. He summoned his brand new pet. First step, push its growth rate all the way to 100%. With 800 achievement points banked, he spent 220 to upgrade the little monster to rank 2 stage 2. The growth rate hit 100%. It looked kind of goofy, but this little guy was actually a god tier beast with a secret evolutionary path. Z handed over the rare materials, ready to trigger the evolution. The creature greedily snatched and swallowed them down, but when Z pointed at the leftover undead powder, it flat out refused to eat it. Z got mad, since that stuff was pricey. He did not expect it to be a picky eater. The beast threw a wild tantrum, flailing its arms in protest, and Z could clearly see it was throwing a fit. It froze in confusion as a bright blue light flashed. Little Snowball materialized, glaring so intensely that it completely terrified the newcomer. Z was relieved to see Little Snowball recovering so well, while his second pet just stood there looking thoroughly annoyed. It tried to launch a sneaky attack but got instantly bonked on the skull, leaving a massive throbbing bump behind. Let's see how Z handles this headache. Under Snowball's intense icy glare, the crying rock was finally forced to eat that nasty undead powder. It must have tasted absolutely horrific, judging by the incredibly disgusted look on its face. Suddenly its eyes glowed red. With 100% growth rate, dark light erupted as it shot up, transforming into a bipedal monster. Its newly evolved form was a rock ghost, a dual rock and ghost type starting at rank 2 stage 9 with 0% growth. Its moveset now featured earth spikes, stone bullet throw, and crushing impact. The next path leads to an earth spirit requiring 100% growth rate and high-grade earth elemental essence. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for Dah missing out on this, but suddenly the rock monster hissed, making Z ask what it was doing. Sharp stone spike erupted from the floor, forcing Little Snowball to dodge as the aggressive rock beast braced itself for a real fight. Little Snowball instantly blanketed the room in thick smoke, catching the cocky rock beast completely off guard. When Little Snowball cast her ice shield, Z immediately panicked about his apartment walls. He warned them that while sparring is okay, attacking without orders would get them punished. Right then, the system alerted Z that his ice crystal soul was finally ready for its next evolution. He was totally ready to show this rock monster who was the boss. 10 advanced ice crystal evolution materials dissolved into Little Snowball, triggering a sudden blinding flash of light as she began transforming. With another 10 materials consumed, the glorious evolution process was a massive success. She emerged as a stunning snow maiden, rank 4 stage 1, with 0% growth, upgrading her icicle skill to Ice Shower. This unleashed countless razor-sharp ice blades from above, pouring down like a deadly waterfall to devastate a massive area. Her old ice shield upgraded into an ice crystal mirror, keeping its high defense while adding a powerful rebound effect. Arctic Domain evolved into Blizzard, boosting overall damage and duration, while manifesting a raging snowstorm within the active zone. Z could not believe that skill had upgraded too. The rock beast tried to charge but froze in shock as the floor turned to ice, locking its feet in place instantly. Z ordered an ice shower, raining sharp icicles onto the rock beast, and trust me, it had no choice but to submit to our snow maiden. Alright, you and I are about to watch Z remind his beast who is master under their new contract. He delivers a chilling threat: behave or get wiped out. Then he asks if the creature finally understands. The beast nods frantically, desperate to survive, but just as Z warns him, a sudden pounding on the door ruins the moment. A massive angry neighbor towers over Z, demanding to know what the hell happened to his wall. Z quickly apologizes, explaining he was only training and offers to pay for the damage. The furious neighbor snaps, shouting that this is not the first or second time, demanding 300,000 credits to cover his mental distress. Z is completely stunned by the ridiculous price. The neighbor demands the cash within 3 days. Now watch closely. He grabs Z's collar to threaten him, but stops mid-sentence as the rock-packed beast looms over. The creature raises a massive fist, terrifying the neighbor. Right before the blow lands, Z commands it to halt. Sweating bullets, the guy stammers, asking what kind of terrifying monster this is. The rock beast responds with a fierce hiss. Z politely apologizes for the noisy training. Meanwhile, his beast glares at the man as Z brings up the payment. Completely terrified, the neighbor quickly waves his hands and tells Z to just forget about the money. He makes a pathetic excuse about how big-hearted men do not sweat the small stuff, and with that over Z heads to bed. Little Snowball cuddles up next to Z on the bed, leaving the giant rock beast to sit on the floor. The very next morning, Z is suddenly woken up by his ringing phone. It is a call from Guan, set to a custom ringtone, reminding him that today is the Jiangning Imperial Beast Academy entrance exam. Z instantly turns pale, completely speechless. Calling him an absolute idiot, Guan orders him to meet her at the school gate. He finally rushes over where Guan is waiting, but the surrounding crowd is already giving him some major side-eye. Everyone is annoyed he nearly missed such a massive day. His homeroom teacher even welcomed him with a playful punch for sleeping in. He groans that he has been exhausted. She whispers, asking if he practiced his spirit techniques, and Z gives a quiet nod. Guan watches them from afar as the homeroom teacher calls all the students together. She proudly declares that they are the absolute best of the best from Pinghai #1 Middle School. Now pay attention here. This Jiangning Imperial Beast Academy exam is a whole different level, and she urges them to give it everything. She reassures them that no matter what happens, she is proud of them and will be waiting right there for their return. The whole class is incredibly hyped, especially Z, who is aiming for the #1 spot as the bus finally rolls out. Sitting right next to Z, Guan asks what he has been up to lately, since he completely ignored all of her texts. Z apologizes, having been too swamped to even look. Excitedly, Guan reveals that her fierce magic bird has successfully evolved. Z is genuinely impressed, confident that she will easily breeze through the upcoming exam now. Arriving at Jiangning, Guan gets up from the aisle seat and leans way forward to catch a glimpse of the gorgeous city. This puts her chest directly in front of Z's face, making him blush furiously until she catches him staring. Blushing red, she quickly dives back into her seat, while Xiang and Xiaoyun giggle at the awkward moment. Finally, the bus pulls up to the jaw-droppingly beautiful Jiangning Imperial Beast Academy. One of the awestruck students gasps that getting accepted here would make his entire life complete. Suddenly, a voice demands they clear the path as a group of elite students struts through, led by Li Pyong. He loudly announces that 17 elite students from Qingping High are reporting just as another massive group arrives. Their leader Tan Yong steps up to declare that 21 top students from Kangya No. 3 Middle School have arrived. Next to him is a pink-haired girl popping bubblegum named Guo Shini, as the group cheers for their own leader, Guan. She glances at Z, who proudly flashes a thumbs up. Taking a breath, she announces that 2 students from Ping Hai No. 1 are reporting. Rival students instantly sneer and call them backwater hillbillies, mocking Ping Hai for being a remote rural town compared to theirs. Once everyone gathers, a man suddenly drops down from a nearby statue, introducing himself as Chin He. Grinning at their high energy, he welcomes the crowd and announces he is the official teacher in charge of their registration. First, he congratulates them for surviving the initial trial, but coldly warns the students not to celebrate just yet. He explains that the brutal academy entrance exam makes the basic Beastmaster trial look like a walk in the park. Looking at the brutal history of past exams, the elimination rate is a staggering 80%, which means only 10 of them can enter the Imperial Beast Academy. Let's see who has what it takes. Let's dive in. The other students already believe that all the low-level survivors are basically done for. Some trash talker from another school claims nobody from Ping Hai stands a chance, which immediately grinds Guan's gears. Yong asks Shini who else she thinks will survive besides them. After scanning the crowd, she points out that Penyun looks dangerous. Scanning the rest, her eyes lock onto Z, and she immediately comments on how incredibly weird he is. When Tongyang asks what is up, she says, "It is nothing except that Z's raw power is totally unfathomable." Tongyang just coughs, dismissing the mysterious boy as nothing but a simple country bumpkin. He boasts that Ping Hai's entire school rank is a whole level below theirs, so they have absolutely nothing to worry about. He instructs the entire team to check into the academy's hotel for the night. Wishing them a good night, he advised everyone to get plenty of rest and prepare for the upcoming exams. He mentioned that the campus cafeteria serves top-tier free food for all candidates throughout the intensive examination period, telling them to enjoy their free time. Guan invites Z for dinner, and they head into a massive dining hall. Now pay attention to this table over here, where a guy starts drooling over Guan's looks. His friend quickly tells him to shut up and stop embarrassing Qingping High, though he quietly admits she is totally his type too. Meanwhile, ignoring the stares, Guan keeps piling food onto Z's plate, urging him to eat up. Looking at the mountain of chicken on his plate, Z tells her he is good. Xiang and Xiaoyun slide over to tease Guan, begging her to share some of that delicious food with them too. Calling them a couple instantly makes Guan blush, which catches the eye of that jealous guy, who notices Z is surrounded by girls. It drives him crazy with envy, especially since he thinks Z is way less handsome than he is. Suddenly, a random guy approaches and asks to join their table. Guan stares him down before coldly telling him to sit. The guy introduces himself as Zhou Xiang from Qingping High, prompting Z to calmly ask what he wants. He says he heard a student from Ping High clear the legendary superior difficulty test and he's trying to find that exact monster. Xiaoyunan questions his motive while Shan gets visibly annoyed that this guy is already sniffing around for intel before the exams even start. She calls him a school spy, but he claims he is just making friends. He points out that for average students like them, inside info is their only shot at passing the brutal entrance exams. And lucky for them, he is an expert. Now check this out. Guan tells him to get lost, but he smiles, advising her not to be hostile, since he knows the examiners. He casually gestures toward the elite leader of Qingping Hike. He reveals that Pang Yun is a highly famous local prodigy who cleared the high-level apprentice exam 2 months back, and his beast is a terrifying rank 3 poison ivy plant monster. The girls are stunned that a mere high schooler already commands a rank 3 beast. Joe explained that Pang Yun's wealthy family keeps him fully supplied with high-level evolutionary items. In short, he is a classic rich second-generation heir. This completely demoralized Qian and Xiaoyong, whose beasts are stuck at rank 1. Meanwhile, Guan silently worries about the massive gap to rank 3, since he is currently only at rank 2 stage 7. Next, Xiang points out Xinji, a famously problematic girl from Kangya City. She contracted her first beast just this year, yet managed to pass the advanced level apprentice assessment in only a single month. Her beast is a steel patterned young dragon at rank 2 stage 8, which leaves Shan completely slack Joe. She questions if it is even possible to raise a beast to rank 2 in just 6 months. Xiaoyun suggests the beast might have already been at rank 2 stage 7 when she signed the contract. She explained that if someone possesses high enough spiritual power, they can contract a stronger beast right from the start. Z silently listens while glancing at the other table, but Shinji feels his gaze turning to wink and flash a peace sign. Z is completely caught off guard. Xiang then points out Yong. He commands a legendary dual-element beast, which shocks the girls, though Guan recalls their teacher mentioning this rare phenomenon. Such powerful dual-element beasts only live in highly lethal zones and are nearly impossible for ordinary tamers to control. Z quietly recalls that his own rock ghost possesses both ghost and rock attributes. This realization makes him decide that fully developing this dual path is absolutely worth it. And that is where we leave things today, as Z suddenly cuts her off before she can reveal his massive secret. Alright, you and I are starting with Z casually playing dumb to fool everyone. He pretends the mystery expert never showed, leaving Xiang highly suspicious. He knows these guys are definitely hiding something. This only fuels his theory that the genius who cleared the superior trial is sitting right at that table. Walking over to the trio, he boldly declares his plans to test these mystery players' limits very soon. Xion wonders why he keeps quiet instead of bragging, but Z prefers staying under the radar to avoid early targets. Plus, who says the information leaked by that guy was even accurate anyway? One praises his cautious mind as they depart. She suggests a late-night training session with the girls to stay ahead of the competition. She even proposes they all crash in her room to stay close together. While Guan envisions a wild sleepover, a sudden hand slaps her behind. It is the same trashy trio from earlier. They flash creepy grins demanding an invite to the girls' room as well. She swings, but the leader catches her wrist with a sleazy laugh. Their loud, obnoxious behavior quickly draws a crowd. Now pay attention. Zed completely snaps, but Guan desperately begs him to stop, knowing a fight means instant disqualification. The punk sneers, mocking the local men as complete cowards who only know how to hide. Zed winds up baiting him with a fake out before putting his entire weight into a devastating punch. His panicked friends rush over as the rest of the gang prepares to retaliate. Zed warns them that insulting him is one thing, but touching his sister, that is a death sentence. He promises to destroy them, the instigator gets up screaming insults and demanding a duel until a hand suddenly locks him in place. It is Ping Yun coldly telling the idiot to stop making a pathetic scene. He claimed Zay's brutal punch went way too far to call it even. Zay simply replies that they are far from finished. Ping Yun promises to discipline his lackey later, but challenges Zay to bring any further complaints directly to him. Their powerful auras clash in a tense standoff before Guan pulls Zay away to avoid more trouble. Reigning in his anger, Zay tells Ping Yun they will settle this during the upcoming exam. While Xian gushes over how cool Zay looked, Ping Yun begins to suspect he is the secret prodigy. Let's pause the action for a second. The scene shifts to a misty, relaxing hotel bath. Guan gets annoyed when the other girls crash her bath, but they claim it is just a friendly thank you. They give her a massage, happily sharing that their beasts reach level 2, boosting their chances of victory. Guan tells them to stop touching her, as they laugh. The next morning, the students assemble in neat rows. The instructor steps up with major news. He announces that, according to the data, this first batch of candidates is the most pathetic group yet, and he expects absolutely nothing from them. They immediately blame Ping Hai for dragging down the average, leaving the local students completely furious. The upcoming exam will take place inside the Origin Stone tablet illusion, and there are no difficulty settings. This test is called the Secret Forest, a dangerous zone packed with vicious razor-toothed monsters. Once they meditate and enter the simulation, a digital scoring panel will appear directly on their arms. The score increases with every beast slain. Taking down a rank 1 creature grants 10 points. Rank 2 beasts yield 20 points, while rank 3 monsters give 40. In this arena, everyone is both hunter and prey. If you or your pet dies, you are instantly eliminated. To make things worse, a giant central monument will actively display the real-time locations and scores of the top 10 players. The students panic, horrified to learn that deadly rank 3 beasts are roaming around. Running into one of those monsters basically means an instant ticket out of the exam. They have exactly 4 hours to compete, and only the top 10 ranked survivors will pass the trial. Ping Yun asks if hunting monsters is their only objective, raising a very clever question. The teacher reveals that defeating rivals steals all their points, sending shockwaves through the entire crowd. Everyone complains about this brutal rule that basically encourages them to hunt each other down. Some realize that teaming up to hunt down rival schools is their best shot at securing a top spot. Yang celebrates going all out while Shinny watches Z. But trust me, you and I know the real battlefield is far more brutal. Alright, let's dive into this insane exam where quitting is always an option. He announced that the top scorer gets crowned the freshman leader, unlocking massive perks once they officially enter the academy. While the examiner eagerly waits to see who will become the ultimate rookie king, Guan is secretly hoping she can quickly find our main character. She figures that even if she misses out on the top 10, she can still find a way to support him. Z put her aside, telling her to use her fierce magic bird's flight ability to locate him the second they enter the illusion, so they can team up immediately. She nods in agreement, just as the examiner demands total silence. The trial begins. Spawning into the illusion, Z finds himself before a massive dense forest and immediately scans his surroundings. Spotting a towering stone monument, he checks his wrist display. Currently, he has 0 points with 3 hours and 59 minutes left on the clock. He quickly notes that this screen only displays his personal score, leaving his actual top 10 ranking completely a mystery. This means every single participant will eventually have to head toward the central stone tablet to check their standings. And without a doubt, that central zone is bound to become an absolute war zone as time runs out. Even worse, if you try to hide and grind points, once you hit the top 10, your exact coordinates get broadcasted to everyone. You'll instantly become a walking target, inviting a massive wave of players to hunt you down. And here's the twist. The real goal of this exam is to force brutal player versus player combat. But Seth knows the ultimate truth. If you are strong enough, none of these rules actually matter. The weak can touch the powerful, while the strong will effortlessly harvest points from everyone else. Still, since it is basically a game, having fun is what counts. Suddenly, snap! Something shatters. A rank 1 stage 9 two-headed forest python tried to ambush him from behind, but its deadly fangs shattered instantly against his active defense barrier. Deciding to keep his spirit guardian active due to its low energy cost, Zed summons his rock ghost. He plans to lay low for a bit, using this chance to test the real combat capabilities of his new summon. Its dual attributes look promising, and the rock ghost immediately locks eyes with the writhing serpents. Zed tells it to hold back. A rank 1 stage 9 beast only gives 10 points, despite being almost as tough as a rank 2 stage 1 enemy worth 20 points. Hunting the peak beast of any rank is honestly just a massive waste of energy. Since they are benchmarking, the rock ghost Z wants a much tougher challenge, which gets his summon totally hyped. But let's pause. Z still worries if Guan will find him safely. We're all hoping she makes it. Meanwhile, Guan currently holds 30 points with 3 hours and 45 minutes remaining. She sends her fierce magic bird high into the sky to scout. As she desperately searches for him, her loyal avian summon glides overhead, keeping a sharp eye on the terrain. She spots other examinees getting completely wrecked by wild monsters. Soon her bird returns, unable to venture too far from its master. Realizing she has to count on sheer luck, she knows Z is easily strong enough to make the top 10. Just as she plans to track his coordinates at the stone tablet, a massive ostrich-like beast blindsides her from behind. She leaps back to dodge the charge as it rushes past. She recognizes it as a rank 2 stage 5 golden-back ostrich. It is absolutely no match for her rank 2 stage 7 magic flame bird, which strikes the beast down instantly, securing another 20 points easily. She is suddenly startled when a blunt object strikes her bird. She spins around in shock. A rival summon catches a returning boomerang. It is Rui, wielding a rank 2 stage 4 humanoid barbarian type named Odo. He smirks and greets Guan. Instantly remembering him, she calls him out for his shameless kill stealing. Rui laughs it off, claiming no rule forbids stealing kills. Worse, he plans to rob her entire score, ordering his Odo to destroy her bird. The barbarian hurls its weapon. Guan commands her bird to dodge, but to her absolute horror, the boomerang suddenly changes its trajectory. Losing her balance, Rui suddenly grabs her from behind, muffling her mouth. With her airway blocked, she cannot issue any more commands to her magic flame bird. He whispered that humanoid beasts have a massive edge over ordinary monsters because of their superior intelligence. They can fight independently, meaning his voice command was just a clever distraction. As Odo pins down her bird, Rui decides to toy with her before securing the elimination. By now, only 3 hours and 28 minutes remain, while Zed has quietly reached 40 points. While the rock ghost plays with a defeated monster's carcass, Z spots a nearby examinee named Jiang, accompanied by a bizarre big-mouthed monster. This rank 2 stage 7 summon is currently gripping a rank 2 stage 4 giant clawed monkey. The beast swallows the monkey whole, boosting Jiang's score to 60. Z calls out to him, and Jiang instantly recognizes him. And trust me, you and I are about to see Z play this guy like a violin for some crucial info. Alright, you and I are about to watch this clueless guy Xiang mistake an absolute beast of a pet for a common rock. Looking at this beast, he assumes Z couldn't be the legendary challenger who cleared the hardest trial, since that warrior supposedly wielded a powerful ice-type pet. Z calmly replies, his beast is nothing rare. He claims it is just a basic low-grade creature, barely upgraded to rank 2, prompting a smug Jiang to immediately show off his own partner. He brags about his incredibly rare exotic beast already sitting at rank 2 stage 7. Feeling completely flattered when Z casually feeds his massive ego. Feeling generous, he offers to help Z farm some easy points, confidently boasting he will secure a top 10 spot, while Z just calls it great. But Shan has a dark, cunning plan. Once Z outlives his usefulness, he will ambush and assassinate him deep in the woods to steal his points. Guan grabs Shu by the arm and slams him onto the ground. He tries to curse her out, but freezes in absolute terror at her expression. She glares down, reminding him that her brother stepped in first last time. Pay close attention now. Her legendary demon eyes activate, transforming her raging flames into a brilliant deadly pink. Her pet bird morphs into a blazing pink phoenix form, flapping its wings. Shu begs his companion Odo for help, but it is too petrified to move. Instead, the cowardly beast deserts him entirely. As Shu desperately screams for it to return, Guan mocks him, saying, "Smart pets are not always a blessing." Accepting his brutal fate, he only begs her not to hit him in the exact same spots Z did. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the forest. With Shu utterly defeated, Guan claims every single one of his points. The giant stone tablet updates, showing Ping Yun dominating the first place spot with 170 points. Right behind is Xin Yi with 120, Gang with 100, Ning at 70, and Xiang holding 5th place with 60 points. The supervising teacher realizes this year's crop of candidates is actually impressive, seeing as someone shattered the 100-point mark in under an hour. Monitoring the woods, he spots Pang Yun, marching forward only to encounter a deadly rank 3 stage 1 spotted tiger beast. Instantly, his own rank 3 stage 3 poison EV demon materializes. The wild tiger roars and charges straight at them. The sinister poison EV blares back swiftly, whipping out its thick fangs to bind one of the charging tiger's legs. The tiger easily breaks free and begins hungrily devouring the severed fangs. Seeing this, Pang Yun tells his plan to stop playing around and finish this up. Suddenly, the beast freezes, its eyes widening in shock as razor-sharp fangs burst violently outward from inside its body. The tiger collapses lifelessly. The poison ivy wraps around the corpse, feeding on its energy, pushing Pang Yun's score to 210. Securing his hold on the absolute top spot, the vibrant red stone tablet gleams brightly through the thick forest canopy. Xin Yi and Yong stand right before the scoreboard. Yong is thrilled for her, having fully expected her to claim second place. However, Xin Yi worries because he selflessly let her slay every beast they found, leaving his own score sitting at a flat 0. And let's be real, his strategy of hunting down top-ranked players for their points is actually pretty genius. When she asks who their first target is, Yong notes it is too early to challenge Pang Yun, and Gang is an ally. That leaves Guaning as their absolute best target. Xin Yi wonders why the highly praised genius Lindsay is completely missing from the board. Yong sneers that the guy probably just cheated. He is convinced the genius is nothing but a total fraud. Sensing Guan's presence to the east, he urges them to move out. Meanwhile, Guan quietly wanders the woods, accompanied by her loyal bird companion. Her sharp senses detect a deadly wind-cutting mantis to the left and a monstrous man-eating plant lurking on the right. As she ponders her path, Zed and Xiang trek deeper, stumbling upon a fierce rank 2, stage 4 withered beast plant type. Xiang casually leaves this opponent to Z, promising he will jump in to help him out later. In reality, the snake plans to swoop in at the very last second and steal the kill right as Z strikes. Rock Ghost punches the withered beast, instantly knocking it flat, leaving both the shaman and Xiang completely speechless. He can't believe it, defeated the beast in a single strike. Meanwhile, only 2 hours and 20 minutes remain. Still leading is Li Pengun with 290, followed by Guingyi at 200, Lu Gang at 170, and Liu Dahong with 100. Lin secures 9th place with 120 points, while Xiang plummets down to 12th place with 70 points. The supervising teacher, recognizing Zid's talent, marvels at how he soared from rank 33 to 9th in under 2 hours. Looking closer, he finally realizes the secret behind his rapid climb. Zhang reminds him that he allowed him to attack first, but not to completely vaporize their targets in one hit. He complains about being left empty-handed and demands Z share the loot, but Z simply apologizes, claiming it was an accident. He explains that since this trial decides their academy admission, he has ordered his beast to go absolutely all out in every single clash. And that's where we leave them, with Xiang pouting and absolutely hating how this brat is acting so high and mighty. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a setup where this guy thinks he's about to steal all the points. Suddenly, the system alerts Z that a rare beast is nearby and he's already tasting those extra points. Just ahead, a glittering golden tree trunk appears. Xiang can't believe their luck. A genuine, real-life golden tree. He thinks it's a massive bonus, but those branches snap out, snatching him while Z dodges backward instantly. It hauls Zhang upside down, opening a terrifying mouth. Turns out this is a lethal rank 3 stage 9 withered golden plant beast. He never saw this coming, screaming at his pet beast to get him down. But his pet is completely pinned too. Shock sets in as he realizes the plant is literally draining his spiritual energy. He begs Z to stop watching and help, but Z calmly reminds him they agreed this beast belonged to him. Zhang pleads with him to forget the deal because this monster is on a completely different level. He begs for a team up, but Z just shrugs, saying he trusts him to handle it before turning to walk away. Pay close attention here. Xiang keeps begging and Z finally agrees, but only for the right price. Xiang is secretly furious about being blackmailed, plotting to make Z pay the absolute second he gets free. He offers valuable secret intel on the other fighters if Z saves him right now. Z stops telling him to spill the details. With no choice, Xiang reveals secrets about the highly classified spirit techniques used by Pang Yun and Shini. As Xiang begs again, Z realizes this info might match Rhoda's enhancement skill, meaning it's incredibly valuable. He summons his rock pep beast, ordering it to target the enemy's weak spot with a crushing blow. The rock pet charges straight forward, leaping over a grasping branch and slicing clean through the wood with ease. It almost reaches the trunk, but a golden branch snags its torso and whips it back. Thick branches erupt and bind the rock pet. Z realizes his rank 2 stage 9 beast is struggling against a rank 3 stage 9 opponent. It can break free, forcing him to consider summoning the Snow Maiden in secret to end this fast. But suddenly he notices his pet rock beast is trembling. He calls out, taunting his beast, asking if that's all it's got, and demanding a breakthrough. The pet is clearly furious. Its next move completely shocks the massive tree. While trapped inside a ball of tight vines, dark mysterious smoke begins pouring from its head. Shang screams that they are doomed, thinking the pet is about to be totally drained of life. With only 1 hour and 54 minutes remaining and 27 fighters already eliminated, everyone is dying to see the real power of a genius trial clear prodigy. The rock pep completely dissolves into smoke, and that smoke starts spinning wildly. I know what you're thinking, but get ready. The rock beast just unlocked a crazy demonic form for 30 seconds. Jang gasps in confusion. Z knew it. Dual attribute beast always hides some special cheat-like abilities. He can't wait to see the true power of this demonic form as the tree roars in anger. It tries to impale the rock beast, but the branches pass harmlessly right through its smoky body. Zed realizes that in this form, the beast has no physical body, making it immune to all physical attacks. Impressed, he looks at the active screen to see stone projectile, earthen spikes, and a currently unavailable crushing blow. He ordered it to launch stone projectiles, aiming straight for the enemy's eyes and center. Unleashing Psychic energy, it batters the tree with heavy boulders. The massive plant crashes down, dropping Xiang and his pet hard onto the ground. Z notices the massive gap in ranks. That damage just wasn't enough to bring down the beast. The mouth monster grabs Shan and bolts, with Shan screaming at Z to run for his life. He's worried because if this kid gets eliminated, those precious points go right down the drain. The tree fires a barrage of branches at Z, but our main character summons the Snow Maiden to shield him instantly. On his command, she unleashes a freezing snowstorm just as the rock beast's 30-second timer runs out. Z orders a crushing blow, slamming the frozen tree right in its weak spot with devastating force. Z commands the rock pep beast to trigger its spectral form again. As the Snow Maiden activates Threat Cascade, ice crystals rain down on the frozen base of the giant plant. Z raises his fist, unleashing a massive spiritual energy strike to finally shatter the beast for good. The system confirms his clean victory, instantly evolving the rock demon to a rank 3 powerhouse. And that's where we leave it. Our rock beast can now split in two, making it absolutely unstoppable. You and I are starting this wild ride with a clone that copies every single move of the original, lasting 10 seconds for 100 points. Z notes that even though this skill is incredibly expensive, the sheer utility makes it totally worth the price. Once it splits, the spectral clone doubles its combat power, and it even level up mid-fight. A king rank path never disappoints, leaving Z absolutely thrilled, while Teacher He quietly observes him from the sidelines. With 80 minutes remaining on the clock, Z hits 180 points. Teacher He is completely blown away by this performance, immediately spotting divine rank potential in that summoned ice beast, and wondering how on earth this brat pulled it off. Zed realizes a rank 3 beast pays out 60 points, meaning his days of keeping a low profile are officially over. Out of nowhere, Xiang appears and nervously asks what happened, wondering if that terrifying withered golden beast is finally gone. He looks completely shocked and nervous, asking if Zay was the one who actually defeated it. Pointing at the gorgeous Snow Maiden, he asks where she came from and what school she belongs to. Z completely forgot to dismiss her. Since he was caught red-handed, Z knows he has to think fast, so he decides to play dumb and act completely clueless. He lies and says he defeated the withered golden beast, making Jiang assume that the two powerful beasts simply fought each other. He also guesses she might be a summoned pet, meaning her incredibly powerful master must be close by. But then he notices her powerful ice element. And here is where it gets crazy. He realizes her master is the legendary Lindsay, whose power is far beyond anything they can imagine. Terrified of being eliminated next, he panics, leaving Z speechless, until he secretly orders the Snow Maiden to fake an attack. The beast is confused, but Xiang turns pale when the Snow Maiden targets them, threatening them with sharp ice crystals. Xiang cries out in pure panic, while Xian realizes that both of them getting eliminated would be a massive loss. Deciding to sacrifice the guy next to him to escape his pet beast suddenly swallows him whole, making Z ask why. Jiang yells that it was only to protect him, then quickly commands his pet beast to retreat back into the system, finally stopping to catch his breath. Jiang is thrilled to have escaped with his points, but Z suddenly asks if they are safe. Wait, you saw that too, right? Z is totally fine inside the stomach, protected by a barrier, and asking what could possibly happen to him. While Z expects to be released, Sang panics, warning him that the monster is still chasing them. He knows something is seriously wrong, since the kid should have been digested by now, leaving him completely baffled. Suddenly, his pet beast's stomach growls before vomiting him right out, leaving Zhang asking how he survived. Z casually jokes that his pet beast must have indigestion, then suggests they team up to defeat the monster if it keeps chasing them. Zhang is totally speechless, thinking Zed is a complete idiot, before Zed points out that nothing is actually chasing them. Then Z asks him about that exclusive spirit technique. Xiang suggests they head to the stone tablet first, to check the top 10 rankings, offering to talk on the way. As they walk, Xiang explains that an exclusive spirit technique is a unique ability, only awakened by extremely talented beastmasters. You can't learn this technique from books, since it depends entirely on the beastmaster's own physical constitution. Because it is incredibly rare, regular teachers won't even mention it. Z asks him what Shinny and Peng's exclusive spirit techniques actually are. Reaching the stone tablet, Shan decides to take a quick look at the leaderboard first. Pang Yun is still leading with 370 points, followed by Xini Yang and Gang, with Lindsay comfortably holding 5th place with 180. Behind him are Da Hong with 140, Tian Hao, and finally Qin Chi Se with 100 points. With 58 minutes remaining, Xiang is disappointed but not surprised. His name is missing, though he still believes there is a chance. He feels there is still time, especially since 10th place only has 100 points. If he targets some weak kids, he can easily secure his spot, but his eyes widen in shock when he sees 180 points glowing on Z's arm. He refused to believe it, but the scoreboard shows only Lindsay holds that exact high score. Trembling with fear as the truth hits him, he stammers out a question and our boy calmly reveals his real name. Xiang is stunned when Z offers to team up, suddenly remembering that those who clear super difficult levels can control two beasts. He realizes this kid has been hiding his insane power the entire time. Realizing the powerful ice beast belongs to him, he wonders if Z plans to defeat him next. But Z reminds him who saved his life from that golden beast, and trust me, you and I are about to see what crucial info he reveals. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action. Xiang refused to back down, ordering his beast to crush Z, but a rock beast suddenly intercepts. The Snow Maiden joins the fray, completely freezing his monster and sending Xiang crashing onto his butt. Z scoffs, noting that even if Xiang is weak, he is still worth a rare rank 3 beast, so he is claiming those points. Desperate Xiang tries to bargain and begs for mercy, but Z has changed his mind. He does not care about his secrets, since all spirit techniques look alike to him. Xiang wonders how that is even possible. Simple none can match Z. He orders his snow maiden to cast an ice shower, making Xiang curse. But suddenly, yellow vines erupt and impale him. The surprise attack came from Ping Yun, who reveals he has been waiting for Z for a very long time. Shen calls out to his boss, warning him to watch out for that ice element monster. Z is surprised to run into him here, but welcomes the chance to settle their unfinished business. Ping Yun tells Shan he can go back and rest, leaving Shan glad his boss took his points instead of some stranger. Just like that, Shan is eliminated, boosting Ping Yun's points to 430. Now pay attention here. Ping Yun dares Zep to show his true power, to prove who is the real #1 beginner. Z casually replies that he does not care about the top rank telling him to just take it. Ping Yun immediately interprets this as a total surrender. He sneers, mocking Z for being nothing more than an absolute coward. He boasts that after defeating Z, he will crush everyone in the high ranks, erasing Xingyi Yonggang and Guan. He laughs like a madman, admitting that the rush of destroying his rivals is totally addictive. Hearing Guan's name triggers Z's memory, realizing she is currently in the exact same sector as Yong and Xingyi. This means Guan is in serious danger. He bolts toward the east, but Ping Yun commands his monster to block his path. Massive vines shoot out, wrapping around the rock ghost and slamming directly into Z's defensive barrier. Ping Yun laughs at how easily Z got caught, calling him a hyped-up clown who does not deserve his reputation before ordering his beast to drain their energy. Z scolds, refusing to waste another second on this guy. He silently commands his snow maiden to sneak behind him and strike. Caught completely off guard, Ping Yun is instantly frozen solid, while his poison ivy beast meets the exact same icy fate. The rock ghost instantly shatters both frozen targets, as Z coldly repeats that he does not have time for games. Slowly, the frost on the shattered vines begins to melt. Another student approaches, noting that Ping Yun's incredible vitality somehow kept him alive through that. This newcomer is Lu Gang. But get this, Lu Gang realizes Z left Ping Yun alive and swoops in to steal those points. He summons his Iron Armored Dragon, a rank 2 stage 9 beast, and orders it to deliver a direct fatal strike to Ping Yun. Gang expects a counter from Ping Yun's beast, but knows his rival has no strength left. As the icy statue shatters, Gang believes he has secured the top rank, but checking his arm, his score remains unchanged. Something is wrong. As his dragon struggles with the shifting vines, Gan turns around, only to be violently snared by a sudden attack. Stunned, he hears Ping Yun whisper that there is no harm in explaining things to a loser. He reveals his exclusive spirit technique, mimicry synchronization. Gang desperately commands his dragon to fight back, only to find his mighty beast pinned to the ground before dissolving into thin smoke. Meanwhile, Zed rushes through the forest, fueled by the terrifying talk of Xin Yi and Yong hurting his precious sister. If they dare touch her, Z will absolutely end their lives. Elsewhere, Guan is trapped in a water bubble, while a rank 2 stage 8 steel-scaled dragon suppresses her beast. Struggling to break free, she realizes this water prison was made by a rank 3 stage 2 ghost spirit, making escape impossible from inside. Yong tells Xin Yi that he will leave the rest to her. If she claims Guan's points, she will secure her spot as the class monitor. But she asks him why he's stepping aside. She teases him, asking if Guan's beauty made him soft, but he coldly replies that he has zero interest in other girls. Xin Yi tells him to be patient and wait, prompting him to ask what they could possibly be waiting for. Staring into the trees, she waits for their big target to bite, When sudden earth spikes erupt beneath them, Yong reacts instantly with a water shield while his dragon easily deflects the incoming attack. Z finally arrives, demanding that Xinyi and Yong release her, shocking them and even Guan with his 2 summoned beasts. She warns him they are too strong, but trust me, you and I know Z is about to save her right now. Let's dive in, as Yang asks if he is Z the legend who cleared that super hard level. Xinyi was thrilled to confirm her hunch, knowing from day one that this guy was just built different. Yang wanted a piece of him to test his power, warning him that this opponent was no average fighter. He replied that by crushing him and handing over his points, she would take charge of the new class. He even offered to surrender his points to her, ordering his necromancer pep beast to trap Z inside a massive water prison. Water closed in around Z, but he shattered it instantly with soul force. Yang was stunned by his raw spirit power. Suddenly the rock beast lunged forward. Yang quickly retaliated with the water pillar assault formation. A massive water spike shot from the ground, trapping the beast inside a liquid cage. He successfully captured one of Z's beasts, but Z calmly ordered it into ghost form, letting it slip right through the liquid barrier. It countered with earth spikes, forcing the opponent's necromancer to also shift into ghost spirit form. Yang bragged that his beast was immune to physical strikes, but Xinyi screamed at him to watch his back. Spikes erupted right behind him. He spun around, absolutely shocked to see a ghost spirit clone staring back. Z mockingly noted that too bad Yang himself was not immune to physical damage. Yang was furious. Yang commanded his beast to cast a death spirit seal, unleashing a dark force that locked down the rock beast and its clone. Finding him incredibly annoying, Z decided it was time for his snow maiden to finally join the fight. He recalled the rock beast to normal form before the necromancer could destroy it. Yang kept talking trash, but Z told him to shut up. Watch closely now. Z is about to unleash his true power as he summons the mythical snow maiden. Xinyi realized Z was way out of their league, knowing that if this battle continued, they would be the ones facing total elimination. She begged everyone to stop and talk it out, making Z frown in deep annoyance. She pointed out they all made the top 10, meaning there was no reason to fight, since they would soon be academy classmates anyway. But the Snow Maiden remained in a battle stance. Xinyi frantically ordered Yang to release the hostage girl. Yang argued that if they let her go, those two will team up and make things way worse. Xinyi screamed at him to just do it. Grudgingly, he cancelled the water prison, freeing Guan as her dragon pet leaped away to safety. She thanked Z for saving her life, and he assured her that nobody would ever dare touch her in his presence. He coldly told the duo he could easily save his sister after wiping them out, so their pathetic offer meant nothing. Yang lost his mind at those words, completely determined to go all out. He ordered Xinyi to strike first, but she ignored him, telling Z she had an offer he could not resist. Z just went, oh. She explained her secret spirit technique, offering to use her extreme sensitivity to help him unlock his own ultimate hidden power. He admitted it was actually a solid deal, while Yang yelled that she should not help this absolute jerk. I know what you are thinking, he is totally jealous, and seeing her blush makes him hate Z even more. Then a new player arrives. Z realized this crazy guy was still breathing. It was Pang Yun, boasting that he could now destroy everyone present in one single strike. This newcomer annoyed Yang even more, while Xinyi suggested to Z they team up to claim the #1 spot. Z noticed the chaos escalating with only 10 minutes remaining on the clock. High above, their teacher watched everything play out. He wanted to protect these fresh recruits, fearing that a brutal free-for-all would end up wiping out their brightest talents. He ordered a senior to intervene, giving them exactly 10 minutes to defuse the massive tension. Yang whispered to Shinny, asking if she was joking, since he planned to use Pang Yun as bait to buy them an advantage. She apologized, admitting she wanted to help Z, leaving him absolutely shell-shocked. Realizing she had a massive crush, Yang decided to fight alone. Pang Yun challenged them all to step up, but someone suddenly stopped the madness. An instructor announced they were all already accepted, revealing a brand new special challenge mission was prepared for them instead of more fighting. A massive portal opened. A figure stepped through. Since these rookies far surpassed their peers, the teacher wanted to test their absolute limits. He introduced elite second-year academy students, all ranked as strong mid-tier fighters. They had to spar and any winner would receive a legendary one-time baptism, though losers would still be allowed to enroll. Guan complained this was totally unfair, since they were not official students yet, matched against veteran second years, while their own pet beasts were completely exhausted from non-stop battles. But she looked hype. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what's next. Trust me on this one, you and I are about to watch some serious drama unfold, as Ping Yun promises plenty of fights once they become classmates. Yong snapped back, telling them to survive the second-year trial first, singing as if they are allies now. While she smiles warmly, Z remains completely stone-faced. Guan interrupts, claiming her brother hasn't agreed yet. Honestly, Z only wants that baptism reward to boost his physical strength and soul power. But wait, they only sent 4 fighters instead of 5. It feels like they are being seriously underestimated. Z gives Ginny a condition. If she wants an alliance, she must team up with his sister and beat a second year. Ginny and Guan both whine, insisting they only want to team up with him. He tells Guan he can handle his opponent alone, but if the two girls work together, they actually stand a chance. Chow, one of the arrogant newcomers, asks if they are finished talking, so who wants a piece of him first? He even dares them to attack all at once, but Yong steps up, eager to take him down himself. He wants to prove himself to Shinny, but watch closely here. Tao warns him not to do anything incredibly stupid. He summons his rank 3 stage 8 wind-slicing mantis. Meanwhile, Jiang Man points right at Pang Yun, choosing him as her target. Ping Yun snaps back, warning her that he won't hold back just because she's a girl. She summons her massive rank 3 stage 9 Thunder Lion, blushing furiously while telling him to bring absolutely everything he has got. Using her special eyes, Shiny analyzed the remaining opponents, noting that the girl seems to be the weaker one. The Pompadour guy challenges Z simply because Z's hair annoys him. Z casually agrees politely, asking him to play nice. The blue-haired girl admits the first-year girls are adorable, but then adds that she absolutely despises girls cuter than herself. With that chilling warning, she prepares to fight. Both targets immediately get a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, back at the exam room, Xiaoyun and Xion are totally devastated after getting eliminated. Xiaoyun accepts the harsh reality. There are too many geniuses here, and without a miracle, they are done for. While Xiang breaks down crying, Gang feels completely cheated because he played it safe the whole time but still lost. Shuai can still feel his face stinging as the teacher observed the standouts, when suddenly someone taps his shoulder from behind. It is Gao Wenbi who tells the examiner to leave the next batch of test candidates to him, knowing Gao is just here to steal the students he worked so hard to select. The teacher listens as Gao argues that extreme test miss hidden talent. He reveals that he still has 10 open slots left. He believes he can find some hidden gems among the failed students. The other teacher sighs and tells him to handle it himself. Teacher Gao then announces some incredible news to the failures. He has 10 spots left and anyone who passes his test is in. You and I both saw this miracle coming, and the students are absolutely thrilled. She urges Xiaoyun to push harder. Instantly, the entire room is filled with determination. Back in the forest, Hyung complains about the massive power gap while Tao openly mocks him for losing so quickly. Lightning strikes. The opponent praises Ping Yun's incredible endurance, but since he got completely fried, he still lost. If this continues, it will turn into a total massacre. Ping lies motionless, completely and utterly defeated. Seeing him knocked out, she scoffs, muttering that these supposed genius newcomers are actually a joke. She warns the girls that this academy is full of geniuses, while her terrifying pet beast glares forward. It is a rank 3 stage 7 humanoid type berserker. She harshly lectures them, saying their make-up time should have been spent training instead. Back at the exam hall, Teacher Gao openly admits he disagrees with the other teacher's extreme style. He believes that crushing students like that will only completely destroy their confidence. The other replies that he is just humbling them, otherwise they will enter the academy acting arrogant, forgetting there is always a bigger fish out there. Gao laughs when he notices that one student is completely unfazed by the pressure. Zetion's beast is a rank 3 stage 9 blazing warrior, but it was just frozen into a solid ice statue. In absolute shock, he can only watch as Z declares his victory. Gao is ecstatic to have uncovered such a gem. He has seen countless geniuses, but nothing like Z. It is like looking at one of the legendary 8 prodigies of the Federation in their youth. He exclaims that it is truly inspiring. Gao adds that at Z's age, even those legendary 8 prodigies probably lack this level of terrifying strength. So stick around, because you and I are definitely going to see Z dominate his new class. Get ready, because you and I are jumping right back into the action as the system alerts Z that the powerful blazing warrior has officially been defeated. Zedian stood there in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Guan cheered for Z's massive victory. Ginan had to admit she never saw this insane strength coming. Yong felt crushed by the massive power gap, but promised to turn that frustration into pure motivation once he got home. Tao scoffed, asking if Zetian held back. He could not believe an unregistered student just beat a second-year senior. But Z just calmly asked if they want to keep fighting. That set Tao off. He barked at Z not to underestimate them, just because of some lucky underhanded trick. Z calmly asked if they plan to jump him all at once. Snarls of arrogance echo as Tao immediately commands his giant mantis to strike. Suddenly, Rock Ghost leaps in to block the mantis. Gao quickly steps in, yelling to end it, since Tao never stood a chance anyway. If this keeps up, the second year will completely lose face while Z makes endless enemies. Agreeing with this, he loudly declares that the trial is officially over. Tao tries to protest, but the teacher ignores him. He announces that while Z is the only one who passed, the others still did great. He's confident their powers will skyrocket once they officially join the elite Zhongning Academy. Tao curses, pointing aggressively at Z, as he vows they will settle this the second he steps on campus. Zed just flashes a cheeky thumbs up, telling him there is no need to fight, since Tao is clearly the superior one. That massive burn makes Tao explode with rage. He screams that he won't forget this before storming off. Now pay attention, because Zeb is claiming his rewards. His constitution hits 10.8. Soul power reaches 1080, and his baseline stat jumps from 5 to 9. The examiner warmly congratulates him on securing his spot at the prestigious academy. The system chimes confirming the baptism is complete. He gains 500 points, bringing his total to 1,180. Rockgo's growth climbs to 33%, while Snow Maiden hits 12%. Stepping back into the main exam hall, a massive crowd instantly swarms him, their faces filled with utter awe and curiosity. Zay sighs, thinking to himself that it is the exact same scene every single time he wakes up. Suddenly, a hand grabs his arm. It is teacher Jingy, who whispers that she can sense his rock ghost still has a secret unlocked form. She tells him to track her down after the exams if he wants to learn more. He simply nods and says, "Okay, teacher." The head examiner demands absolute silence before officially announcing that only the top 10 students have officially passed. He then names Pang Yun as the #1 freshman. The crowd applauds, but everyone looks completely confused by the decision. Whispers break out as they wonder how Zed didn't win. Even Pang feels humiliated knowing Zed easily outperformed him. "We both know Z deserved that top spot," and Teacher Gao whispers the exact same thing to his colleague. He argues it's completely unfair, but the headmaster replies that they cannot risk placing all their bets on just one person. Besides, the rules clearly state the top rank goes by score. With a heavy sigh, Gao has to accept the decision. The examiner then calls out for all the students participating in the resurrection trial to follow him. Meanwhile, the top 10 can head home and wait 10 days for the ceremony. Guan quickly comforts Xiao Yun and Si. She is confident they will ace the resurrection trial. Just then, Jing approaches Z, admitting his intel was trash since he didn't recognize him. He flatters him over his incredible fighting style and quickly pitches a wild proposal. Z asks what he's after, only for the guy to beg to become his underling. Z is shocked, while Xiang dramatically praises him. Z bluntly replies that he does not take underlings. Plus, Xiang hasn't even officially passed the entrance exam yet, but Xiang confidently vows to ace it and asks Z to wait. Watching this, Pang Yun just coughs before walking out. Once outside, Guan eagerly suggests celebrating with a fun day out in the city. Z readily agrees, feeling absolutely exhausted and desperate for some much-needed relaxation time. Guan suggests staying overnight and heading back tomorrow. Z easily agrees, making her blush instantly. But then he pulls out his phone to check something. Scrolling through local hotel prices, he suddenly turns pale. He spent every single penny buying rare evolution materials for his stubborn rock pep beast. His current bank balance, a measly 300. Sensing his panic, she suggests grabbing dinner first, leading him to a luxury restaurant where pet beasts are actually allowed to dine too. Zeb stands there, totally confused, having absolutely no idea such a fancy place existed. Guan beams, admitting she has been dying to visit this spot for a very long time. She suggests they summon their hardworking beasts to share the feast, and Z agrees. "Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next." Guan gasps in sheer shock. The last time she saw little Snowball, she was just a tiny little girl. Let's kick things off with a beautiful, impossibly fast evolution that left her absolutely speechless and begging for answers. Ziki just blamed it on high compatibility with his beast, keeping his secret system completely hidden. He promised a full explanation some other time. She suggested ordering, but seeing the high prices on the menu made Zeke sweat like crazy. The rock ghost was hyped to eat, while Snow Maiden pecked the bird who loved the attention. When the waiters came over to take their order, Guan did not hold back and ordered a ton. 5 minutes later, the food arrived. Zeke looked hilariously stressed out, but soon everyone was completely stuffed. Zeke was sweating bullets, wondering if they should run. The bill was 37,000 yen, but thankfully Guan offered to pay. Talk about relief. Our broke man character was safe, and they headed out to stroll and enjoy the city views. She was excited to study together, but Zeke was busy stressing over how to make some quick cash. Standard missions would take way too long. Just then, they walked past a noisy shop where crowds were cheering in amazement. Inside was a fighting ring where a four-armed freak had just crushed a rank 3 stage 3 titan kangaroo. The rank 3 stage 2 mutant grinned proudly as the referee called out for any brave new challengers. Pay close attention here, because if a challenger can defeat this four-armed beast, they take the entire cash prize. An entry fee of just 300 yen could win them the massive grand prize of 50,000 yen. Zeki saw his chance to make quick cash, instantly summoning his reliable rock ghost. The referee announced that spells and spirit techniques were banned. This was raw hand-to-hand combat for the ultimate crowd-pleasing thrill. Zeke asked his rock ghost if he was feeling ready. The referee warned them that entering the ring required signing a serious death waiver before fighting. If any beast gets killed in battle, the ring takes zero responsibility. Zeke asked Guan if she wanted to watch. She asked if he was actually joining, and he replied that he never turns down free cash. The system showed the opponent was rank 3 stage 1, while his rock ghost was only rank 2 stage 9. Time for an upgrade. Placing his hand on the beast, a rag blow erupted, boosting it straight to rank 3 stage 3. This cost him 780 points. We both know that is a massive blow to his savings. Guan was totally baffled by the sudden level up, but Zeke just joked that it was probably the good food. She cheered him on, confident of victory, as the referee announced that a new challenger had arrived. He hyped up the crowd, begging everyone to applaud his crazy bravery. The referee openly mocked Zeke as a scrawny kid with a red-haired stone pet, making the entire crowd laugh. Thinking the kid had lost his mind, the crowd jeered, until the rock ghost let out a loud, funny burp. The massive four-armed freak completely towered over the rock ghost. Its mug owner was named Jiang Shu. He warned Zeke not to cry if his pet got accidentally crushed. Zeke just smiled and told him to bring it. Calling him a cocky brat, they signed the waiver, and the referee finally kicked off the brutal match. Shu ordered his beast to attack, but its grab completely missed. Zeke immediately realized his rock ghost had a major speed advantage. The rock ghost kicked, but the enemy caught its leg instantly. A follow-up punch was blocked easily, and the rock ghost was violently lifted and slammed onto the hard ground. Slammed face first, Zeke started to feel genuinely worried. Shu bragged that his four-armed beast might look simple, but its insane raw strength could crush creatures far above its rank. Just as Zeke expected, these specific rules heavily favored the brute. No wonder they were so incredibly confident. Suddenly, the mutant clamped two of its fists together. The rock ghost tried to dodge, but the freak caught its leg again, delivering a heavy double fist hammer strike. Shu laughed, asking if that was it, while Guan grew increasingly worried for her friend. Zeke knew that if special skills were allowed, his rock ghost would easily humiliate the stupid brute. But with raw brawling rules, they were totally outmatched against a four-armed powerhouse built specifically for close quarters fighting. But let's remember, danger is when this rock ghost unlocks its crazy new forms. It was a massive life or death gamble, but you and I are about to find out if it pays off. Zeke shouted, asking his pet if this was its absolute limit. You and I are about to watch a brutal showdown, where this four-armed freak mocks his opponent, asking if he always needs backup before trying to crush him. But the beast looks up, rises, and unleashes a devastating punch. Its rocky outer skin shatters, unlocking the legendary Ghost General form. This form lasts 60 seconds, boosting speed by 300%, while dropping defenses down to negative 100%. Z is absolutely thrilled by this wild transformation. He finally realized that rocky armor can be shed instantly to adapt to any fight. The multi-arm monster strike, but Rock Ghost leap high to dodge. Shu sneers, asking if it still has not learned its lesson. He tries to grab Rock Ghost by the leg, but it completely vanishes, leaving both Shu and his beast totally dazed. The beast spins around, only to take a brutal kick straight to the back as Rock Ghost grins. A barrage of fast strikes forces the giant to curl up in defense. With 10 seconds left on the clock, Z shouts to stop messing around and finish him. He charges ahead, unleashing a massive lightning surge that sends the four-armed beast crashing down. Rock Ghost hits rank 3, stage 4 unlocking, lightning charge, though it is only usable in this Ghost General form. But now the 60 seconds are up. Watch closely as the transformation fades, leaving Shu and the entire crowd in utter disbelief. The referee calls the match, naming the four-armed beast the winner. Hearing this, Z turns completely pale. The crowd is outraged because that giant clearly lost. But someone points out that the kid broke the rules by using an illegal skill. The referee confirms the violation. The crowd saw the beast transform, but some argue that shedding armor isn't a spell, while Guan screams that this is totally rigged and unfair. Shu taunts Z, telling him he won't walk away with the prize money that easily after pulling a cheap trick. Z accepts the defeat but offers a new deal, a raw one-on-one fistfight between them. If Z wins, he pays the cash. Shu asks if he is actually being challenged, while the ref cannot believe this kid wants a real human fight. The referee announces that Shang Shu is a former professional free fighting champion. The bloodthirsty crowd roars for a real brawl. Z smirks, noting this is way more exciting than a standard beast match. Rock Ghost looks downcast, but Z comforts his beast, saying they already won and he will handle the next match himself. Shu nods to the referee, who loudly declares that Z is the first person ever brave enough to challenge Shu. If Z wins, the prize money is his. The crowd goes wild, cheering for Shu to teach this brat a lesson and spill some blood. Z gives Guan a quick nod as Shu taunts him to bring it on, so they can have some real fun. Meanwhile, we zoom in on Yong, who confronts Shinji, asking if she actually fell for Z. She tells him it is none of his business, reminding him he is just a brother to her. Angered, Yong asks how he is worse than some kids. He argues that she barely knows him and wants to protect her, but Shinji remains firm that this is strictly her concern. She coldly tells him to head home and rest, leaving him staring at her back with a bitter look. He storms off, vowing to surpass his rival. But as he walks away, a sudden cry for help cuts through the air. He finds a blue-haired woman cowering next to her defeated rank 1 stage 2 flame hound. Yong kicks the attacking beast away, sending it crashing hard to the side. He asks if she is alright and where this wild monster came from. Suddenly, a mysterious voice from the rooftop calls out, claiming there is no such thing as an evil beast. Yong snaps to attention, raising his guard as the stranger leaps down, demanding to know who he is and if that beast is his. The stranger explained that humans call beasts good when they serve us, but brand them as evil when they do not. He questioned who gets to decide that. Confused, Yong demands to know his point. and the man notes that beasts outlive humans. Because of their intense loyalty, many beasts refuse to serve anyone else after their original master passes away. They are left entirely alone for decades with nobody to care for them or show them any affection. They get labeled as monsters. Fed up with the lecture, Yong summons his beast, but the man suddenly asks if he is Tan Yong. Yong is shocked that this stranger knows his grandfather. Yong orders him to surrender immediately for punishment at the association, but as his beast approaches, the stranger calmly commands it to step back. With a single touch to the flamehound's head, the beast's mind begins to warp instantly. The creature writhes in agonizing pain before transforming into a feral monster, leaving Yong utterly clueless. The man smiles, saying he was searching for people like Yong, but luck brought his prey straight to him. Now you and I are about to see if Yong survives this nightmare, as a monstrous flamehound prepares to attack. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild arena showdown as Shinny wanders into a roaring crowd. Peeking inside, she is shocked to spot Z standing in the ring, and immediately starts rooting for him. Suddenly, Shinny finds herself standing right next to Ning. Meanwhile, the opponent brags about winning his first free fight championship in Kanggya City back in the year 3241. By 3243, he crushed the heavy hitter Liang from Suruka in Qingping City. After that, he dominated the Zhongying Free Fight Championship, winning it 3 consecutive years. This was Jogu, also known as Flash Shredder. While he yaps, Z analyzes him, noting a normal human's constitution average between 2 and 4. He estimates this big talker is around 4 to 8. Gu notices his totally relaxed face. Usually rookies tremble just hearing his legendary stats, but this kid does not even blink. So the giant offers to keep the opening move, claiming he does not want people saying he bullies children. Even the referee wants Zed not to break his own hand. Gu tells the crowd to watch closely, while Zed promises not to hold back. Zed's fist smashed directly into Gu's cheek, drawing blood and launching the giant completely off his feet. The entire crowd gasps as the champion flies out of the ring knocked cold. Even the referee has no idea what just happened. Just like that, Gu is finished in one blow. Pay attention to how hype Shinny and Ning get instantly high-fiving each other. Suddenly realizing their mistake, they awkwardly turn away and ignore each other. But the referee objects, claiming the match had not officially started, meaning she broke the rules. He prepares to declare a disqualification. But one death stare from Zed terrifies the referee, making him stammer that he simply misspoke. He quickly backtracks, announcing that no rules were broken, and declares Z the official winner. Just like that, Z gets 50,000 credited to his account, securing their hotel budget. Instantly, Ning and Shinny run up to congratulate him. Shinny pats his shoulder, admitting she genuinely doubted he could take down that massive tank. Ning reminds her they are not exactly best friends. Shinny argues that since they fought together before, they are teammates and future classmates. She introduces herself again, hoping they can be friends, leaving Ning to pout silently. Z simply asks why she is here. Well, you and I are about to see her offer to help unlock his soul power, as long as they become friends. He suggests finding somewhere quiet to talk, leading them straight to a local hotel room. Sitting on the bed, the two girls feel extremely awkward, wondering how they ended up here. Z simply tells her to start. Shinny explains her exclusive soul power is called perception, a rare gift she has possessed since she was 7. It lets her sense hidden things normal humans miss, including spiritual auras, navigation, and even glimpses of the future. Ning is deeply impressed. Z then asks how she can assist him, and she instructs him to close his eyes. Closing her own eyes, she leans in close. Feeling left out, Ning starts to protest, but Shinny quickly hushes her. She explained this close proximity is crucial for guiding his energy. Ning pouts in jealousy, but she reluctantly chooses to trust her anyway. Shinny gets completely distracted by her own racing heartbeat, forcing herself to focus on the task. Suddenly, she senses a swirling vortex of pastel colors, eventually revealing a mysterious silhouette with no defined features. She reports seeing a bizarre contracted beast, but it resembles neither his rock ghost nor his snow maiden. It looks like a hybrid instead. Snapping back to reality, Zed asks if she means a literal vision, and she nods yes. She explains her constitution is too low to extract precise details, then turns to Ning and tells her she is up next. Ning questions if touching foreheads is truly necessary. Shinny confirms it, stating that deep potential can only be unlocked through direct contact. She closes her eyes once more, but opening them again, absolute shock washes over her face. A terrifying demonic figure with horns and tails stands in the center, surrounded by countless crawling beasts, sharing those same features. Suddenly, the central beast stares directly at her. Petrified, she stumbles backward in fear, prompting Ning to ask what she witnessed. She lies, claiming she only saw dark shadows, suggesting that Ning's potential is just dormant and requires much more intense training to manifest. However, deep down, an ominous dread begins to consume her. Choosing to keep this dark secret to herself, she notices it is already 11:29 p.m. Incredibly late. She acts like a helpless girl with absolutely nowhere else to go, claiming dangerous thugs might target her unless they let her stay the night. Both Ning and Z are completely stunned. Taking their silence as an immediate yes, she cheerfully thanks them for the shelter. This leads to all three sharing one bed, with Z lying wide awake in the middle, while the girls fake sleep. They pick at our main character, and trust me, Z is extremely uncomfortable. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the action. He put aside his doubts, knowing his rock ghost and snow maiden had to cooperate to trigger their devastating exclusive technique. 10 days later, the class rankings are finally posted. Crowding around the board, they see Zed scored rank 1. Ning is thrilled. They are classmates again. But when she notices Shinny is also in their room, her smile completely vanishes. Suddenly, Young walks up to Shinny, asking about his bruises. She immediately assumes he got into another brutal street fight. He shrugs, saying he just crossed paths with some troublesome jerks. Though annoyed to be in this class, he accepts his fate. Meanwhile, Pen breathes a sigh of relief. If he were in Zay's class, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing him. Yang honestly admits he wants to punch his face in. Just then, Ning approached her friends. She is ecstatic that they passed. They only made it into class 4, while classes 1 and 2 get the elite treatment. But they are still thrilled that all their hard work finally paid off. They sincerely thank her for training them. Inside the elite classroom, the instructor stands tall, announcing he is the homeroom teacher for class 1. For the next 3 years, he will personally guide their cultivation journey. They have tons of courses available and attendance is completely optional. But he has one strict rule. Even if they skip class, their training must never stop. He also warns them that periodic tests will evaluate their progress. Fail and you are kicked down to regular class. But the top 3 scorers get a massive $100,000 scholarship, prompting Ning to marvel at such an insane reward. Just 2 victories, and she could easily afford a premium high-grade contracted beast trainer. The teacher adds that the academy also offers unique clubs, recreational activities, and advanced training programs they can explore after hours. Now pay attention, because he requires everyone to join one specific program: virtual combat. Right behind the main building sits a massive virtual arena, capable of hosting thousands of students simultaneously. Through these high-tech simulation battles, they will gain practical experience and rapidly level up their beasts. Since the virtual network is fully connected, they will not just battle classmates. They are matched against every single Beastmaster across the entire Beastmaster Federation. Climbing the ladder does not just bring massive rewards. Their total score directly determines if they rank as bronze, silver, gold, or ultimate Beastmasters. Z remembers sitting in his living room, realizing he had to raise his beast's levels as fast as possible. His attempt to fuse them failed due to a level mismatch. Back in reality, the teacher steps down and dismisses class. You and I know Z is thrilled to use this virtual arena to level up. The moment he steps outside, eager club recruiters mob him. A girl representing the Winter Club makes her pitch. She boasts that they are the supreme authority on ice beasts. Instantly, a guy from the Colossus Club cuts in, bragging that they focus entirely on powerful rock beasts. They promise mutual growth through sparring. A recruiter from the Spirit Club approaches next, but she rejects everyone. Suddenly, onlookers notice the High Mountain Club arriving. The Spirit Club girl warns him that they are a top 5 powerhouse at Jiangning Academy, where every single member is a certified elite. The towering second year leading the group is an officer of the High Mountain Club, a top 3 entrance exam scorer. He marches straight towards Sep. Luhan demands to know if he is indeed Z. His lackey confirms it, while Shinny instantly senses heavy trouble brewing. She never expected the jerk from before was part of this faction. Z calmly asks what their problem is. Join the High Mountain Club, and their past beef is forgotten. Han adds that they do not extend invitation to just anyone. A member sneers, telling him to be smart and grab this rare opportunity while he can. But Z flatly refuses. To him, joining any student club is just a fast track to unnecessary headaches. It offers zero benefits for his training, and that goes double for the High Mountain Club. An angry member snaps at him to stop being ungrateful, threatening that refusing them means making a mortal enemy of the entire club. Z shrugs unfazed and simply walks away. While Han grinds his teeth in fury, Shinny feels incredibly proud. Ning is worried, but Zed repeats that joining clubs is just a massive headache. He adds that if they are truly tough, they can try changing his mind with raw strength. Reaching the simulation room, they see a massive crowd. As Z logs in, Ning resolves to match his rapid pace. They close their eyes, and when they open them, they are standing inside a vast virtual reality. Z checks his stat, 1 match, 0 point, and rank 573,000. You and I know he won't stay there long. Let's dive into this massive virtual combat world with Sei, aiming for the top 10,000. First, the matchmaking system successfully finds an opponent and the countdown begins. 10 seconds to battle. Instantly, the arena transforms into a vast grassland, leaving Sei stunned as his opponent mocks him, asking if he is a first-timer. When asked if he is a student, Zai nods, and the opponent grins. He brags that rookies always flood the system when school starts, feeling incredibly lucky to draw such an easy target. Ready to grab some free points, he summons his pet, a dangerous steel tusk boar, a beast type at stage 2 phase 1. The guy is hyped for an easy win, while Zay realizes the ranking system matched them because they are both rated as total beginners. Zay summons Rock Ghost, who looks down on the boar while the arrogant man boasts about the harsh reality of experience. Rock Ghost casually stomps its heavy foot onto the boar's head, instantly ending the fight. Look at his face. His jaw literally hits the floor after that absolutely insane one-hit knockout. Rock Ghost then crushes a Stage 2 Phase 3 Viking warrior, launching Zay's rank up to over 573,000. Next, they take down a Stage 2 Phase 6 Spirit Cat, pushing his climbing rank even higher to 572,000. They easily burn down a smelly man-eating plant at Stage 2 Phase 9, shooting Zay's rank straight up to 548,000. 2 days of non-stop grinding later, Rock Ghost reached Stage 3 Phase 7, while Snow Maiden breaks into Stage 4 Phase 2. Zay is now ranked 99,832, securing a sweet bonus of 1,000 achievement points. Realizing those 2 days of brutal high-intensity combat help Rock Ghost leap 3 phases, Zay finally decides to log off. He knows his loyal summon is completely exhausted. Back in reality, he spotted an article trending about an insane rookie breaking into the top 100,000 in 3 days. Online comments are going wild over his perfect 100% win rate, wondering who this mystery freshman could be. Just as Ning wakes up, she asks when he got up, while their roommate Pang Yun greets them, only to scoff when Zay calls him the top freshman. Pang Yun asks why Zay is up so late, teasing that he has major news, while Zay jokes if the news is him dropping out. Instead, he brags about breaking into the top 150,000 in 3 days, which actually surprises Ning. But wait, did you see his face drop when Ning reveals Zay actually just crushed the top 100,000? Pang Yun stands there frozen, wearing a completely defeated expression before they finally head out of the dorm. On their walk, Ning admits she is stuck around rank 180,000, finding it impossible to climb any higher. She contemplates contracting a brand new pet beast and asks him if he has any solid recommendations. Stunned, Zay asks when she even qualified for a second contract, and she reminds him that she is the only student who cleared the advanced trial. He quietly remembers that while one person beat advanced, he was the monster who actually conquered the super difficulty. Laughing it off, Zay quickly claims he was just teasing her. When he asks if she has a specific beast in mind, she admits she is still unsure. She needs to evaluate its growth potential, rarity, and how perfectly it synergizes with her flame-winged bird. Zay tells her to relax, offering to help, since he has plenty of experience when it comes to choosing powerful beasts. He believes it is time she gets a beast with a hidden evolution path, so she happily invites him to the pet shop this weekend. As they bid each other farewell, they have no idea that Shinyu is watching them closely from a nearby gazebo. Approaching Zay, she notes how incredibly close and inseparable they seem, constantly training, studying, and eating meals side by side. It leaves her highly curious about what their true relationship is. Ignoring the gossip, Zay simply tells her that if she does not need anything else, he is heading back to rest. But she grabs his hand and warns him that they are in serious danger. She reveals that Young was recently ambushed by a mysterious figure who appears to be hunting down the Academy test candidates. Zay asks about their identity and motives, but she is clueless, only knowing they possess a terrifyingly unique soul art capable of forcefully demonizing pet beasts. She urges him to stay safe, and after thanking her for the heads up, he leaves. Zay deeply worries if this dark demonization power is connected to the grim future he sends for Ning. The following day, aiming for the top 10,000, Zay unleashes Snow Maiden and successfully climbs up to rank 10,002. Without his knowledge, a shady figure digs up information on Zay, selecting him as their next target. Now the final match is set. But trust me, you and I are not ready for this creepy skeleton mask opponent. Alright, let's dive into this battle, where wearing a mask is the trendy new thing, as this quiet challenger summons his terrifying beasts. Out comes a spike-shell turtle, an earth element beast at stage 4 phase 1, alongside a water-type dragonfish at the exact same rank. The challenger smugly warns Z that he is not the only summoner here who can bring out two beasts. Z accepts a 2 versus 2 showdown to keep things fair, instantly sending out his rock, ghost, and snow maiden to battle. Staring at two stage 4 beasts, Z realizes that anyone ranked in the top 10,000 is a genuine powerhouse. He cannot even comprehend how strong the top 10 are, but his opponent already knows his name, shocked by his lightning-fast rise. He claims Z has only faced weaklings so far, and only by winning this fight and entering the top 10,000 can he be called an elite who is worthy of working with his group. Z snaps back, telling him to stop speaking on behalf of others. He wants to cut the chatter and get this battle started immediately. Determined to teach Z that there is always a bigger fish out there, the man orders his dragonfish to unleash a powerful water beam. The Snow Maiden freezes the attack solid, allowing the rock ghost to charge forward as the turtle retaliates with sharp flying spikes. Reacting quickly, the rock ghost shifts into its untouchable spirit form, while the heavy turtle transforms into a deadly war chariot. Using her defensive taming shield, the Snow Maiden deflects the spinning thread, but she senses another attack coming from the flank. Now pay attention here, because this combo is absolutely devastating. The dragonfish traps her in a massive whirlpool as the turtle strikes. The rock ghost summons massive earth spikes, yet they fail to slow down the spinning turtle, heading straight for the trapped Snow Maiden. Watching the danger approach, she calmly snaps her fingers to unleash Frost Nova, freezing a portion of the turtle in its tracks. The opponent admits Z has real talent, but points out that despite this slick counter, our hero is still stuck on the defensive. Z notices how flawlessly the enemy beasts coordinate their deadly attacks. He realizes his own team desperately needs to build better combat synergy once this fight is over. Suddenly, the turtle is coated in thick mud as the dragonfish blasts it with water, molding the wet clay together. Initiating a joint technique called water-earth reforging, the turtle swells in size, leaving Z completely stunned by such a rare move. His mind is blown, but the giant turtle starts spinning again, flattening the rock ghost before it can even mount an attack. Z immediately activates the Extreme Frost Domain, forcing his Snow Maiden to coat the entire battlefield in thick ice. Even though the front of the turtle freezes solid, Z's follow-up Soul Force Shock leaves the beast completely unbothered. The challenger boasts that nothing can pierce a spiked turtle's defense, especially when the frozen mud armor makes its shell as hard as steel. Telling Z that he still has a lot to learn, he commands his dragonfish to unleash a scalding hot water blast. You see that, right? Z is shocked. This fish spits boiling water. Panicking because his extreme frost domain is still on cooldown, he throws himself in front of the Snow Maiden to block the blast. The spinning turtle slams right into them, shattering his defensive barrier completely, before the mysterious man declares that he passed. Furious that Z got hurt, the Snow Maiden prepares to strike back, but Z commands her to stand down. Accepting his defeat fair and square, Z knows they have plenty of time to train, while the system alerts him that his rank fell to 10,081 with 30 seconds left. The challenger notes how Z did not hesitate to shield his own companion beast with his life in that critical second. No wonder their boss is tracking him, the man thinks as his turtle spits out the defeated rock ghost. Z demands an explanation, prompting the man to invite him into the symbiosis group, promising to unlock his ultimate potential and make him unstoppable. Z remarks that this definitely does not sound like some harmless school club demanding to know what they are really after. The challenger demands a simple yes or no, putting heavy pressure on him as their remaining time rapidly ticks away. Z rejects the offer, determined to surpass him through his own strength, prompting the man to smile and promise to wait for their next battle. Rumors spread like wildfire when the legendary rising star finally gets stopped at rank 10,000, suffering his very first defeat. Some comment praise him for being insanely strong for a newcomer, while toxic haters celebrate, claiming the arrogant brat finally got what he deserved. As Ping Yun scrolls through the comments, he spots Z and immediately asks if he also ran into the symbiosis group. Z confirms it and asks if he joined, but Ping Yun just sneers, refusing to let anyone look down on him. He warns Z that anyone trying to flex on him will pay dearly, before asking if Z knows anything about where they came from. Ping Yun promised to dig up the truth, while Z notes that this shadow organization seems to have a massive footprint. Her ultimate goals remain a complete mystery, but these are definitely the exact dangerous people Shinny warned him about. Now you and I are left wondering if he can track down that masked fighter to get some real answers, because that bad feeling of his is definitely not going away anytime soon. Alright, you and I are stepping outside as Z checks on his pet beasts. Rock Ghost was sitting at rank 3 stage 7, while Snow Maiden reached rank 4 stage 2. His remaining 1000 plus points could easily push Rock Ghost to rank 4, but without the rare materials breaking through was impossible. Rock Ghost's next evolution form, Earth Spirit, required reaching rank 3 stage 9, a 100% growth trap, 30 high-grade Earth Essence, and 3 Spirit Nurturing Stones. Buying all that would cost at least $40,000. While lost in thought, a sudden voice called out to him. It was Jane, who just saw the shocking forum news of Z's defeat. He couldn't believe anyone actually managed to beat him. Z calmly replied that he isn't invincible, noting how fast news travels. So Z asked him how to get high-grade Earth Essence and Spirit Nurturing Stones. Shang warned him those are rare treasures. Shang asked how many he needed, and completely lost it when he heard the demand for 30 Earth Essences and 3 Spirit Stones. He joked that even if they robbed a bank, they could never get all that. But then he remembered a secret spot where his big bro could find them and offered to guide him there. Z wanted to leave immediately for Lingyong Mountain. You see, before the Ancient War, massive dimensional rifts tore open across the globe. Those rifts connected to a completely different world, the very place their pet beasts originally came from. Decades ago, the Beast Taming Association and top factions secured safe entrances to these realms, gaining a steady flow of resources. But some deadly zones remain completely unexplored. Too many hunters entered searching for treasure and vanished forever, forcing the association to seal the place off. Z looked at him seriously, asking if he was absolutely sure they would find the materials inside. Shang was confident. Some powerful tamers had made it out alive with rare loot, and he had to dig deep to uncover this intel. He was absolutely positive that the secret realm held the high-grade Earth Essence and Spirit Nurturing Stones Z needed. Z praised his hard work, decided to check it out, and the duo headed straight for the warp zone. Z prepared to dive in, but Xiang grabbed him, begging him to reconsider, because if things went south, they might never return. Z shrugged, replying that getting the evolution materials was well worth any life-threatening risk. He told his friend to turn back if he was scared, but Jiang was determined to tag along. He claimed that gathering the intel was all for this moment. Plus, with his powerful big bro leading the way, he was convinced they would hit the jackpot and strike it rich. Now pay attention, they are jumping in. Jiang groaned as they crashed onto the hard stone floor of a dark cave, but his jaw instantly dropped at the sight. He immediately summoned his pet beast. He wanted to harvest the low-grade crystals nearby, which were perfect for upgrading basic Earth-type beasts. Even if they weren't worth much, getting expensive store items for free inside this realm was a massive win. But she sensed danger and told him to halt. Right on cue, a massive lizard covered in shining crystals crawled out. It was a rank 2 stage 4 crystal gecko. Suddenly, Zid realized the evolution materials actually grow directly on these beasts. The precious materials were literally part of their living bodies. Since it was only rank 2, stage 4Z, figured Xiang could easily handle it himself. Xiang confidently ordered his big mouth monster to swallow the gecko whole, planning to just wait for it to slowly digest in its belly. But unexpectedly, Big Mouth spat the creature right back out, clutching its stomach in obvious pain. Xiang translated that the gecko was simply too hard to chew, leaving Z quite surprised by his ability to understand beast language. You and I saw this coming. The screeching gecko called in backup, and they were completely surrounded. Xiang panicked since Big Mouth sucked at fighting crowd battles, so Z told him to fall back as Snow Maiden unleashed a freezing blizzard. Next rock, Ghost shattered the frozen geckos with heavy punches, while Xiang greedily gathered loot, shouting they were going to be rich. He suggested Big Mouth store everything, offering Z 70% of the profits, while keeping a 30% cut for himself. But Seth coldly ordered him to dump it all, leaving Xiang completely baffled. Sure, individual crystals were cheap, but a massive pile of them would still fetch a decent fortune. Z pointed out that Big Mouth's carrying space was limited, making these low-grade rocks a waste of inventory. Trust me, you and I know, better loot lies deeper in this realm, and Z will let him grab everything he can carry. You and I are going deeper into the cave, with them spotting a green bug. It seems Z won't find high-grade earth elements or spirit stones on these small bugs. Suddenly, they reach a brightly lit cavern. Tracks cover the floor. As Xiang wonders what made them a stone-scaled snake, suddenly bites the big mouth monster. Z leaps back from the surprise strike. Instantly, his rock ghost lands a heavy punch on this tier 3 stage 4 giant rock snake. Z is annoyed. These cowards hit once and run, leaving our team stuck on defense and at a major disadvantage. Luckily, they already prepped by studying the enemy movement patterns. He orders a lethal counter-strike the second they show up. Xiang hurls rocks to force the snake to drop his captured pet. He recklessly chases after the fleeing beast as it carries off his big-mouthed companion. This leaves him completely open when a second rock snake ambushes him from behind, forcing him to beg for rescue. Honestly, this is a classic rerun for Z, since Xiang always gets captured. Suddenly, a stone serpent lunges at Z, but crashes hard against his instant protective barrier. He commands his rock ghost to pin it down, while his Snow Maiden unleashes a freezing ice shower. But the rock ghost is forced to leap back. Xiang is totally confused. He knows the rock ghost can phase through attacks in its spectral form, yet Z made it dodge in step. Suddenly, the giant rock summon spins around and grabs the serpent by its tail. This stops the beast from digging underground. But when another snake ambushes from behind, the ghost must release the tail to block. Seeing another strike coming, Xiang screams at the top of his lungs for it to dodge, but she orders it to halt. Trust me, we need to watch this closely. As the summon tanks a head-on assault, The second serpent strikes from the rear. Z smiles. This is the perfect moment. Instantly, Snow Maiden conjures a massive blizzard, while the rock ghost phases out. Boom! Both stone serpents are frozen solid. Xiang finally gets it. Z uses his own summon as bait to trap both monsters in one shot. The rock ghost delivers a devastating shattering blow, obliterating the frozen beast. Z gets a system notification. Giant Python slain, earning him 2 high-grade earth element essences. Only 28 more of these beasts to go. Suddenly, Xiang screams for help again. Dragged underground by the burrowing beast, he and his pet tumble into a pitch black abyss. Panic sets in as they spot multiple glowing eyes. Tell me you will regret coming here too. Suddenly, the ceiling shatters, drawing the monster's attention. Emerging from the dust is none other than Z. Xiang is thrilled his savior arrived, while Z is just excited to see exactly 28 fresh targets waiting for him. Xiang waves frantically, begging Z not to leave him behind, but this only alerts the snakes. As they swarm him, he lets out another high-pitched shriek. Z summons his Snow Maiden, who fires razor-sharp ice shafts. Meanwhile, Xiang frantically asks his big-mouthed pet if this is the end for them. The monster shakes its head, just as Snow Maiden freezes the entire swarm solid. With that, she secures more valuable earth elements. They only drop 1 material each, but these weak, low-level babies are way easier to crush than the adults. After grabbing the loot, Z heads deeper into the pit, while Xiang sighs in absolute relief. He looks at Z with sparkling eyes, declaring they must be long-lost brothers from different parents. But the peace is instantly shattered as a massive serpent erupts from the ground, launching him skyward. He complains loudly about always being the target. Z pelts his rock ghost to rescue them. The summon catches both mid-air, landing safely, before tossing them aside like ragdolls. Turning around, the ghost faces the giant beast, which seems absolutely thrilled to fight. Z calls on both his summons, declaring it is finally time to showcase the results of their intense teamwork training. As the massive snake charges, Rock Ghost instantly phases into spectral form, while Snow Maiden leaps back to safety. Preparing her next move, the maiden binds the serpent with freezing arctic chains as the rock ghost solidifies and charges forward. It transforms into its powerful ghost general step, unleashing a devastating lightning collision strike. With that massive hit, Rock Ghost levels up to rank 3 stage 8 with 24% growth, unlocking a rare achievement. For clearing the nest, Z received 500 achievement points, 10 high-grade earth essences, and a coveted spirit nurturing stone. He is thrilled to gather 30 upgrade materials, while his loyal summon gets a sweet level boost. Once he converts these new achievement points into raw experience, his ghost will finally be ready to break through. Xiang cheers in absolute awe, immediately suggesting they search the nest, since there has to be some serious treasure hidden around. Suddenly, slow clapping echoes. Looks like you and I aren't the only ones watching. Let's dive into the story of a mysterious hooded figure who corners Z, claiming he is worth his attention. Sensing danger, Z immediately goes on high alert. Smirking, the robed man drops a bombshell. Z has definitely heard of them. He belongs to the infamous symbiosis group. Z never expected to cross paths with them again, while Xiang stands there completely paralyzed in utter disbelief. When Z asks if he knows about them, Xiang reveals that Pang Yun hired him to investigate them just 2 days ago. They routinely ambush beastmasters and steal their companions, all while claiming they are actually protecting the creatures. Their twisted doctrine is to liberate these creatures, claiming freedom is the only path to true symbiosis. As they talk, a dark shadow emerges. Z adds that they are an extreme pet protection association, the symbiosis group. Ever since a massive catastrophe hundreds of years ago, ferocious beasts have invaded this continent through dimensional rifts. The creatures that humans successfully tamed became known as loyal pet beasts. Those that resisted were branded as ferocious monsters. But the rogue villain mockingly questions why humans get to make that distinction. He argues that human society is completely obsessed with ranking themselves and deciding who is superior or inferior. They even force other species into arbitrary tiers of worthiness and value. To him, this world is fundamentally unjust, and his group exists solely to smash that unfair system to pieces. Recognizing this incredible raw talent, the man tries to recruit him into their organization. He promises to unlock Z's hidden potential and unleash his pet's true nature, forcing them to evolve into legendary kings. Now watch closely, because this guy somehow knows the secret evolutionary paths of Z's beast, but Z can feel something is deeply wrong. He realizes the villain is just trying to manipulate his deepest emotions. Z admits the world is cruel and survival of the fittest is real, but he refuses to join a shady group just to become someone else's puppet. Xiang yells at Z to ignore his absolute nonsense. His own investigation proved that the symbiosis group uses these exact lies to brainwash gullible people everywhere. They are just brutal terrorists in disguise. He points out that if they truly had this power, they would have overthrown the main association and ruled the world long ago. The rogue cultist realizes Z is not buying it. That is fine by him. He summons his own giant rock snake, an earth type at rank 2 stage 7, cradling it gently. I know what you're thinking, but this is bad. The snake goes completely berserk, leaving Z and Zion pale with terror. The man proudly shows off his mutated beast. Its appearance has warp, sporting sharp pitch black spikes on its head. He calls this breaking free from chains and being truly reborn. He claims unleashing a beast's wild nature triggers evolution. Suddenly, the creature mutates into a demonized giant rock snake at rank 5 stage 1. Z is shocked to realize this giant snake's power has actually skyrocketed by 3 whole ranks. The villain used a dark technique to demonize the beast. Now Z is absolutely certain this is the monster who attacked Hyong. The rogue cultist commands his newly demonized beast to show them its terrifying power. Screaming, the beast summons sharp earth spikes. It charges with insane speed, blanketing the entire battlefield in thick smoke. Snow Maiden blocks the heavy strike with her ice crystal mirror, while Shung cries because they are in serious trouble. If he knew things would end like this, he would have treated Big Mouth to a feast. He suddenly freezes when a voice speaks. The demonized giant snake actually communicates that its entire body is in agony, leaving Z stunned by the revelation. Anger boils inside him. This group preaches about equality, but their actual goal is just to abuse the weak for their own selfish gains. He mockingly questions the cultist's definition of fairness. As the snake wails in pain, Z knows fleeing is impossible, ordering Snow Maiden to trap the beast in a freezing blizzard. This gives Rock Ghost the perfect window to search for its weakness. Snow Maiden sits at rank 4 stage 2, while the demonized rock snake dominates at rank 5 stage 1. Ice versus Earth offers no real elemental advantage under normal conditions, unless they can somehow pull off another wild berserk card. Otherwise, leaping an entire major rank to defeat a foe is impossible. But this demonized snake has a hidden vulnerability. Z remembers that any dark technique overdrawing a beast's lifespan always triggers a devastating violent backlash on its body. His system prompts him to spend all remaining skill points to force Rock Ghost to grow immediately. Rock Ghost growth explodes, surging from rank 3 stage 8 straight up to rank 3 stage 9 at maximum capacity. As it strikes, breaking off chunks of rock, you and I are left wondering if this desperate attack will succeed. Alright, let's dive into this insane battle, where the Ghost General form boosts Rock Ghost speed by 300%, but cuts defense completely, turning it into a glass cannon. Z immediately tells Snow Maiden to back him up, using her ice magic to shield Rock Ghost from a hail of falling boulders. As their minds align, the fusion rate spikes, unlocking a powerful combo skill. First up is Ice Core Crash, a devastating technique that forces freezing energy straight into the rock core, packing it with extreme sub-zero power. It detonates on impact. The longer they charge it, the more spirit power it drains, and the deadlier it becomes. Z is genuinely shocked to see this incredible combo unlock. He realizes that unlocking these fusion techniques takes more than just having Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost at the same level. They need a deep unspoken bond to pull it off. Rock Ghost leaps high, and the demonized giant snake rock immediately twists upward to track him. Rock Ghost targets its vital weak point, forcing the giant stone serpent to stumble back, but the beast recovers instantly. It counterattacks in a flash. Rock Ghost gets shielded by ice just in time, escaping completely unharmed. But Snow Maiden is clearly reaching her absolute limit. Now pay attention, because things are looking bad. The giant snake's attacks are too relentless, and Snow Maiden can't summon ice crystal mirrors fast enough to protect Rock Ghost. Watching from the sidelines, the rope man mockingly tells them to try harder and not die so easily. Realizing this rope creep is just playing with them, Z orders Rock Ghost and Snow Maiden to unleash their combo technique. With no clue what other twisted move the man has planned, they need to end this fight right now. He orders Xiang and Big Mouth to distract the giant stone serpent, buying precious time while his own beasts charge up their ultimate skill. Xiang is terrified to play bait, but Z snaps him back to reality. If they fail, they all die, and nobody's coming to save them. And obviously, Xiang is not ready to die. He orders Big Mouth to spit acid, burning the giant stone serpent's hide. Meanwhile, a massive block of ice forms overhead, and the moment it crystallizes, it slams directly down on the beast. This is the devastating Ice Core Crash, the ultimate joint attack of Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost. Z gives the attack order, triggering an absolute cataclysm. Luckily, Z and Xiang are shielded safe inside a protective bubble. But wait, we both know this boss isn't dead yet. Xiang can still hear it breathing. Z goes to check it out, and though Xiang is hesitant, he reluctantly follows closely behind. The giant stone serpent lies whimpering, crying out in agony, and begging them to make the pain stop. Xiang translates its cries to Z, urging him to end the poor creature's misery. With a heavy pain expression, Z concentrates all of his energy into his fingertips, striking the giant stone serpent's head to grant it peace. Immediately, the system pings. For defeating this massive stone serpent while completely under-leveled, he claims a legendary achievement reward of 1000 points, 10 high-grab elemental essences, and a burst seed card. He also unlocks another achievement for granting salvation to the suffering beast, nabbing another 500 achievement points, 2 spirit nurturing stones, a soul crystal, and a recovery elixir. As the beast reverts to its true form, Z realizes those 2 new spirit nurturing stones are the final piece of the puzzle. Rock Ghost now meets every requirement to upgrade, plus those extra recovery elixirs and burst cards are incredibly valuable bonuses. But despite this massive haul, Z feels empty. The robot villain slowly approaches smugly, asking Z why he looks so incredibly angry. He cruelly points out that Beastmasters survive by slaughtering beasts for resources, making Z boil with rage. Snow Maiden is ready to freeze this creep solid, but Z forces himself to stay calm, admitting that yes, Beastmasters must hunt wild beasts to survive. And just the same, if a Beastmaster is too weak, they become the beast's dinner. He knows this cruel world is full of contradictions. But more than anything, he absolutely loathes hypocrites like the man in the robe. This guy preaches about equality and freedom, yet he forces his beliefs on others while stepping on everyone weaker than him. To him, the symbiosis group is nothing but a pack of self-righteous fake do-gooders. The man shrugs off the insult, confident that the girl with demonic spirit magic will be much more willing to listen to him. Zgaps! Ning is in danger! The villain waves goodbye, but Z furiously orders Snow Maiden to freeze him in place. An explosion rocks the room, but once the smoke clears, the mysterious man has completely vanished. And that leaves us with a massive cliffhanger as Z frantically searches Yungjing Beastmaster Academy, asking everyone if they've seen Ning. You and I are diving straight into the chaos as bystanders watch Shinji panic while Yang struggles with her growing feelings. Leaving him behind, she rushes over to ask Z what is wrong, catching him completely off guard with her questions. He reveals he encountered Yong's attacker, warning that Ning is the next target. Sparking Shinny to remember Ning went to the virtual battle room to train. Z bolts toward the training room, Yi following close behind, while Yang stands there utterly confused by the sudden panic. Once Jiang fills him in, shock takes over quickly, turning into anger, because Jiang kept this a secret for so long. Determined to prevent another disaster, he charges out to help, as the group desperately searches everywhere for any sign of Ning. Overhearing their panic, Pangyang smugly reveals he knows her location, but adds an annoying catch if they want to know. They will have to beg him. But before he can gloat, Zai grabs his collar and fiercely demands, "He speak right now." Terrified, he immediately folds, explaining that he merely happened to cross paths with her earlier. He mentioned overhearing Ning's friend Jiang talking about buying training materials, making him assume they both headed to the local pet shop. Now pay attention. Chi's anxiety spikes when her phone goes straight to voicemail, forcing him to tell Shan to alert the entire school. Meanwhile, Ning slowly wakes up in a daze, having absolutely no clue where she is. Her survival instinct instantly kicks in when she spots Xiaoyang lying unconscious on the cold ground. Shady figures approach, mockingly asking if she is finally awake, prompting her to demand who they are and why they kidnapped them. The captors laugh it off, claiming they just want to be friends, before revealing they belong to the notorious symbiosis group. Disgusted, Ning screams that nobody wants their friendship and fiercely orders them to release her and her friend immediately. Knowing her demonic flame bird's powerful fire element easily counters plant types, she plans to summon it and burn away her vine bindings. But a sudden agonizing pain violently surges through her entire body. A black-robed man coldly warns that his poison EV demon has already injected her with a toxin, meaning channeling spirit power will permanently cripple her. Realizing she is trapped, she decides to play along and stall until the toxic poison wears off, demanding they spit out their true goal. She is met with a masked man explaining they only want her in the symbiosis group for a greater purpose. They claim they need her unique strength to tear down this unfair, broken world. Knowing she holds a rare spirit technique capable of demonizing papists, they demand she cooperate fully and answer their questions without lying. She fires back that while her beast can transform, it is strictly an innate ability of the demonic flamebird, not some secret technique. Realizing she has absolutely no intention of talking, the villains prepare to use some rather painful special methods on her. Ning screams at them to stay back, desperately repeating that she knows absolutely nothing about any unique spirit techniques. Suddenly, the heavy door slams open as Zed demands they let her go, while his dog companion lets out a warning growl. Let's pause. Is that a brand new pet? They all instantly turn around. Ning breathes a sigh of relief seeing Z, while the masked leader is shocked since their boss was supposed to be handling him. At the same time, Zed recognizes this masked foe from the battlefield as the villain notices the rank 2 stage 3 spirit mastiff and realizes the truth. Suddenly, it makes perfect sense how Zed tracked them down, knowing that Beast possesses the spiritual scent skill, an ability that tracks a target's scent through any barrier, becoming incredibly potent the fresher the trail happens to be. The villain instantly recognized it as a specialized search beast, bred specifically by the official Beast Taming Association. Knowing they have alerted the entire area, the thugs prepare to gang up on Z, as the poison ivy demon lets out a terrifying roar. Ning quickly warns Z that this toxic demon can paralyze his spirit flow and completely cut off his powers. As the deadly plant lunges, Z swiftly dodges the strike, clearing the way for Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost to launch a powerful counterattack. A harsh reminder echoes this is not a simulation, and one wrong move means brutal injury or death. Combining water and earth attributes, the masked foe unleashes a devastating reshaping skill, turning the battlefield into a field of blazing sand. Arrogantly boasting that both his beasts are at rank 4, he mocks Z as outmatched, warning him to surrender quietly to avoid a painful beating. With the blazing heat rendering Snow Maiden completely useless, Rock Ghost must step up as their main offensive force. Z calmly smirks, reminding the villain that his pets are not the only ones boasting rank 4 power. Rock Ghost had already mapped all requirements to evolve, but Z was to focus on saving Ning to finalize the upgrade. The only thing left was consuming a rare spirit nurturing stone, and right now he tosses the stone directly into its mouth. Suddenly, the system confirmed Rock Ghost's conditions are fulfilled, initiating an immediate evolution into the legendary Earth Spirit. And as we watch the opponent's mud turtle freeze in total terror, we leave Ning absolutely stunned by her brother's insanely fast evolution. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a masked villain lose his mind over a weirdly behaving armored turtle. Normally, creatures of the same type shouldn't be able to suppress each other. Z totally agrees with her, but here's the catch. His Earth Spirit is definitely no ordinary rock-type pet. It unlocked a broken new skill called Earthly Majesty, unleashing heavy divine pressure straight from the planet's core onto anyone nearby. Every single rock-type enemy within range gets hit with massive level-based suppression, and the raw power of this debuff depends entirely on the level gap. The panicky members of the symbiosis group realize things are going completely sideways. Knowing they can't fight this head-on, they decide to snatch the girl and run with the black-robed leader, ordering his poison ivy demon to strike. Thick vines instantly wrap around Xiao Yun and Ning, but Ning refuses to be a useless burden to her brother. Realizing the poison has finally worn off, she summons her demon flamebird to slash through the enemy's binding vines. She shouts to Z that they're safe and Xiao Yun is only sleeping, urging him to capture the fleeing villains. These symbiosis cowards are desperate to escape before the Academy's official search team shows up. Watch closely, they trigger a toxic fog. But Z knows they want to run. They barely make it out of the building before the masked guy starts blaming the leader in black for failing to hold the girls down. Furious, the leader snaps back, shouting that the masked guy's pet was completely useless and unreliable too. That useless turtle literally chickened out before the enemy even attacked, and they keep bickering as they flee. The masked guy defends himself, claiming Z's pet evolution is totally unnatural, and dares the leader to step up if he's so brave. Their partner tells them to shut up and sprint, warning that the toxic fog will clear soon and Z will hunt them down. Suddenly, the earth spirit blocks their path, leaving them utterly terrified. The giant beast glares down at them, followed by their high-pitched screams. Later that night, Ning interrogates them, demanding answers about that secret demonization technique and whatever grand purpose they kept bragging about. The captives are tightly bound in freezing ice chains, their mouths stuffed shut with rags. Zed remembers that this forbidden demonization technique belongs to that creepy hooded leader. You and I both know something fishy is going on, so Z demands they speak the truth right now. With Zed threatening them, the terrified man in the black hood instantly breaks and starts spilling the beans. He confesses that their scouts identified a high-potential freshman right at the Jiangning Beast Taming Academy. His gagged partner can only stare in absolute disbelief, shocked that his comrade folded and confessed so damn easily. He continues explaining that most of their members are actually low-level beastmasters stuck with weak disabled pets. So if they ever wanted to gain real power, they had to steal it from others. And Ning became their prime target because her pet beast went berserk with demon power during her exam. Her legendary technique is vital to them, since demonization drastically boosts a pet's combat strength. He asks if they realize how insane that is. Ning is totally sick of his nonsense, snapping back that it's just the natural power of her demon flame bird. Z asks the obvious question, why target Ning if they already know how to use this demonization technique? The villain confesses that their power isn't a technique at all, but comes from a highly mysterious object. Intrigued, Z listens as the guy offers to hand over this rare artifact in exchange for their freedom, while the gag-masked thug desperately tries to scream in protest. Tired of the annoying muffled noises, Z casually smacks him on the head, leaving him with a huge dizzying bump. Zed is highly annoyed. They think they're in a position to negotiate, so he orders his snow maiden to search them. Shivering from the icy touch of the snow maiden, the terrified captive quickly admits the item is in his pocket. The snow maiden pulls out a fissure fragment. Centuries ago, when the interdimensional rift opened alongside invading beasts, mysterious crystals like this emerge. These rare crystals pack intense raw energy used for evolving beast companions, along with other highly classified purposes. Ning asks what it is. He has never seen this in the database. These mysterious artifacts are supernatural items, possessing incredibly bizarre and unique properties. And trust me, we are about to see how this cosmic collision between worlds changed everything. Their powers vary, with some holding pocket dimensions way larger than they look, making them perfect for storage. Alright, you and I are checking out these rare spiritual herbs and ores that boost a beastmaster's combat power. The system says this crystal is mainly an evolution material, but those other uses probably just for creating terrifying demonized pets. Ning's demon flame bird starts making noise. It's clearly drawn to this stone, meaning it's key to its evolution. So Zay hands it over to Ning, confirming it has to be some kind of rare evolution material. Then he turns back to the captured cultists, questioning them about the demon flame bird's terrifying demonization ability. But before he can finish, a voice calls out, It's shiny, rushing in to ask if everyone is alright. Yang and Xiang are right behind her. Zhe reassures them that they're safe and the bad guys are caught. The suspect groan that they are definitely not okay, but confirm that Xiaoyun is going to be fine. She was just hit by the poison ivy stun fog, and she'll wake up once the toxins completely clear out. As the spirit mastiff walks toward the entrance, Yuyan, the captain of search group team A23, finally arrives. He orders his squad to seal the scene and check the injured before walking up to a curious Zhe. He introduces himself as Yuyan, captain of Team A23 of the Beast Taming Association in Ningjiang City. Now pay attention, because the captain heard from the principal that Zhe is a top freshman, thanking him for the crucial intel. He promises to apply for a reward, and Zhe shakes his hand. He mentions they are taking over the case and might need Zhe's help with the investigation, which Zhe is totally fine with. Finally, Yan insists on sending Zhe to the medical center for a quick check-up to rule out any internal injuries. One of the captured cultists struggles desperately protesting because he doesn't want to leave his mask behind. Later, at the medical center, Xiaoyun finally wakes up, and Ning catches her up on everything. She recalls just feeling dizzy while walking, only to wake up here. She's incredibly grateful that Zhe realized something was terribly wrong and rushed to save them. Ning blames herself for dragging her into this, but deep down she knows the symbiosis group was already hunting Zhe and Yang. Shani remains quiet, deeply unsettled that the cult targeted Ning specifically for her demonization technique. It makes her wonder if this links back to the terrifying vision she witnessed before. She decides to speak with Zai and Nin in private, pulling them out into the quiet hallway. Xiaoyun asks if they remember the time she helped them analyze the hidden potential of their spirit techniques. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, this totally caught them off guard. Back then, she claimed she only saw faint dark shadows, but she wasn't telling them the whole truth. She actually saw Ning covered in demonic traits, with endless demon-type beasts bowing at her feet. She apologizes for keeping it secret. She wanted to research it properly before telling them, but Ning admits she has only ever heard of demon-type beasts. Xiaoyun explained that demon types are a highly unique class known for their insanely fast growth rates. But these beasts are incredibly violent, and once contracted, they can slowly and maliciously corrupt the mind of their own beastmaster. They become incredibly violent, dark and twisted, eventually transforming into a chaotic fallen beastmaster who commits terrible evils. Because of this, the Beast Taming Association cracked down hard, completely banning the breeding of any demon-type beasts. Even evolutionary materials linked to demon types are strictly controlled and banned from the open market. Zhe points out that the cultist he fought had a demon-type beast, yet the man still seemed fully sane. A true fallen one is completely devoured by their pet's dark corrupting power. But the symbiosis group is different. They suffer from a severe backlash from that unstable power. Zhe asks how she managed to demonize her bird, and she explains the skill was gained right after it evolved into the demon flame bird. Currently at rank 2, stage 7 demonization. Boost it to rank 3, stage 2 for exactly 1 minute. With her limited spirit power, she can only pull this off once a day at most. Zhe witnessed the cult's demonized beasts firsthand, and their power was incredibly unstable, with massive backlashes. It looks like they are desperate to control this power, which is why they targeted Ning. Xiaoyun musses that the world is full of wonders, and humanity has barely scratched the surface of spirit techniques. She tries to lighten the mood, urging them not to worry. Right now, they just need to focus on getting stronger. And trust me, we're going to find out once she contracts her second pet beast. Alright, you and I are about to watch a girl discover a technique that could make her beast absolutely unstoppable. Ning felt uneasy, knowing that if this really was a brand new technique, the powerful symbiosis group would never let it go easily. But she also knew one thing. Getting stronger was her only option. She made it clear, whatever threats come her way, she would meet them head-on, completely prepared for a fight. With this fierce determination, she vowed to grow powerful enough to finally control her own destiny. So she approached Zeke. With the school's first trial just around the corner, her demon flamebird was stopped at rank 2 stage 7, unable to evolve. Hoping to boost her strength quickly, she wanted to find a second pet beast and begged him for help. For Zeke, this was the perfect chance to take a closer look at her mysterious demon flamebird. Since it was already late and all the pet shops were closed, she suggested waiting until tomorrow, since they still had 3 days left. But Zeke knew a 24-hour shop that not only sold basic materials, but also offered initial talent assessments for beasts. He suggested they check it out immediately, and together they headed straight for the store. Walking there, Zeke wondered why some pet beasts completely lack any special evolutionary pathways. It seemed that even beasts of the exact same species did not always share a hidden evolution. Entering the shop, Ning looked around, only to find pretty average beasts, while Zeke focused his gaze on her demon flamebird. Now watch closely. With one touch, he instantly unlocked its hidden evolutionary paths. First was the Burning Feather Eagle route, which boosts raw power and base stats for massive explosive damage, but sacrifices overall agility. The final form in this line was the Crimson Flame Eagle, capably reaching up to rank 5. The other choice was the incredible Hellfire Demon Phoenix path. This path awakens a dormant ancient bloodline within the body to reach a higher state of existence, mastering flame control while reducing physical combat skills. It leads to the Demon Flame Crimson Owl, which can reach rank 9, and her bird had already started this path. This made him wonder, how did she even trigger this secret path? Its basic evolution was the standard Burning Feather Eagle, but the hidden option was this demonic phoenix. And since this path was heavily linked to its demon attribute, there was absolutely no turning back, now that the demon flamebird had already started developing along it. I know what you're thinking. She has to evolve it, right? Otherwise, she stopped raising a brand new pet beast. To successfully evolve into the Crimson Owl, its growth rate had to be pushed to 100%. She would need 3 special feathers, 5 mid-tier fire essences, and some ancient medium to awaken the bloodline. Zeke realized that when he evolved his own pets, Snowball and the Stone Monster, he never needed any special medium. Was it because demon-type beasts possessed such a unique volatile nature? He called her over to speak. He lied, claiming he had awakened a special spirit technique that let him catch glimpses of a beast's future evolutionary paths. She was completely stunned. Now it finally made perfect sense how his own pet Snowball had evolved so incredibly. He quickly tried to downplay it, explaining that the connection was faint and drained a massive amount of his spiritual energy. He obviously could not reveal his cheat system. If anyone found out about this insane power, the Beast Taming Association would capture and exploit him to death. He told her he felt a strange energy from the demon flame bird. A ridiculously powerful ancient force seemed to be sleeping deep within its body. This evolutionary path easily surpasses the standard eagle route in pure power, but it is also incredibly dangerous to attempt. He warned her that this dormant power felt wild, untamed, and completely unpredictable. As it grows, it will tie directly into the demon type. She gasped, asking if he meant it could actually become a rare dual-type fire and demon beast. She knew such dual types were legendary, but not entirely impossible to find. He added that awakening this power required an ancient medium, which finally explained why the bird had been stuck for so long. Regardless of the risk, she was determined to master it immediately, wondering what kind of artifact could unlock its potential. A sudden realization hit her, and they rushed back to her house to retrieve the mysterious fissure fragment. His system confirmed that any ancient medium worked, meaning her fragment was perfect, but Zeke had no idea how to tell her. He had already played the spirit technique card once, and using it again so soon would definitely look suspicious. And as you felt the crystal hum, you and I know this marks the start of an epic evolution. Stay tuned. Alright, stick with me, because this demon bird is about to claim the item it desperately craves. They stood shocked as it swallowed everything, instantly erupting into brilliant purple flames to begin its evolution. Ning panicked as the intense heat surged forward, but Z raised a shield, telling her to stay calm. Soon, the blazing inferno condensed to reveal the demon bird's majestic new form, a rank 3 stage 1 fire-type crimson owl. Ning joyfully opened her arms to welcome it, thrilled by the successful evolution, while Z promised to assist again during its next breakthrough. As she happily stroked its feathers, her face suddenly went pale. They were in deep trouble. With their hotel room completely trashed, the angry receptionist scolded them heavily, insisting they use a professional training ground next time they spar with their beasts. And of course, they had to pay for the damages. Their entire brand new bonus from the Beast Taming Association gone in an instant. Feeling the financial squeeze, Z needed to earn cash fast. Meanwhile, the boss of the symbiosis group inspected a massive purple crystal. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report that 2 of their men were captured by the search squad. Having already anticipated this, the boss ordered him to tell everyone to lay low. No one was to take any action for the time being. They would bide their time until the right moment, letting those fools come to them on their own. Meanwhile, Z hit the training grounds. Once the Secret Realm trial concluded, the first major exam of the semester would begin. A top grade in this assessment promised a massive scholarship of 100,000 credits. Plus, climbing the ranks in virtual battles would yield sweet prize money and rare valuable rewards. Stepping into the virtual arena, his profile loaded up, showing 10,970 points. With nearly 11,000 matches and a 99% win rate, he ranked around 11,000. Now pay attention here. His rank dropped by almost 2,000 while resting. Let us start matchmaking. He was locked in to climb immediately, setting a simple goal of reaching the top 100 before the exam. His Earth Spirit easily crushed a rank 2 humanoid monk, launching his rank straight up to 10,038. Then, rank 3 Cloud Swallowing Turtle faced Snow Maiden, only to get obliterated and boost Z to rank 8890. Next, a rank 3 three-headed Dark Dog stepped up, but Earth Spirit crushed it to pieces in seconds. They skyrocketed to rank 5093. His ranking soared non-stop until he hit 37th place, triggering a massive wave of shock throughout the community. Climbing from 10,000 to the top 100 in one day with a near-perfect win rate, Chap went absolutely wild. You feel that insane hype, right? He wins every 30 seconds, and his slowest fight took 1 single minute. Spectators debated whether he could breach the top 10 tonight, with skeptics claiming it was an impossible feat. One top expert recognized Z as the famous rookie who went viral just a while ago. Wielding a rank 4 stage 3 ice bat and a rank 4 holy elf, this challenger stepped onto the battlefield and openly declared his deep admiration for Z. This was Zhong Leon, the rank 9 master, who boldly swore he would be the one to end Z's undefeated run. Z remained completely indifferent, casually telling him to fight. This cold attitude infuriated Leon, especially since Z only summoned a single pep beast. He angrily demanded that Z summon his second beast as well. But in a split second, Snow Maiden encased Leon and his beast inside a massive crystal, securing an instant victory. Z praised his partner, gently patting her head. Snow Maiden was at rank 4 stage 4 with a max out growth rate ready to transform into the Frost Blue Maiden. To trigger this, she needed that perfect growth rate, 30 superior ice essences, and a single ice blue tier item. The constant fierce battles had finally maxed her growth. Now Z only needed to gather the right materials for her evolution. Suddenly, a series of system notifications popped up regarding his bronze glory rank. He had successfully climbed deep into the top 10 of the bronze glory realm. This netted him 1500 achievement points, 3 spirit crystals, a body strengthening crystal, and a spirit power potion. Excited that this rare achievement reward was unlocked, Z planned to buy the evolution materials for Snow Maiden tomorrow, while using those precious spirit crystals to dramatically boost his own personal base attributes. Meanwhile, inside the library, the president of the Dragon Heart Society, Jiang Man, warmly greeted Shinny. She asked her if she would be interested in teaming up for next week's grand trial. Shinny readily agreed, as she had actually been worried about finding good partners and considered skipping the trial entirely. She asks who is on the team. Stay tuned. Let's dive into this epic journey where Man reveals her squad has 2 open spots, prompting Shinny to recruit Z. Shinny instantly realizes Z was the real target all along. After all, who wouldn't want to team up with a top-ranked monster who completely broke the virtual realm? Meanwhile, our main character Z consumes 7 spirit power crystals and 6 body strengthening crystals to power up. Now his physical stat sits at 13.5 and spirit at 15. With his spirit power maxed out at 1500, his skills reach level 4. Guardian level 3 Arrow, and level 2 Impact. Flanked by his loyal summons Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost, he hoards 4500 achievement points. An increased spirit level means his total energy reserve just skyrocketed, leaving him absolutely thrilled. As a result, the combined strength of Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost will multiply, supercharging his own destructive spellcasting power. Melia. Looking for an upgrade, he visits the local shop and requests a rare ice blue tier. Unfortunately, the club delivers the bad news. The very last one just sold. Since the material is incredibly rare, a restock will take an entire month. That is way too long. Luckily, Ginny is also at the store and approaches him. She asks if he has secured a squad, and when he says no, she immediately invites him to join them. Then Man steps up, admitting she has heard some legendary rumors about his skills. She introduces herself as the Dragonheart Club president, a proud second-year student alongside her vice president, who is also a sophomore. He politely greets his senior, but immediately rejects the offer. He thinks splitting loot with a squad is a massive headache, especially when dealing with total strangers. He figures that taking Ning along would be way better, letting them explore the secret realm freely on their own terms. A bit concerned, Ginny asks if he really plans to skip the secret realm. She drops a truth bomb. For safety reasons, school rules demand a minimum squad of 5 people to enter the trial. He is completely caught off guard by this rule, while Shinny immediately realizes he was planning to go completely solo. Suddenly, Lang Yang steps in, asking if he was hunting for ice blue tears, before showing off the exact item in her hand. She offers him a sweet deal. Join their team and she will hand it over post-trial, along with 10 extra ice-type crafting materials, 20. He stands there speechless. The bribe is absolutely irresistible, but he still feels a bit hesitant to accept it. To seal the deal, Lang Yan promises an extra share of all loot. Before he can even voice his request, she tells him he can bring Ning along, making it an official agreement. With plans set for next Monday, Shinny is absolutely mind-blown by how easily he was bought. 23. When the trial day finally arrives, the students gather inside a massive cave facing an incredibly majestic ancient door. Man admits she was completely breathless when she first saw it. Curious, Z asks about the terrifying beast carved into the surface. 25. She explains that according to the top associations, absolutely no one has ever encountered this specific monster in the wild. Even so, seasoned beastmasters secretly refer to this entity as the Void Beast. Z files that name away. Now pay attention. The instructor steps up, silencing the excited crowd. He loudly announces that the semester's first grade-wide Secretrion trial is officially ready to begin. Therefore, every student who registered must brace themselves to face the dangerous challenge ahead. Best of all, they can keep and distribute any rare materials they harvest without handing a single thing to the school. The crowd instantly cheers. He then explains that this red earth zone is split into 5 rings, where things get exponentially deadlier the closer you get to the center. Each zone is guarded by a massive gate featuring completely different climates and terrifying creatures to deal with. He delivers one final strict warning: do not dare enter the innermost ring without official permission. With a 7-day limit, teams can tap out whenever they want, but we both know Z isn't quitting. Stepping through, Z and his team arrive at the 5th ring of this realm. Lang Yan summons her beasts, a rank 3 stage 8 thunder type lightning beast dragon, and a rank 3 stage 5 ice type frost stone dragon. Man summons her own combat beast to guard their flank, starting with a powerful rank 4 stage 1 rock type dragon lion. Up next is her rank 4 stage 1 fire type crimson giant, followed by a rank 4 stage 2 light type silver centaur. She is genuinely impressed by her 3 rank 4 summons. She proudly reminds him she is the 2nd rank sophomore for a reason. She promises to shield them, but she can't help but marvel at the sight of Z's adorable companions. She coos over how beautiful Snow Maiden is and how cool the rock ghost looks, making them both blush. Ning asks Ginny if she is going to summon her beast, but Ginny claims she has a secret weapon. The item is an X-shaped hairpin. She explained it is a special storage device holding a strange mist that she keeps hidden inside. It is a combat type mist spirit, and trust me, we are about to see it. Let's dive into this crazy story. This artifact binds to its owner, protecting them while doubling as a lethal weapon. Using it, she can unleash power that rivals an actual rank 4 beast. Ning was blown away, a perfect blend of defense and offense. This rare artifact must have cost an absolute fortune. Man explained that Shinny came from a powerful family line, meaning she was loaded with high-grade gear. Zed and Ning were stunned to realize they were standing next to a literal heiress. Z realized that as he grew stronger, he would spend far more time surviving in dangerous wild zones and secret realms. He made a mental note to grab a special artifact as soon as possible. Lian told them it was time to move. Along the path, they found a slaughtered mummy. Lingan examined it and confirmed it was a common rank 2 beast from this area. An entire pack of 15 beasts was wiped out in a single blow. Fresh human footprints littered the dirt in every direction, proving an incredibly powerful squad of beastmasters was clearing the path ahead of them. Singy grinned glad they did not have to fight and urged them forward, while Lingan and Man lingered slightly behind. Now pay attention here, because Man noticed Lingan looked deeply troubled. It turns out she had never seen Z or Ning's beasts in her entire life. This shocked Man. Ling Yan was literally a walking encyclopedia of monsters, yet she could not identify these three creatures. Man whispered that these beasts might be ultra-rare species that have never been documented in history. Lingan was not so sure. Evolutionary pathways were still heavily researched, and top-tier clans kept their custom evolution methods strictly under lock and key. After all, cultivating monsters was the ultimate closely guarded secret for any serious beastmaster. You do not ask about someone's secret build unless you are family. So despite her burning curiosity, she kept her mouth shut. Reaching the 4th ring, they faced a rank 3 stage 4 shadow necromancer, the terrifying evolved form of those mummies. With a swift strike, the Snow Maiden blasted its chest, killing the creature instantly. Zed stepped up and suggested they let him handle the next fights, so he could gain some crucial combat experience and test his spirit techniques. Suddenly, a mummy burst from the sand, but the earth spirit instantly slammed it right back underground. Z cheered them on. You and I both know a good grind when we see it. Man and Lengan praised his incredibly polite attitude. An hour later, a massive structure loomed ahead. Man explained this ancient barrier had actually survived all the way from the tragic Cataclysm era. Splitting the 3rd and 4th rings, it is known as the Pale Wall. Everything from the 3rd ring down to the core is locked behind these walls. To get inside, they had to cross this boundary. The Pale Wall has only 4 gateways, and they just had to follow the perimeter to find one. They located a gate, and Earth Spirit easily forced the heavy concrete open. Having a strong path was incredibly convenient. Normally, a whole squad of them would have to sweat and struggle for hours just to budge a broken old door like this. Stepping through, they were greeted by a desolate forest of towering twisted trees, with almost no leaves on their branches. Lennon warned them to stay sharp. The 3rd ring held far more deadly beasts, and their power levels were way higher. Even worse, this dangerous zone was home to a terrifying undead boss known as the Pale Lord. Facing one Pale Lord was fine, but its horrifying command ability was the real nightmare. It can summon endless wave of lesser undead. Every single time it rises, it is shielded by a massive army of Pale Guards. Since their target was the 2nd ring, they could not afford to waste energy fighting here. Man advised them to slip past unnoticed and advance as fast as possible. Still, she assured them not to worry too much. The Pale Lord spent almost all of its time sleeping deep underground and rarely ever wandered onto the surface. Unless they had terrible luck, they would be safe. The other 3 immediately groaned, telling her she just jinxed them. Laughing, she told them to forget she said anything, confident that they could not possibly have that kind of awful luck. Suddenly, a chilling aura hit them. Man froze. A dark presence surged from the trees as a rank 3 stage 7 undead pale guardian emerged. Ning went pale, realizing the jinx was real. Man panicked, claiming she did not mean to summon it. Shani cried out, asking for their next move. Could they escape? Lian warned that these undead monsters never get tired and would easily run them down in the wild. Running would be suicide, so trust me, their only option was to fight. They immediately locked in and prepared for battle. The lightning breathes dragon beast's lungs, shattering the bones. Man summoned her crimson giant spirit to unleash a devastating exploding fireball. Stick with me because we are about to watch these pale guardians get absolutely wrecked, with Shinny sending them flying. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden unleashes her Arctic domain, instantly freezing the pale guardians right in front of her. Then the Earth Spirit shatters those ice statues, leaving Zingu completely amazed by their massive area of effect skills. He couldn't help but admire the Pale Lord's formidable leadership. An uprising of this scale had to be the Pale Lord's doing, but he found it highly suspicious that the boss was nowhere in sight. Shinny sends her flying beast to scout the area. It soars through the sky and spots something moving below. The Pale Lord is spotted less than 100 meters to the southeast, and the monster is already on the move. She warns Sea that it's heading straight for them, so he intercepts it using earth spirits and deadly stone spikes. The beast halts its skeleton horse, but Z notices an opening and spends 1200 achievement points. The system alerts him that his spirit arrow has successfully upgraded to level 6. He noticed the Pale Lord is already wounded and struggling to defend against the relentless beast attacks. This brand new feature lets him channel extra energy on top of the base cost to boost his skills, allowing a maximum of 400 points at this level. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit keep the Pale Lord completely pinned down. Now watch closely because they're planning to end this in one shot. Suddenly, Lennon senses a massive surge of energy. Eyeing his weapon, she warns him that a standard spirit arrow won't have enough firepower to take the monster down. She advises fighting a slow battle of attrition, but Z explains that dragging this out will exhaust their beast companions before they even reach the dangerous second ring. Besides, with the Pale Lord already wounded, other rival teams might be lurking close by, meaning they need to wrap this up fast. To any normal fighter, a weak arrow, consuming only a few dozen points of energy, wouldn't do much damage. Throwing it out now would normally be a total waste of energy, but Z is sitting on 1500 points of power. Funneling 400 points into a level 6 arrow is more than enough to obliterate this weakened boss. He loses the deadly shot, striking the Pale Lord dead in the chest and knocking him off his skeleton horse. You feel their shock, right? A single arrow just totally one-shot the massive boss. Lennon recalls that he used nowhere near this much destructive power against that rank 3 necromancer earlier. Mastering this level of energy control to multiply damage requires training the skill to at least level 6. Since she is only a freshman, she is left wondering how this is even possible, as the remaining skeletons flee. Unleashing a dual barrage of ice showers and stone bullets, Z wipes out the retreating monsters in seconds. Man is absolutely stunned to see everything cleared so easily. Ning and Shinan are proud of Z, who urges them to gather the loot quickly, before Tao suddenly appears looking shocked. All eyes turn to Tao, who instantly accuses Z of shamelessly stealing the Gausan Club's hard-earned prey. Man recognizes Luhan from the Gausan Club, casually noting how crazy of a coincidence it is to meet here. But Han snapped back, telling them to cut the sweet talk and demanding they hand over all the boss loot. His teammates back him up aggressively, demanding that every single material dropped by the Pale Lord be handed over. Smiling calmly, Man asks if they actually believe this legendary monster belongs solely to them. One guy argues that stealing another hunter's prey inside this secret realm is strictly forbidden by their rules. He sneakily hopes the Dragonheart Club remembers this rule, but she calmly points out it's just an unwritten agreement. Besides, there is another part to that rule. If your prey manages to run away, your hunt is officially a failure. So the very second they let the Pale Lord slip away, they completely lost all rights to it. Shinny immediately chimes in, playfully sticking her tongue out at them. She teases them for failing to hold down their own target, letting it run and then shamelessly returning to claim the loot. Furious Hunt takes offense and threatens to rip her mouth open, but his teammate holds him back, warning him not to act rashly. Still, Hunt refused to let them walk away with their prize. He stubbornly keeps arguing the boss belongs to them, while his teammate quietly suggests that taking the loot by force might be their only option. But deep down, they know a direct fight won't end well for them. And trust me, inside a lawless secret realm, there are far worse ways to make someone suffer. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a rival proposes teaming up against Z, making Hao break into a devious grin. He explained their plan. They would shadow them closely, biding their time until the perfect moment to deliver a deadly surprise. Meanwhile, Man was busy inspecting the corpse, where she stumbled upon rare pale bone pearls. Just like that, they hit the jackpot, since those pearls are worth at least tens of thousands. Curious Z asked if there was any bad blood between the Dragon Heart Club and the Gausan Club. Man explained that both factions have been at each other's throats for ages. Honestly, bloody clashes like this are pretty much a daily occurrence. Seeing Shinga's sudden reaction, Langyan wondered if Z also held a grudge against the Gawan Club. Brushing it off, Z suggested they keep moving. Their goal was to cross the boundary wall into the second ring, which would lead them straight to the next zone. Their target, Grey Blood Valley. This place is packed with rare grey bloodstones, which can easily fetch up to 5,000 per kilogram. 3 hours later, they arrive. Thanks to Shinji's handy space artifact, they managed to load up on a massive haul of treasures. Still, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Now pay attention here, because this is where the real danger starts, as a horde of rank 5 fierce beasts are about to swarm them. Z immediately realized that the level and sheer density of these monsters were way higher than anything in the wild. In under half a day, his Earth Spirit's growth rate had already jumped by 12%. While the school's secret realm has strict caps on entry, the Beast Tamer Association has absolutely no limits. Sure, the entry fee was steep, but it was totally worth it. Pushing forward, they soon stumbled upon a rich vein of grey bloodstones. With one mighty punch, his rock ghost shattered the cliff cleanly, separating the precious stones from the rock. Amazed Man couldn't help but praise Z's powerful beast, suggesting they grab all the materials they can to help Shinji offer up the remaining space in her artifact so they could hoard even more. High up on the cliffside, Tao and the rest of his club members watched them like hawks. Seeing that they weren't moving anymore, Hao asked what their next move should be. Tao sneered, saying that luring them to the second ring road was plenty. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. They're about to play dirty, as they set their sinister trap directly into motion. Suddenly, the flying beast began acting wild. Nearby, the lightning blitzed dragon beast started shaking with fear. Sensing the sudden shift, Langan warned the group that something was seriously wrong with their beast behavior. Man immediately defended herself, swearing she didn't cause this, since she hadn't uttered a single word. Zed noticed that his Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost were perfectly fine, but suddenly Ning's face turned completely pale with terror. Z quickly demanded to know what was wrong, but she could only whisper one word: dragon. Shaking, she explained that her demon flame crimson owl had just spotted a massive dragon flying straight for them. Right on cue, the beast began pulling destructive energy in its jaw. They immediately realized a massive attack was coming. With the dragon locking onto their position, Z ordered everyone to get close right before it unleashed a tide of purple flames. Instantly, Z triggered Ice Crystal Mirror, and Spirit Guardian erecting a massive shield over the team. This cost 1800 points. With Spirit Guardian upgraded to level 8, he unlocked a new feature to infuse raw spirit power, on top of the base cost, massively boosting its defenses. At this tier, his max infusion limit was 600 points. While the trigger stood frozen in shock, Z was in deep trouble. He had barely survived blocking that devastating blast, and now the dragon was already charging up its next strike. As burning purple energy rained down on them, the rock ghost reacted by summoning its clones. One clone dashed straight up into the falling energy. Getting close, it triggered a massive lightning collision, causing the entire strike to detonate harmlessly in mid-air. Whirling around to face the dragon, the rock ghost unleashed its earthly majesty. This skill channels gravity pressure straight from the Earth's core, heavily weighing down every single enemy in the vicinity. Any rock-type targets suffer massive stat suppression, depending entirely on the difference in their levels. But the beast casually shrugged off the pressure, letting out a deafening roar as its deadly counter-strike completely missed. The claw passed right through, as the rock ghost phased into a phantom. Linan instantly recognized the beast as a mature igneous rock dragon. It was a dark and rock dual type, sitting at least at rank 8. Being a full rank higher, Z finally understood why earthly majesty failed. So what do you and I make of this? A sleeping overlord dragon suddenly attacking can only mean one thing. They have been set up. Trust me, she suspects this beast was lured out on purpose. Seeing several flying pet beasts suddenly swarm the sky, she knew another rival team had to be behind it. Ning pointed out that only students from their own academy could enter this secret realm, narrowing down the masterminds until they all reached the exact same conclusion. The Gausa Club. Shiny was absolutely positive that their malicious trap was designed to get them all killed. Meanwhile, the Gausa Club is getting absolutely wrecked. One member begs for help, but his teammates just abandon him and run. Tao is shaking in pure terror as a massive red dragon hunts them down, while Hao runs screaming for his life. Ning scans the chaotic area and warns that a second igneous rock dragon is aggressively hunting the Gausa Club. It is not far away at all, and the beast is heading straight towards their position. That means only one thing. Those cowards intentionally guided the furious igneous rock dragon right to them, and Lian immediately figures it out. Her group ran into the male dragon, which means the one chasing the Gausa Club is the female. Dragons are usually completely solitary beasts, except for one specific time, mating season. During this crucial period, the male and female stay together to protect their nest until the eggs hatch. They set up their nest in the second ring to incubate their eggs, which means the greedy Gausa Club must have targeted the nest itself. Since the eggs are linked to the parents, these dragons are chasing them down relentlessly. Now pay attention to this. Hao is completely lost as to how things got this bad, freezing as a new dragon blocks him, while the Dragon Heart Club is still alive. That terrifying realization just fuels his desperate rage. Since he is going down, he decides to drag everyone else with him. They warn our main character that Hao is trying to pull the dragon right over to them. Without a second thought, our main character punches him square in the face. Hao is completely stunned by the sudden strike. But that split second of distraction is all the dragon needs to strike. Zed realizes instantly that they are out of time. The stolen eggs have driven this beast into an absolute frenzy, and they will not spare a single human. They are in massive trouble. Acting fast, Lenan unleashes the Frostthorn Dragon Ice Spikes, while the powerful Lightning Beast Dragon Beast joins the coordinated assault. It summons a devastating thunderstorm. The enemy dragon takes a direct hit, creating a massive shockwave that sends violent winds blasting outward. But as the smoke clears, the lightning blitz dragon beast lets out a sudden terrified squeak. The massive beast slowly locks its eyes on its target. It unleashes a terrifying fire breath, instantly petrifying the lightning blitz dragon beast into solid stone. With one strike, the dragon shatters the statue, causing Lan to cough up blood. Ning explained that this is the severe physical backlash from losing a bonded pep beast. Lan weakly warns them that the beast just used rock blood mist, the ultimate skill of an igneous rock dragon. Without an insanely high abnormal status resistance skill, any lower ranked creature will instantly turn into a solid stone statue the second they touch this deadly blood mist. One of the remaining pet beasts starts petrifying from the waist down, completely turning into solid rock in seconds. Man coughs up blood, and I know what you are thinking. If this continues, they are all getting wiped out. Ning's demon flame Crimson Owl struggles desperately to dodge the encroaching mist darting right between both giant dragons. Ning helps Langan to her feet, but they both know the demon flame Crimson Owl is at its absolute limit. To make matters worse, running away is impossible. They simply cannot outrun two massive dragons in a straight chase. With no options left, Man decides to make a move. She pulls out a highly detailed mysterious spell. She tells the team she will hold back the dragons so they can escape, but Ginny immediately recognizes the object in her hands. It is a powerful artifact called the Thousand-Layer Bell, capable of ignoring rank limits to completely immobilize a target. But the price is terrible. The user is also frozen, completely unable to move. Man calmly argues that sacrificing herself is better than a total team wipe. A heavy, painful silence falls over them. Looking directly at Z, she demands to know why he is hesitating, begging him to lead the others to safety. She promises that Lennon will still hand over the blue tier once they safely make it out of here. But Zed refused to leave his allies behind. Even better, he does not believe they are completely out of options just yet. He summons both the Snow Maiden and the Rock Ghost immediately, activating his powerful Spirit Art Fusion. An epic gale erupts, blinding everyone as the Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost merge within the storm to create the Abyssal Frost Giant Spirit. The incredible Fusion Spirit Art peaks at a massive rank 6 stage 2. This power only lasts for 60 seconds. And you and I can see how shocked Man is, while Shinny is absolutely thrilled. Let's jump in, as she senses that familiar exclusive spirit beast belonging to Z. Langyan instantly sends its terrifying rank 6 aura. Still facing two massive rank 8 igneous rock dragons, a beast like that should not have stood a single chance. But our main character was not done yet, activating a powerful Burst Seed card. The blue crystal body of the Abyssal Frost Giant Spirit glowed as absolute freezing cold surged out, skyrocketing its power to rank 8 stage 4. This insane boost would last for 60 seconds, leaving Man completely stunned by the sheer pressure. Leaping from rank 4 to rank 6 and finally reaching rank 8, its raw level had literally doubled in a matter of seconds. The crowd wondered if that card was actually some legendary treasure, capable of forcefully multiplying a beast's rank. Without losing a single moment, Z commanded the giant spirit to slaughter both of the dragons. The massive giant erupted from below, launching them into the air, before triggering its ultimate crowd control skill, Absolute Zero. This devastating technique unleashed massive frost damage, completely freezing any enemy caught in its blast. Both dragons crashed violently into the dirt, letting out terrified screeches as they struggled to stand, sheer panic filling their eyes, giving them no room to breathe. The giant spirit immediately changed into its abyssal frost earthbinding arctic skill. This massive zone control ability would endlessly slow down any target trapped inside. Locked in ice like lifeless statues, the dragons could only watch as the colossal giant wound up a devastating punch, then followed it with another. It was a relentless beatdown with heavy frozen fists crashing into the dragons over and over. Watch closely, because this brutal sight left his companions utterly speechless. Once the dust settled, the dragons lay heavily broken, just as the burst seed card's 60-second timer finally ran out. The Fuchsia Spirit Arc deactivated and both the Snow Maiden and Rock Ghost split back into their normal forms. Both passed out cold, though another beast managed to catch Rock Ghost. Zed caught the falling Snow Maiden himself, whispering words of praise to both of his exhausted beasts for a job well done. The fusion process had drained all their energy, so he recalled them. Meanwhile, man stood frozen, unable to believe those dragons were defeated so easily. I know what you're thinking, but Ling Yan quickly stopped her from asking. Ling Yan explained that standard combat artifacts could only boost a beast's power by 3 or 4 minor substage. Yet the mysterious treasure Zed utilized allowed his summons to break past absolute rank barriers entirely. An upgrade that massive was unheard of. Even the wealthiest beast-breeding clans did not own artifacts this powerful. Shinny spoke up next, admitting she had never witnessed such magic. Lang Yan warned them to keep this a total secret, and they quickly agreed before Z asked about harvesting the dragon remains. They were looking at valuable fangs, blood and horns, not to mention pristine scales, skin and high-grade meat. Man and Shiny's eyes lit up as they began harvesting, but Z felt like they were missing something vital. Then he remembered the dragon egg, a poaching how's twisted body lying awkwardly on the ground. Z began searching, prompting a confused Ning to ask what he was doing. She froze as Z pulled out a rare high-tier spatial storage artifact. Ning urged him to quickly bind it, so they could finally pick at the valuable treasures hidden inside. With no blood-bound security on these artifacts, Z focused his mind and sent his senses sweeping inside. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness entered a massive pocket dimension, measuring roughly 12 meters, about the size of a spacious master bedroom. The massive storage area was an incredibly pleasant surprise. One prize immediately stood out, a rare igneous rock dragon egg, possessing both dark and earth attributes. This beast evolution path was centered on awakening primordial bloodline power, boosting its physical strength while maximizing its mastery over dark elements. Its next evolutionary step was hatchling. Unlike normal pack beasts, pure-blooded dragons had a unique evolutionary system split into very specific growth phases, from hatchling to juvenile, progressing up to ancient, archaic, and finally primordial dragon. Although these were just growth phases, our main character was absolutely thrilled. He finally secured his third main companion. Once outside this realm, he would take the Beastmaster exam. Turns out the thieves had hidden the egg in that ring. No wonder the mother dragon chased them, but you and I know he saved the day. Just as promised, let's dive into the rewards. Every single treasure they got on this run, including that massive dragon egg, was handed directly to Z. But Z shook his head. The dragon egg and ice blue tear were plenty. The rest they should split it. Suddenly, man stepped forward and held his hand. She looked him in the eyes, saying they could always return to this hidden space, but they only had one life. Without him, they would all be dead. No pile of rare resources could ever equal the value of them staying alive. Z was touched. He tried to decline, but she absolutely refused to take no for an answer. Eventually, he accepted 80% of the total loot. That is when Ning remembered a classic dragon trait, hoarding treasure. She suggested a quick detour to the dragon nest. Her demon flame crimson owl had already pinned down the location, and she urged everyone to go check it out. With everyone on board, they made their move. Soon they arrived at a massive cave. Ginny frowned, complaining that it looked nothing like the stories. Where were the glittering mountains of gold and legendary weapons? Lian pointed out that nests were mostly for breeding. Dragons typically only stored energy crystals in places like this. Hearing this, Zed instantly wanted to grab some crystals, but Ning was distracted by a weirdly familiar feeling. She could feel a distinct aura vibrating in the air, while Shinny felt nothing. Ning pointed directly toward a solid stone wall. The second her finger brushed against the surface, she froze. The stone wall was sliding open. Shinny was stunned, questioning if dragon could even build secret doors. But she suspected this was the work of a human. The idea of someone living down here was highly intriguing. Remember, only students can access this place. Now pay attention. The moment Z looks inside, his entire face pales. The hallway was eerie, covered in bizarre markings and hanging chains, with a heavy oppressive aura suffocating the air. Right in the center of a magic circle sat a sinister glowing egg. Ning started acting very strange. She whispered that it was calling to her. Langan stiffened the moment she saw it, a terrifying demon-type pet beast egg. Staying here was suicide. She urged them to grab it and run. Before long, they finally escaped the secret realm. Jin was shocked to see them back so quickly, especially since they planned on staying for a full 7 days. Lian casually claimed they just needed some rest. Still, the man couldn't help wondering why they were in such a massive rush. Back at the academy, Lennon explained they would sell off the excess materials and wire both his and Ning's cash cards. Tipping her word, she handed over the legendary Ice Blue Tear and 10 ice element essences. But as for the strange egg from the nest, she warned them not to hatch it. Not yet. You and I both know demon eggs are bad news. Plus, she suspected the secret chamber linked directly to the evil Red Moon group. Langan warned them about the Fallen Ones and the Red Moon group, a sinister cult-like faction composed entirely of corrupt individuals. If other factions were mere pests, the Red Moon group was the devil himself, hell-bent on dragging the entire world into absolute ruin. Their dark shadow loomed behind almost every major terrorist attack that had rocked the Alliance. Countless civilian and powerful beastmasters died because of their twisted schemes. Demon-type eggs only appeared through forbidden summoning rituals. So how on earth did one end up inside their school's secret realm? Z asked if Red Moon members were actually hiding right under their noses. She grimly nodded, saying that would be the worst-case scenario. Though there was a chance some leftover ritual energy had simply leaked into the zone. Regardless of how it got here, she strongly advised reporting the dangerous demon egg to have it destroyed immediately. Men wrapped up the heavy talk, telling them to stay in touch and drop by the Dragon Heart Club whenever they wanted. After parting ways, Ning asked Z what he would do next. He smiled, planning to buy the remaining evolution materials for his pet beasts. That night, a massive heap of top-grade ice element essence lay piled high across his bed. He fed the entire mountain to the Snow Maiden, who happily gobbled it up with a playful, teasing smile. Even the rock ghost blushed looking at her. Z sighed, shaking his head at her shameless teasing. Even with this massive pile of resources, Z felt like something was still missing. Then he remembered his unclaimed achievement rewards. Slaying those two igneous rock dragons had actually unlocked a fresh achievement for his abyssal frost giant spirit. He had been in such a rush to escape that he hadn't even checked the details. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see this. He unlocked the legendary Dragon Slayer achievement for being the first to kill a dragon. His prize, 500 achievement points. We are starting with 10 dub essences, a dragon fang blood, and a dragon heart. Another achievement unlocked from the Crazy Ant Shaking a Tree quest, where he had to defeat an opponent twice his own pet's level. That backed him 1500 achievement points, a burst seed card, a revival potion, an evolution stone, and a growth crystal. These rewards are absolutely massive. The Dragon Slayer loot is packed with perfect evolution materials, which will be insanely useful for hatching his igneous rock dragon. Even though he already used his last burst ship card, this quest just handed him another. He also pocketed a rare revival potion, a miracle drink overflowing with pure life force. Drinking this instantly heals every single injury, working wonders for both beastmasters and their pets. Next is the growth crystal, a special gem designed to spark a pet's inner potential and speed up growth. Pop this open and his chosen pet gets a sweet 10% boost to its growth rate, but only for pets below rank 7. He also scored an evolution stone, a mysterious crystal packed with raw evolutionary energy. Once absorbed, it triggers a pet's evolution potential instantly, maxing out its growth and forcing it to evolve. Though its cap is rank 5, Z feels a massive wave of relief. The timing is flawless for bonding with his third pet. Seriously, that evolution stone is worth its weight in gold. Pay attention here because his pet suddenly explodes. His snow maiden is actually evolving. She stands tall, totally calm. Frosty white hair flows all around her as sharp blue ice crystals crown her head and body. Frigid aura swirls around her form, quiet yet absolutely overwhelming, making the very air tremble with absolute sub-zero power. She has officially evolved into the Frost Blue Maiden. Now at rank 5 stage 1, her next step is the legendary Arctic Princess. She needs 100% growth, 30 low-grade ice elemental stones, and 1 millennium Arctic item to get there. Z immediately asks if she feels any strange resonance with her rock ghost fusion form. Just because her rank climbs higher than the earth spirits, that doesn't mean their soul fusion technique will automatically work. She shakes her head. Man, what a massive relief. This means once fusion is unlocked, pets of totally different ranks can merge. She is already rank 5, while the rock ghost is still lagging behind. Right now, the rock ghost is sitting at rank 4 stage 5 with 73% growth. Its next evolutionary form is the rock god soldier, requiring full growth, 10 low-grade earth stones, and 1 boundless earth. You and I both know they are ready to crush this upcoming exam. The next morning at the Beastmaster Exam Center, a proctor clears his throat, calling the room to order. His name is Yi Zuping, and he instructs all candidates to choose their trial difficulty. Following tradition, he offers a warning. Tell them to pick the difficulty tier that actually matches their current strength. In other words, do not aim too high and waste this incredibly valuable opportunity. He asks if the selections are final, and his assistant confirms everything is locked in. Right on the massive crystal before them, the results pop up. One candidate chose Superior 4 for high, 34 for medium, and 24 for low. Zuping asks his assistant if someone really selected Superior. The assistant replies that it is a first-year student from Zhongeng named Lindsay. 2 months ago, wild rumors came from the Pink High branch about a candidate passing the Superior Apprentice exam. He remembers that exact name clearly, Lindsay having already heard of his ridiculous achievements. Calling this guy a prodigy is no exaggeration. Still, he hopes Lindsay can actually survive the superior bronze level test. He orders all candidates to get ready immediately. The countdown starts. Z wonders if the battle is in arena mode. The test officially begins. There are exactly 5 brutal stages in the superior difficulty tier. Everyone is told to stay alert. A terrifying abyssal rat emerges, a dual dark and fire type at rank 3 stage 9. A swarm of rats floods out. The snow maiden inhales, exhaling a massive wave of ice. The freezing gale blasts straight toward the stampeding group of rats. It is her new skill, Snow Maiden Sigh, unleashing a sub-zero mist that inflicts heavy ice damage in a massive fan-shaped blast zone. And just like that, stage 1 is cleared. The challenge continues as another beast steps out. A rank 4 multi-headed lizard appears, but trust me, her raised finger means it's game over. Alright, let's dive into a brutal clash, where a freezing ice shower shreds a beast right before a dark night shadow strikes next. It gets frozen solid in mid-air before even making a single move. Up next is a dark-type demon ghost, but she changes it in ice instantly, as this relentless challenge continues without a single pause. Zuping is totally speechless. That high-tier demon ghost was incredibly powerful, yet it got taken down in one shot. It is not just that ghost. Every opponent so far has been obliterated in one blow. A total sweep. He wonders if Z's pet already passed rank 5, even though the kid just turned 18 this year. A man in black mentions that Z's very first evaluation went exactly the same way. He absolutely crushed the superior difficulty level back then without breaking a sweat. The local association even offered him a spot, but Z turned them down. Now Zuping finally understands why Z had the confidence to choose the superior difficulty again. But still, the ultimate boss is a rank 5 bronze dragon, which is no joke to fight. Now watch this part closely. The screen shows the dragon frozen solid and kick away, leaving Zuping completely dumbfounded. Just like that, Z passes after simply summoning his second pet to secure an easy win, leaving other candidates whining in frustration. One guy complains that he was so close to defeating his own opponent. Another admits he never expected the easy level to be this brutal, especially since the final fight was against a rank 3 stage 7 beast. Meanwhile, a nearby candidate is thrilled, celebrating that he officially passed to become a bronze beast master. He went with the high difficulty, and out of 4 people who tried, he was the sole survivor to succeed. Suddenly, someone notices something incredibly strange. Looking closely at that massive bronze dragon, its size proves it is at least rank 5. He has no idea how such a terrifying monster ended up in a bronze trial. Another guy pipes up, realizing the kid who took the superior path looks familiar. He recognizes him as Z, recalling how he witnessed the genius breeze through the same superior test back in Pinghai City. Hearing this, the person next to him is still in total disbelief. Z gets congratulated for passing. His physique jumps from 13.5 to 18.5, and his spirit leaps from 15 to 23. His main pet gets a plus 30 increase to her growth, bringing the Frost Blue Maiden's total up to 30%. She advanced to rank 5, stage 3, giving Z some relief. Watch closely. The moment he walks out, the crowd swarms him. Zuping steps forward to offer congratulations, introducing himself as one of the lead examiners for this test. He admits that back when he was Z's age, he only had 2 rank 3 beasts. Z is now officially the first beast master in the Federation to conquer the superior bronze trial. Zuping invites him to join the association, but Z politely declines, wanting to focus solely on his cultivation. Juping laughs, realizing he was being pushy, since Z already rejected the prestigious offer back in Pinghai City. He hands over his card, making it clear that the door will always be wide open for him. Back home that night, Z sits quietly in his living room, with both of his summoned beasts standing guard. He carefully holds the mysterious dragon egg in his hands. Lingan previously told him that channeling his spirit power into the egg would hatch it, allowing them to contract. He begins channeling his energy inside, but instantly realizes how insanely massive the power drain truly is. Even with 2300 spirit power, he feels the strain. A normal bronze master would be sucked dry instantly. Suddenly, the egg trembles. They watch in silence as cracks spread across the shell. Then the egg shatters. A cute tiny black baby dragon emerges, looking around in utter confusion. The little dragon swallows its shell whole. Meet the igneous rock dragon. This hatchling is a dark and rock dual type at rank 1 stage 1 with 0% growth, featuring dragon breath and rock splitting claw. Z gently pats its head. The dragon's progression path is built around unlocking the massive evolutionary power sleeping within. This will constantly boost its physical strength while enhancing its mastery over the dark elements. Its maximum potential is King Grad, evolving next into the juvenile igneous rock dragon. Evolution requires 100% growth, 5 low-grade dark essences, and 1 dragon fang. No hidden paths available. And that's where we leave Z, totally satisfied with his new King Great Dragon. Trust me, we'll see him dominate next time. Alright, you and I are about to watch our Frost Maiden and Rock Ghost stare as this lazy dragon burps. Sure, it is only rank 1 stage 1, but pure blood dragons grow insanely fast, and Z already has all the materials ready for its next big evolution. First, he plans to spend achievement points to boost its growth rate. Stacked with the rare materials he already has, he can easily force it straight to rank 3. After a quick scolding for that loud burp, Z heads out to a massive open field. The dragon waits patiently. They had to go outside because upgrading this beast indoors would definitely end with the entire building getting absolutely destroyed. He locks in the decision, spending those points to supercharge his dragon's growth speed. With the materials already eaten, clicking confirm is the final step to push its growth past the limit. Suddenly the beast begins to glow as pure power surges through its body, leaving Z completely stunned. The energy waves are wild, whipping up a violent dust storm that completely blocks his vision. As the dust clears, the epic result is finally revealed. The evolution is a massive success. Standing massive at rank 3 stage 3, the giant beast looks down. Z just waves and smiles up at his partner. The dragon lowers its massive head for some pats. It is surprisingly well behaved, despite growing to such a terrifying size. Now pay attention to this next step. He feeds it a rare glowing evolution stone. Next, once absorbed, it unlocks a beast's hidden potential, forcing it to immediately reach its absolute peak form. This forces another instant evolution, turning the dragon into a fully grown adult capped at rank 5. It hits rank 4, stage 4, with its growth rate resetting back to 0%. It now boasts Dragon Breath, a devastating blast of dark energy that completely vaporizes any enemies caught in its path. Its rock-splitting claw can crush opponents instantly, dealing bonus damage to any metal or rock-type enemies. With Shadow Coil, it controls darkness to bind targets, dealing pure dark damage that completely bypasses physical defenses. Death Grip summons a massive hand of pure shadow, crushing targets while landing nasty curses like corrosion, fear, and weakness. Its ultimate Blood Mist skill remains locked. Z figures. It is simply because the dragon's level is still too low. Okay, I know what you are thinking. 2 rank 4s and a rank 5 pet is a ridiculously overpowered lineup for this stage. But can this giant dragon actually shrink down? It lets out a soft growl in response, and suddenly, its massive body begins to shrink and transform. In no time, it is small enough to rest right in his hands. Talk about a perfect pocket companion. Summoning it indoors would have been impossible otherwise. A few days later, their teacher announced some huge news in class. In just 1 week, the school's massive annual competition begins, throwing the entire class into pure hype. Right then, a system screen pops up in front of Z. A special achievement quest to win the championship is unlocked. To clear it, he has to take first place in the tournament and become the undisputed top student at the academy. And the rewards insane. 1500 achievement points, a spirit technique scroll, a random artifact, plus extra bonus achievements to unlock. Z raises his hand, asking if lower grade students can enter. The teacher smiles, confirming that anyone can register. According to the rules, any student can join no matter their year. But since it is a brutal knockout format, most first years only enter for the experience, unless they are elite. Still, the academy encourages everyone to jump in and get a feel for real competitive battles. That reality check leaves quite a few students bitter. They already know who is going to win the moment Z's name is brought up. They are all first years. Yet, the power gap in +1 is just massive, especially after Zack's speed cleared that superior difficulty bronze trial. Shinny wastes no time asking Zai to team up, but Ning does the exact same thing a second later. The girls lock eyes. Grabbing Zai's arms, they start a tug of war, accusing each other of clinging way too close. Yang watches from a distance completely fuming as he sees Shinny clinging so tightly to another guy. Pangyan peeks through the doorway, narrowing his eyes as he silently vows to crush Jua in the tournament. Meanwhile, in a dark ritualistic room, eerie blue flames and flickering candles cast long creepy shadows. And trust me, looking at these creepy skulls and forbidden talismans, you and I are in for a wild ride next. You and I are starting off with these creepy hooded figures gathered around a table, covered in skulls and creepy artifacts. This place definitely has the absolute worst vibes of a secret cult meeting. One deacon finally speaks up, delivering some shocking news. Xing Tao, a member of the Red Moon group, has vanished. Yang, a silver-haired guy in a black robe, tells Lord Yan that Ningjing Academy has been running secret realm training for the past few days. So according to him, it makes perfect sense why they lost touch with the kid. Suddenly, a sharp vine whips out of nowhere, slicing right into his skin and drawing blood. He stares in shock, unable to believe his own master hit him, while Jan looks furious. The boss is totally pissed off by the excuse that losing contact is normal. Lord Jan remembers clearly that this was the exact same guy who swore the Red Earth Secret Realm was safe for hatching their secret test subjects. The guy scrambles to explain, but that only makes Yan even angrier. Her test subject's energy signature is totally gone, and even the mother organism can't sense it anymore. Lord Yan won't answer, and trust me, he is absolutely convinced someone stole it. If it were still in the realm, the mother organism would easily track it, meaning there are only 2 possibilities left. Either it's locked in a special ring or completely destroyed, while the others beg him to calm down. Jan just coughs, calling everyone trash, before roaring at them to start investigating immediately. They need to track down everyone who joined the secret training and touch the subject, since Ningjing Academy is not that big. There is no way they can hide, and the cultists instantly accept the order. 1 week later, Crowds gather as Ning asks our main character if he spent all week training. She wonders if he finally bonded with his third piece, the igneous rock dragon, but Sei just smiles and says to wait for the matches. She pouts, totally annoyed by his frustrating secrecy. Suddenly, Man and Lingan arrive, with Man throwing her arm over Zei's shoulder to cheer him on. The rewards this year are massive, featuring $100,000 and an incredibly rare artifact. The winner gets one artifact, and clearing the special achievement gives another meaning. Zei could walk away with 2 of them. Other students spot Zei nearby and start praying they do not get matched against him in the qualifiers. But pay attention, because someone suddenly bumps right into that nervous student. Meet Liang Jun, the 4th-year former president of the Gaussian Club, alongside Xu Li, who is the current 3rd-year leader. Jun greets Man with a smile, but she instantly gets suspicious and asks what his deal is. Jun sighs, acting totally offended that she always paints him as the bad guy. He claims he just wanted to say hello after so long, but he definitely has a hidden motive. He casually asks if she saw Lu Han or Xing Tao during the recent Secret Realm training session. Man laughs in his face, mocking the Gaussa Club for losing their members and begging the Dragonheart Club for help. She insults Jun for picking such a pathetic successor, calling Xu Li too weak and incompetent to keep track of his own guys. She says the whole situation is pathetic, making Xu Li look absolutely humiliated. Jun stays completely cool, claiming it was only a simple question, and drops it since she knows nothing. Ning senses the heat turning up on them, but Lang Yan tells her not to worry. She points out that they look like the victims here, and nobody can actually prove they had any issues with Han's squad. Man adds that Jun always loves starting drama out of nowhere, so they are totally used to his antics. But she warns them that Xu Li is also entering the tournament. Even though his style is super flashy and aggressive, his combat power is the real deal. He is a powerhouse 3rd-year student wielding 3 beasts, 2 at rank 4 and 1 deadly rank 5. Man warns Sei to watch his back if they fight, because Xu Li is famous for cheap shots and fighting dirty. Zei nods, keeping it cool, while over in the hallway, Xu Li and his crew huddle up. Xu Li slams his fist into the wall, absolutely furious, and asks if they are really just going to let them walk away. Jun calmly replies that without solid proof, even if they are guilty, there is absolutely nothing they can do. He tells him to stop wasting energy, and you know what? Let's dive into a wild beast tamer showdown where arrogance meets real power. Xu Li was furious that a commoner like Zai could possess such insane strength, yet refused his invite to the Gawan Club. With others already using Zei to mock their elite club, letting him steal the spotlight in this tournament would completely ruin their reputation. Xu Li sneered, claiming talent alone is useless if you are too poor to buy high-grade evolution materials. He was convinced Zei had already hit his limit and promised to crush him if they ever crossed paths in the arena. Suddenly, the announcer's voice echoed, calling for the Group 11 contestants to get ready for their upcoming matches. The matchup was SEP 3rd-year student Xu Li versus a 1st-year rookie. Xu Li's eyes gleamed with malice. He had landed his exact target and was ready to teach him a painful lesson. As the Group 11 clash of Xu Li versus Zai begins, a blonde instructor is shocked to see the dean. Everyone respectfully greets the legendary dean of Jiangjing Academy, Lu Qitian, shocked by his rare appearance at a student tournament. After all, their dean is one of the top 10 strongest powerhouses in the Federation. Usually, a titan like him has no time for school matches, but his sudden arrival sends a clear message to everyone. The Academy is taking this year's competition incredibly seriously. Team Captain Yu Yan from the Beast Taming Association asked Dian Qitian what brought him out to the tournament today. Then Kitian smiles, noting that the average strength of the student body is far higher than previous years. He heard about some promising new talents we must watch. Yuyan points out that the busy dean has been away from the academy so long, he missed the biggest news. A terrifying new prodigy has emerged this year. If they do not protect him, rival factions will definitely poach him. Kitian asks if he means the kid who passed that insane bronze assessment. He remembers the name Lindsay. Yuyan nods, adding that Lindsay even helped their elite search group hunt down members of the dangerous symbiosis organization. He tells the dean he arrived at the perfect moment as the fighters take the stage. Meanwhile, the crowd eagerly debates the winner. It is a tough call because Shuli is the top third tier, but Zay is incredibly strong. Most expect Lee to take the victory. Since Zay is just a freshman, others agree that Shuli's 3 high-level beasts, including a rank 5 monster, give him the edge. Shuli tells Zay he heard all about the commoner genius, offering him one final chance to join his prestigious Kawan club before things get ugly. He mockingly promises that when the elites feast on success, they might let Zay have the scraps. Zay coldly replies that he is not interested. He openly despises how Shuli bullies the weak and looks down on normal beast tamers, instantly driving the elite senior into a rage. The referee signals the start, and Shuli prepares to show this arrogant freshman the massive gap in their power. He summons his formidable sharp lizard beast, a dual-element threat at rank 5 stage 2. Now you and I both know that an adult shark lizard is a beastly opponent. The crowd is convinced Zay is completely done for. Believing one beast is enough to crush Zay, Shuli commands his summon to unleash a devastating wave smash. A terrifying tidal wave crashes towards Zay, but Shuli is baffled as to why the kid is not summoning his own pet. Thinking Zay is paralyzed with pure terror, he mocks him as trash, laughing that this easy win will save his beast some valuable energy. Shuli wants to make an example of him, but suddenly Zay fires a high-speed water shot from his fingers, instantly defeating the monster. Absolutely unbelievable. Lee's jaw drops. He screams, "It's impossible for a simple spirit arrow to take down his beast." The crowd falls dead silent as the reality sinks in. They cannot believe their own eyes. Zay did not even summon a pet, yet he vaporized a rank 5 beast with a single basic attack. His senior sister Man feels incredibly proud of her talented junior. Ning cheers for her amazing brother, which catches Dean Kipian's attention. He estimates that the young tamer's spirit arrow mastery has already surpassed level 6. Shuli is utterly humiliated, believing Zay is looking down on him by fighting barehanded, while Zay quietly releases a terrifying aura. Lee warns him not to get arrogant, desperately convincing himself that the first strike was just a fluke. He furiously convinces himself that Zay just got lucky. He quickly unleashes his rank 4 stage 8 elephant man and a rank 4 stage 6 snow ape, furiously commanding both beasts to tear Zay into tiny pieces. Lee screams that it does not matter how high level his opponent's spirit arrow is. But we are about to find out if Zay is actually running on empty. Stick around for the next episode. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal clash where two massive beasts get absolutely sniped by spirit arrows, dying instantly. Lee drops to his knees, his face completely pale, unable to process how this is even possible. Z coldly reminds him of the brutal reality a weakling like Lee is not even worth summoning a pep for. With the preliminary round finally over, Z secures the win, and his friends happily rush over to celebrate. Man realizes her anxiety was completely pointless, while Shinny explains that defeating higher graders yields massive bonus points. Thanks to this overwhelming victory, Xion is practically guaranteed a direct ticket to the official tournament. Ning invites him to hang out and watch the remaining matches, but he declines to go by evolution materials instead. Meanwhile, Lee is throwing a massive tantrum on the bench, while Jun sits over this outsider humiliating their academy. Calling Zid an arrogant punk, he vows that they will force him to pay a painful price. Lee points out that since Zed won using only 3 spirit arrows, his raw energy reserves must be insane. Watch closely here. He assumes Z must be using some rare artifact, because no ordinary kid could own something so valuable. He even convinces himself that Z stole it and starts whining about reporting him, until Jun slaps some sense into him. Jun snaps that they've embarrassed themselves enough already, ordering the team to stay sharp and focus entirely on the upcoming matches. After all, this tournament has team elements, and he secretly plots to personally crush that arrogant brat in the shadows. Later that night, Z walks out of the market, completely broke, his pockets totally emptied. Now that his beast needs origin stones instead of basic essence, the prices have skyrocketed 5 times over. Turns out the hardest part of leveling up isn't the actual training, it's buying these insanely overpriced materials. Without these crucial evolution items, even the most legendary pet beast will remain completely stuck at its current tier. Z sighs in frustration, knowing he desperately needs to find a way to make some quick cash. His best option would be directly farming the required resources inside dangerous secret realms. Stepping into an alley, Z immediately senses something is off. This path shouldn't be a dead end. He definitely didn't get lost, and his igneous rock dragon shares his confusion. Suddenly, a creepy voice behind him asks if he noticed. 2 figures emerge from the shadows. The woman is Mo, an elite member of the notorious Red Moon group. She surprisingly knows his name, but her partner Yu snaps at her to quit playing around and take this seriously. Sighing at his impatience, she turns to Z and asks if he stole something highly valuable from the Red Earth secret realm. Z plays dumb, claiming he has zero clue, but mentally he is shocked by how quickly they track him down. You and I both know exactly who these sketchy people are. They are definitely Red Moon members, connected to that secret realm. They warn him to drop the act, since they've already thoroughly investigated him. They know the treasure in his chest is Singa's secret artifact, and Mo explains that the genius his age has caught their Lord Steward's eye. If he willingly joins the Red Moon group right now, they are prepared to completely forgive his past offenses. They acknowledge his brilliant talent, but mockingly remind him that even a genius needs massive resources to actually grow strong. They tempt him with a deal, promising that their syndicate can give him everything the Academy fails to provide. Z shuts them down instantly, making Mo sneer that he clearly fails to grasp the danger he is in. They've completely sealed off this entire alleyway, meaning help is never coming, leaving him with only 2 brutal choices: submit to the Red Moon or die right here. With that, these 2 sketchy villains summon their incredibly creepy mutative pep beasts. She maliciously reminds him that his actions have consequences, bringing up his defenseless school friends as leverage. If he surrenders peacefully, their master might spare his friends. Hearing this cheap hostage threat, Z's face turns deadly serious. He scoffs at their pathetic threats, declaring that if they only gave him 2 options, he will gladly forge a third. He's going to wipe them both out. Massive beasts clash, and their disgusting giant worm gets impaled by sharp earth spikes. Zid summons the Frosty Blue Maiden, who instantly unleashes a barrage of sharp ice crystals, impaling their massive ape beast straight through the chest. It collapses instantly. Suddenly, a terrifying muscular humanoid fiend with glowing red eyes and armored skin looms over the fallen beast, leaving Z completely shocked. Under a dark pulsing light, the dead ape transforms into this muscular abomination, violently tearing and eating its own flesh with its bare teeth. Z watches in absolute horror as the monster begins cannibalizing its own biological kind. So what do you and I make of this creepy cliffhanger? This terrifying Class B experimental subject just burped and grew even larger, leaving Mo thoroughly impressed. Let's dive in. She actually thinks this beast's muscular, powerful body looks incredibly cool. She orders her Rift Demon to rip the human apart, wanting to prove that defying the Red Moon group is pure foolishness. Zed gets caught off guard as the monster chuckles, spraying a foul red liquid all over the place. As it splatters, Z frowns in pure disgust, totally insulting the enemies, since this beast is their proud Red Moon creation. An experimental creature designed to surpass any ordinary pep beast, meaning this is definitely not your run-of-the-mill demon-type pet. The system registers the man-eating centipede, the demon worm, and the bat, but this muscular demon is totally unknown. It has no name or stats, and its power spiked massively after it literally devoured that ape demon. Zed realizes that the higher the body count, the stronger this thing gets. He has got the intel he needs to end this quickly, but his summons are busy and his spirit power is dangerously low from the previous fight. Frosty Blue Maiden is busy fighting that man-eating centipede. Now watch closely here. Zed is forced to rely on his igneous rock dragon, but Mo mocks him, claiming struggling won't change his fate. Yu mocks him too, pointing out that two pet beasts are not enough to defeat their forces. They know he just passed the bronze test and contracted that igneous rock dragon. They suspect he took it from the secret realm, assuming by its size it is still just a juvenile. Z smiles, asking, "Who said it was a baby?" Suddenly, the dragon transforms, blinding them in a massive dust storm. To their horror, a massive adult igneous rock dragon emerges. Mo shrieks, demanding to know how. Z calmly tells them he owes them no explanation, ordering his dragon to unleash a strike that completely shatters their barrier. With the barrier gone, Captain Yan and his squad finally storm the alleyway. He orders his team to secure the area and evacuate the crowd, but freezes in pure shock at what lies ahead. He never expected to find Z here, demanding to know what he's doing, only to see the culprits already tied up. Yan asks if he caught them and Z confirms it, adding that he has something critical to report. He reveals that the Red Moon group has infiltrated the Academy and is conducting some highly dangerous experiments right under their noses. Soon Z is offered a cup of coffee. Captain Yan admits they already had reports of shady characters loitering around the Academy grounds. But pay attention here. He never guessed it was the Red Moon group or that they were targeting Z specifically. He brings back up Zed's claim about the Red Moon group infiltrating the school. Z notes saying he strongly suspects they have inside help within the Academy. The spatial ring belonged to Xing Tao of the Gaoan Club. Z explains he ran into his group during Secret Realm training, where a fight broke out. They ventured deep to lure an igneous rock dragon during mating season, hoping it would wipe out Z's team so they could steal its egg. But they failed. Instead, another angry dragon slaughtered them. Once Z defeated that beast, he decided to investigate its nesting lair. Hidden right inside the nest, he stumbled upon a secret room belonging to the Red Moon Group. Yan is stunned by the news, but Z admits he found the entire situation suspicious from the start. It made no sense for cultists to wander freely inside a secret realm guarded by the Academy. But since that female cultist recognized Xing Tao's special ring instantly, it basically proves the student and the Red Moon Group were actively working together. Captain Yan nods, promising to launch an immediate investigation into the matter. He expects to squeeze some highly valuable intel out of those two captured cultists. Z asks if the experimental monster he just killed can still be used for research, making Captain Yan pause and think. Recognizing Z's massive contributions, the captain decides to share a highly classified piece of information. The Red Moon Group has been artificially breeding their own bioengineered demon-type pets. Zed recalls that the Beast Tamer Association also breeds pets, which Captain Yan confirms. He explains that even their team spirit mastiffs were artificially bred years ago, but making pure demon-type beasts is a completely different story. While some beasts carry traces of demon bloodlines, they are never pure. But a pure-blood demon, trust me, you and I know that only comes from dark summoning rituals. Alright, stick with me because today we are following an investigation that just took down several secret incubation sites. With the Red Moon Group targeting Lindsay, Captain Yan warns him to stay extremely alert, handing him a high-tech communicator for any sudden emergencies that might pop up. With their talk over, Z heads right back to the Academy. Captain Yan promises to update him the second they make any real progress on the case. He also submits a secret bonus reward for Z before the young Beastmaster steps out into the bright afternoon sun. Examining the Beast Tamer Association device, he records that pressing the emergency button will instantly broadcast his exact coordinates if danger strikes. Amused by how incredibly high-tech it is, Z decides to head back to the Academy and prepare for tomorrow's massive competition. The next morning at the arena, Ning demands to know why he did not contact them last night. He explains that he was so focused on training his spirit techniques that his phone completely died. After he apologizes and promises to be careful, she admits she is just glad nothing bad happened. She actually worried that the Gausan Club had gone after him. Since today is the official match, she pulls him over to the bracket board. It is Lindsay versus Xiaoji, and Ning is cheering him on. Z calls out the Frosty Blue Maiden, while second-year Xiaoji counters with a rank 4 stage 1 rock armor turtle. The referee signals the start, and boom, just like that, Z wins and sails straight into the top 32. The crowd is completely silent. It happened so incredibly fast that nobody even saw his pet beast move. That massive rock turtle was left entirely frozen in ice. Next up, Lindsay steps forward to face his next opponent, Lin Yun. She is a third-year student boasting a rank 4 stage 2 Swift Shadow Leopard, but she calmly steps up and forfeits the match. The stadium gasped in shock, though some spectators completely understood her decision. I mean, Lin Z's pet beasts are absolutely terrifying, and their raw power is off the charts. Remember, he beat Sholi instantly with just spirit techniques. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman in a pink dress watches him closely. She smiled to herself, thinking that this guy is seriously interesting. Zed completely freezes his opponent's rank 3 stage 3 demon, and a withered beast easily securing his spot in the top 128. After that, he smashes a rank 3 stage 9 giant rock monster to breeze his way into the top 64. Up next, a rank 4 stage 1 yellow sand lizard man becomes nothing more than a stepping stone for him to reach the top 32. The entire stadium is losing its mind, chanting his name. Meanwhile, his system starts flashing with notifications, rewarding him with 50 points for entering the top 128. Reaching the top 64 earns him another 100 points, and when he successfully breaks into the top 32, that reward leaps to 200 points. He even triggered a bunch of smaller achievements. Now pay attention here, because as he anticipates even bigger rewards from his upcoming matches, a strange notification suddenly flashes on his screen. Multiple status screens pop up out of nowhere, leaving him completely baffled. Later, the group gather outside, where Zhang hype up how Z terrified the upperclassmen so badly that they chose to forfeit rather than fight. He brags that Z is officially making all the freshmen proud. Man points out that Z is actually the first freshman in school history to reach the top 4 in this tournament. She encourages him to keep winning because she truly believes in him, while their defeated friends sit nearby feeling totally depressed. Ning checks his next opponent and freezes in shock, quickly spinning her phone around to show him. The afternoon lineup is officially locked in, and his next opponent is Liang Jun. Talk about a crazy coincidence. He is about to clash with the Gaosan Club yet again, and Xiang is absolutely terrified because Jun is their former president. Now you and I both know this is bad news. Z already has beef with the Gaosan Club, and Jun is on a completely different level. When she asks for details, he learns Liang Jun is a 4th-year student ranked 2nd in the academy. He is a bronze-ranked beastmaster who controls 3 devastating rank 5 fire-type pep beasts. But the craziest part is a rumor that Jun holds a secret family technique he has never shown a single soul. Apparently, this secret technique can instantly boost a beast rank. Armed with this knowledge, Z steps onto the battlefield. Watching from above, Dian Keduan admits Z is exceeding all expectations, and Captain Yan nods in full agreement. Yan admits he was skeptical at first. Deep down, he remembers how Z single-handedly captured 2 highly dangerous wanted fugitives known as the Fallen Ones. He knows that compared to those criminals, we've seen nothing yet. Alright, you and I know this academy battle is child's play for Z, but the crowd is dying to see who wins. Nearby, a woman nudges Xiaoru in the pink dress, asking her which fighter she thinks is going to make it through. Xiaoru calmly throws the question back, and the woman confidently answers that Jun is her pick to win. Even if Z is strong, he's just a first-year rookie, so she is completely shocked to sense that Ru actually expects Z to win. Ru points out that Z is still holding back his real power, making the woman decide to follow her lead and support him too. After all, Ru is the absolute top student of the 4th year, so her battle instincts are definitely worth trusting. But then it hits her. If those two clash in the finals, it will be a massive showdown between the gorgeous genius senior and this monstrous first-year rookie. Meanwhile, Jun boldly boasts that he will take the win. Z just laughs it off, saying nobody ever won a fight with words before asking if the entire Gaosan Club is always this full of hot air. That immediately triggers Jun, who spits back that he hopes Z can maintain that smug attitude when they actually clash. The arena erupts as Jun gets dead serious, and everyone notices that his blazing flame weaver is already starting to evolve again. Facing 3 rank 5 beasts, the crowd thinks Z is completely done for, but he just looks highly amused by their presence. Then Z summons his own trio of beasts, absolutely stunning the audience the second his massive igneous rock dragon materialized. Ning and Shiny immediately burst into happy cheers upon recognizing the beast. Langan instantly spots that it is a fully grown igneous rock dragon. Amazed, he had contracted and leveled it up so incredibly fast, leaving her wondering what other deep secrets Z is hiding from everyone. Unleashing his team, Z orders them to go all out, prompting the igneous rock dragon to begin charging up a devastating breath attack. A massive torrent of fire erupts, shocking Jun's beast as frost blue ice crystals shatter wildly across the entire battlefield. The rock ghost slams directly into the massive fist of the golem creature. Meanwhile, the multi-armed humanoid demon summons a blazing fire shield to keep Jun safe as the hellish flames continue to rage. Realizing the trap, Jun frantically orders his beast to eliminate the dragon first, forcing one of his pets to activate Crimson Mist Stealth. It instantly materialized right before the igneous rock dragon, condensing its entire body into a wild, blazing sphere of pure energy. The fiery monster unleashes multiple fireballs, but they get instantly blocked by the frosty blue maiden's freezing ice crystals. As the two beasts clash, Jun is completely stunned that she can withstand the attack of his Crimson Mist monster. He has never in his life seen an ice-type humanoid beast that has already reached the peak of rank 5. You've got to wonder how on earth a mere first-year civilian master's pet could possibly possess this kind of insane power. Jun knows that if he can just eliminate the ice-type beast running the field, that rank 4 dragon will be a sitting duck. He casts his spirit technique, Soul Burning Pierce, quickly following it up with his deadly spirit arrow technique. The dual techniques collide, triggering a massive blinding explosion. Z mockingly tells his senior that trying to sneakily interfere in a beast battle just makes him look desperate, but mockingly adds that such dirty underhanded tricks are exactly what he expects from the Gaozan Club. Jun completely loses it. In a rage, he triggers a dark magic circle, making his own beasts writhe in agony as two blazing fireballs erupt and slam into the multi-armed demon. The crowd is completely baffled here, but watch closely. Penguin realizes those other two beasts were just absorbed by the Flame Weaver. Jang reaches the exact same conclusion, realizing this must be the secret inherited spirit technique of Jun's family. Even the Anchitian looks deeply shocked seeing this move. He knows this forbidden technique forcefully boosts power by devouring his own beast life force, and immediately moves to put an end to this madness. Captain Yan reassures him that Z can take it, but the Dean refused to risk it now that the enemy beast has reached rank 6, putting Z in extreme danger. The evolved Flame Weaver is now at rank 6, stage 2, holding this devastating power for a full 3 minutes. This extreme spirit fusion completely drains Jun's energy, forcing him to sacrifice his other two pets permanently. But regardless of the heavy cost, he is determined to kill Z today. Though Z calmly remarks his trump card is pretty average. He tells him that a force fusion, sacrificing your own companion's lives, is nothing more than pathetic dark magic. Then Z orders his own two beasts to perform a fusion, unleashing a blinding brilliant light across the arena. As the glow fades, their fused form is revealed, an epic abyssal frost giant which slightly surprises even Z himself. Because his frosty blue maiden evolved, their combined fusion form also received a massive upgrade. This gargantuan abyssal frost giant stands at rank 6 stage 4, lasting for just 1 minute. But Z knows that is plenty of time to wrap this up. The stadium absolutely explodes, and trust me, you and I never saw this epic fusion coming. Alright, you and I are diving into massive clash, as Xiang wonders how Z copied Jun's family technique, while Ning boasts her brother's power is vastly superior. Even the Dean is absolutely losing his mind. Meanwhile, Captain Yan looks smug, because he knew the kid could pull this off. Jun is furious, demanding to know how Z copied his move, before screaming at him to stop bluffing and just drop dead. Instantly, his pet beast starts charging a massive flame. It is the devastating Purgatory Meteor Explosion, and Zakali notes that logically, fire type should always melt ice. But against this absolute freezing zero, June's pathetic little spark is nothing but a tiny candle flickering in a storm. Suddenly, endless shards of frost swirl together, forming a colossal mountain of pure frozen power. He unleashes the abyssal frost ice core crash, sending the frozen monolith smashing directly onto June's pet beast. Just like that, June's ultimate trump card, his entire spirit fusion, is utterly crushed to pieces. As the heavy smoke slowly clears from the arena, June begins feeling the brutal, painful backlash of that broken fusion. His Flame Weaver is totally knocked out, while both the Crimson Mist Monster and Hellfire Giant have their growth rates wiped to zero. He refuses to believe he got wrecked this easily, but the referee officially calls the match, declaring June's team completely defeated. Pay attention here. Z officially takes the victory, sending the entire crowd into absolute deafening cheers. Spectators are cheering that the toxic Gausan Club finally got the brutal karma they deserve for looking down on everyone. Finally, Rock Ghost and Frosty Blue Maiden deactivate their fusion. Exhausted Z holds up the weak Frosty Blue Maiden, while Rock Ghost props himself against the igneous Rock Dragon's tail. Z warmly smiles and tells all three they did a phenomenal job. He notices they are still conscious, leading him to make a brilliant realization about their incredible power. Essentially, the stronger they grow individually, the less energy this massive fusion actually drains from them. He recalls his beasts so they can recover, and suddenly the system chimes to notify him of a brand new achievement. Reaching the grand finals nets him 600 points, leaving him just one single victory away from complete glory. But out of nowhere, Rue shocks the entire arena by forfeiting the upcoming match. Her companion is totally baffled, demanding to know why she backed out when everyone was dying to see this epic clash. Rue calmly explained that her ultimate skills are reserved for actual enemies. Besides, she believes Z taking the Academy's top spot is only the start of his journey. She is far more excited to watch him crush those elite prestigious schools in the upcoming Beast Tamer League tournament. She steps up to him. "I know what you're thinking. Did he win too easily?" Z thanks her and she congratulates him on earning the top spot. She also tells him that she hopes they will meet again soon. Z replies that he looks forward to fighting side by side with her, and they share a friendly handshake. Suddenly, the system chimes with another unlocked achievement. For winning the championship, he receives 1500 achievement points, a spirit technique scroll, and a random artifact reward pack. Shortly after, he proudly stands on the podium. Then Kition is handed the champion's medal, admitting this kid has brought him nothing but endless surprises. He tells Z his strength belongs on a much bigger stage, promising the Academy will fully support him before raising the golden medal. Kition congratulates him as he officially becomes the top-ranked student of the Ninjang Beast Academy. He pins the emblem onto Z, explaining that this medal represents elite status. With it, his applications to enter the Academy's secret realms will always get priority approval. Z expresses his gratitude. As for his other rewards like prize money and rare artifacts, he can collect them tomorrow from the school administration office. Dan Hidian has even laid out several powerful artifacts for Z to choose from. With a 3-day break ahead, Ning tells Z that she and Shinny have already made exciting plans. They are heading to the nearby Greenwood Secret Realm to train and sharpen their real-world combat skills. Z asks if it will just be the two of them silently wondering since when these two became such incredibly close friends. While the Greenwood Secret Realm is mostly safe, Its complex tangled terrain makes it incredibly easy to get lost. Z worries that pairing an impulsive girl with an overly energetic one does not exactly inspire a lot of confidence. Shinji tells him to chill out, insisting they can handle the Greenwood Secret Realm with ease. Ning adds that since they flunked the preliminaries of the Grand Tournament, they must train harder. Z agrees, but he still feels uneasy. And as you and I will see with his current godlike strength, hoarding extra artifacts is completely pointless. Alright, you and I are back, and Zay is hoping his system reward has some serious protection for his sister Ning. He pops open the reward pack, obtaining a rare item called the Blink Shadow Orb. This incredible tool allows its user to instantly teleport anywhere in their line of sight. It can be activated 3 times consecutively with a 24-hour cooldown. Zai knows this is absolutely perfect, immediately telling Ning that he has a gift for her. Handing over the Blink Shadow Orb, he explained its short-range teleportation could save her life in critical moments. He warns her to keep her communication open and avoid forcing her way through if she encounters massive packs of fierce beasts. She thanks her brother, promising him that she will be extremely careful. Ginny points out how incredibly expensive the artifact is, teasing that Zay is too good to her. Ning happily smiles, calling him her amazing brother. Handing over this trump card gives Zay peace of mind. Now his focus shifts to gathering evolution materials for both his Earth Spirit and Igneous Rock Dragon. But there is a catch. The market price for Dark Element Origin Stones is insanely high. Finding them directly in the wild is his best bet, so Zay asks Xiang for some advice. Xiang reveals they are highly abundant inside the creepy Thousand Insects secret realm, but warns him that the pocket world is packed with terrifying, higher-level insect and dark-type beasts. Now pay attention here, because Xiang asks if he is actually going alone. Arriving at the Beast Tamer Association building, Zay steps into a lobby absolutely packed with tamers and their monstrous pets. A receptionist asks how she can help, and Zay requests permission to enter and explore the dangerous Thousand Insects secret realm. Taking his identification card, she asks him to wait, but her eyes go wide with total shock upon scanning it. Recognizing him as the famous Lin Zai, she gasps, but the masked protagonist quickly signals for her to keep her voice down. Nodding eagerly, she whispers excitedly about watching his recent match and how mind-blowing his skills were. Declaring herself his biggest fan, she begs for an autograph. Zay warmly thanks her, but politely asks if she can finish processing his request first. Blushing, she gets a grip and quickly returns to her duties. Because the Ninja Academy Grand Tournament was broadcasted publicly, Zai has basically become an overnight celebrity since it wrapped up. Now, crowds constantly corner him for selfies to post online, while the flustered receptionist can barely keep her composure. Finally, she completes the paperwork and Zay's official entry permit is successfully uploaded onto his identification card. She instructs him to head left outside and make his way down to the basement level, where the portal to the insect realm awaits. He offers his thanks. Down in the underground level of the building, a massive crowd is already gathering around the glowing portal. Zay realizes he is not the only tamer heading into this dangerous zone. Right then, a random traveler approaches and asks if they are heading to the same place. They invite him to team up, but Zay declines and watch closely because someone is stalking him. A mysterious red-haired woman stares at him until her teammate asks their captain what she is looking at. Right on cue, an announcer booms that the gate to the creepy insect world is finally opening. Every tamer prepare themselves, receiving one final warning about the brutal, unforgiving dangers waiting inside. Once they step past that threshold, a liability waiver takes effect, meaning survival is entirely on them. The gates open, revealing a massive endless plain stretching before the adventurers. Remembering Xiang's advice, they target his main objective, a dangerous area known as the Scorching Valley. That hot zone is crawling with dark-type monsters, but it also holds ultra-rare, incredibly lucrative bloodline crystals. To get there, though, Zay has to fight his way across this entire bug-infested world. This journey is the perfect grinding opportunity. Summoning his mighty igneous rock dragon, Zay climbs onto its back to take the sky route. Scouting the territory and tracing wild monster nests from the clouds is way faster than walking on foot. Frosty Blue Maiden needs to refine her control. Earth Spirit requires heavy vanguard practice, and his dragon must master aerial combat. Since everyone has room to grow, the grinding squad officially sets off. Their very first target is a spiked blade insect, a normal type monster sitting at rank 3, stage 4. Earth Spirit handles the fight, boosting its growth rate, before Zai sets up camp to grill some dinner over a bonfire. While system points can easily level them up, a beast with no real combat experience eventually grows soft and lazy. To avoid this, his dragon hunts during the day, while Earth Spirit takes over the night shift. Trust me, this routine is working beautifully. Alright, you and I are jumping into a world where weak monsters just won't cut it anymore. So Z decided his Frosty Blue Maiden should only fight the real heavy hitters. Later that night, the Earth Spirit is busy holding down the fort when a sudden rustle echoes. Z instantly senses someone creeping closer. Through the dark woods, the approaching group spots a flicker of firelight and figures they've stumbled onto some random adventurers. These guys look like pure thugs. Laughing, they celebrate their cheap luck, ready to hijack a cozy campsite for absolutely nothing. Calling themselves the Green Forest Squad, these clowns boldly claim they've already marked this exact spot as their own territory. They declare that nobody else is allowed here. Just then, a bold member of the crew spots the Earth Spirit laughing at what looks like a weird lump of rocks he has never seen before. He just assumed it is a weak rock-type beast. Arrogantly, they announce the Green Forest Squad owns this place now, telling the poor Earth Spirit to pass a very clear message to its master. Get lost. As they corner the Rocky Spirit, Z calmly walks right up to them and asks what their problem is. But pay attention here, because their leader instantly spots the Frosty Blue Maiden and starts drooling over how beautiful this humanoid pet is. Zep immediately steps right in front of her, coldly asking if they actually need something. The bold thug barks at him to beat it, claiming the entire cave belongs to them. Their leader plays it cool, telling Z that they are just looking for a decent place to crash for the night. Seeing Z all alone, they ask if they can squeeze in, but Z bluntly shuts them down, telling them it would be a massive inconvenience. That completely triggers the bold guy, who calls Z a brat and reminds him they are the feared Green Forest Squad. Z asks if that name is supposed to be famous, since he's never heard of them. The bold guy charges, but his buddy grabs him. Furious, he asks why, but his teammate points out that this kid looks insanely familiar, even if it sounds a bit ridiculous. He asks if he completely missed the recent school competition over at the prestigious Ninjang Academy. He points out the humanoid ice beast, the strange rock-type pet, and that legendary igneous rock dragon. He points out that this exact lineup belongs to the rumored genius Beastmaster, the freshman who somehow conquered Ninjang Academy as their absolute top student. This actually makes the bold type hesitate. You and I can see the fear creeping in, but their proud leader snaps, and screams that he won't be pushed around. He warns Z that he has 5 seconds to pack up his beasts and run, declaring that the cave belongs to them now. To back it up, he summons his terrifying rank 5 stage 2 ghost face spider. The smug leader even demands that Z leave his humanoid pet behind to keep them company, warning this lone traveler to carefully think about his own limits. Without any warning, Z orders an instant attack, unleashing frozen blast and sharp earth spikes. The leader coughs, staring in absolute horror at the blood on his hand. He is completely lost, having no clue what just happened. He cannot believe his powerful rank 5 spider was absolutely obliterated in a single instant. Z coldly remarks that since this idiot couldn't control his mouth, he won't be needing it anymore. The terrified lackey, who recognizes Z desperately, stammers, trying to explain that their foolish leader didn't mean any of it. He begs for mercy, explaining his leader is always a loudmouth, hoping the legendary Z will forgive them. He swears they will leave right this second, begging Z to just treat them like worthless dirt and spare their lives. Checking on his shaking leader, he urgently whispers that the monster standing in front of them is the infamous Lindsay himself. This instantly turns the arrogant leader totally docile, stammering that this entire situation was just a massive misunderstanding. He promises to clear out and never disturb him again, but Z coldly questions if he ever gave them permission to leave. Z asks if they would have shown the same mercy if they had cornered someone weaker than them. He already knows they wouldn't, but their tense standoff is abruptly shattered by a massive rumbling noise echoing from the dark. Vicious bloodline ants, rank 4 stage 1 dark type beasts swarm the camp. The Green Forest Squad absolutely panics at this terrifying sight. Dealing with a dozen is one thing, but facing over 100 rank 4 monsters is simply too much for them to survive. They immediately scatter and run. As one member gets brutally beaten, the bald thug screams at the top of his lungs that he doesn't want to die yet. He begs everyone to run for their lives, but Z actually smiles. Hundreds of dark type beasts have just shown up. This is the exact upgrade material he needs, and it basically just delivered itself right to his doorstep. As the lead ant charges, Earth Spirit slams it with lightning collision, frying every insect in the immediate area. And that's where we leave it, as Z tells Frosty Blue Maiden that Earth Spirit easily has this rank 4 ants covered. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action, where fighting same level enemies helps his pet grow fast. He tells her to only step in if Earth Spirit fails. The igneous rock dragon takes flight, shrinking back down to its normal size. Z leaps onto its back as someone desperately yells for him to stay. The squad leader begs for forgiveness, crying to go with him, but Z just flies off. Those bloodline ants, they are vicious monsters from Fierce Valley. Fierce Valley is at least 100 kilometers away from their current position. Z realizes an ant swarm shouldn't wander this far from home, meaning something incredibly dangerous must be unfolding deep within Fierce Valley itself. Spotting something weird, he directs his dragon forward. It looks like these beasts are actually taking direct orders from a mastermind. The swarm suddenly clusters around a tiny ant. This little bug looks up to see the massive dragon dropping from the sky. It triggers an ability and Zeb instantly feels the pressure. He's shocked it's a direct spiritual attack. These mind attacks are invisible and extremely hard to block. Now watch this closely. Mind attacking beasts are deadly from afar, but absolute glass cannons up close. So Z decides to dive in for some melee combat. He shoots a spirit arrow, but a massive guard ant leaps in the way to shield its leader. The tiny commander grows even more hostile, Z is stunned by its insanely fast reaction speed. This is a rank 5 stage 2 dark type bloodline N. He has officially found the general of this entire swarm. Time for the igneous rock dragon to dominate. Z knows that wiping out these elites will give his pep massive experience points. Unleashing Death Grip and Shadow Entangle, it traps the ants and ruthlessly crushes them to pieces. Taunt bodies rain onto the dirt as the ant general retreats, firing off another desperate psychic blast. The dragon glances back in worry, but Z tells it he won't get caught by the same trick twice. He realizes just how smart this thing is. It targets the summoner first, showing a level of intelligence far beyond your average brainless insect. But even though the ant boasts a higher rank than the dragon, it is completely outclassed in a direct brawl. He orders his pet to end this quickly so they can rescue the others. The giant dragon looms over the cornered ant. It stomps down with rock-splitting claws. Meanwhile, another outpost gets wiped out. A bug sinks its fangs into a pet, spraying blood everywhere. A soldier warns the captain that the ant horde is endless, and their eastern defense line is about to collapse. She grit her teeth, shouting that they have to hold the line. She claims the bloodline ants will eventually back off once they take heavy enough losses. I know what you're thinking. This sounds like suicide. But surrounded and out of options, their only choice is to fight to the death. Standing by her side is the thunder-patterned puppet, a powerful rank 6 stage 1 electric beast. The battlefield is total chaos. The squad leader lies broken on the ground as Z looks down on him. To this pathetic end is pure karma for a man who spent his life bullying the weak. Z welcomes back his beast amidst a blast of frost. Maiden has hit rank 5 stage 3 with 40% growth, while Earth Spirit is at rank 4 stage 6 with 82% growth. The final results totally exceed his expectations. He praises them both for their incredible hard work. But with all these strange disturbances and ant swarms blocking the road, they have to venture much deeper into Fierce Valley to investigate. Riding the igneous rock dragon through the pitch-black night, they have already spotted 5 different ant swarms, all led by highly dangerous high-rank monsters. He can't help but wonder what chaos broke loose inside Fierce Valley to force so many swarms out at once. Suddenly, a bright fire catches his eye in the distance. He orders his dragon to investigate the flames. Reaching the site, they find the ground painted red, while a soldier frantically tells his captain that things are horribly wrong. They have slaughtered countless ants, but the swarm shows absolutely no signs of backing off. To make matters worse, his final pet has died in battle. Even worse, the ants heal by cannibalizing their fallen comrades, leaving the humans zero time to recover. But then, out of nowhere, massive lightning bolts rain down upon the bugs. The captain is completely helpless now. Just as they survive one terrifying wave, another massive swarm arrives to finish them off. An onslaught of thousands of rank 4 ants has already slaughtered or crippled over half of their squad's companion beasts. And the sole reason they are still breathing is the defense of that rank 6 thunder pattern puppet. But trust me, you and I know that puppet can only last another 10 minutes before everything crumbles. Stick with me. If this wall falls, their entire defense collapses instantly. All their area of effect beasts are already dead, leaving them with absolutely zero ways to wipe out this massive, terrifying swarm of monsters. Her own spirit power is running dangerously low. A brutal realization that this might actually be her final moments. Her teammate urges her to escape while she still can, begging her to survive so their entire squad doesn't end up wiped out. The rest agree. With two of her beasts dead, only her thunder puppets can still fight, and her team desperately begs her to run. But she refused to abandon them. If they die together. Suddenly she feels a chill. It's snowing. Everyone freezes in confusion, some even wondering if they are just hallucinating in their final moments. But then a silhouette appears through the frost riding a massive dragon straight toward them. It is Z bringing the Frost Blue Maiden with him. She unleashes her freezing energy, activating a massive area of effect skill that conjures an absolute blizzard. The bloodline ants are instantly frozen solid. The captain wonders if they are saved, but pay attention here. One member suddenly recognizes Z as their savior. They all know him, the legendary prodigy who crushed the superior difficulty bronze exam and won the championship at Ninjang Academy. They scream with pure ecstatic relief. Hailing Z as a literal god, they beg him to rescue them from the brink of death. Z commands Frost Blue Maiden to sweep the battlefield, and with one snowflake from her finger, she unleashes an icy rain. Stepping down from the dragon, the captain deeply thanks Z, knowing they would have been entirely slaughtered without him. The survivors shower him with endless gratitude. The captain, introducing herself as Fujing, shakes Z's hand. She admits she saw him at the Secret Realms gate earlier, but kept her distance, fearing she might accidentally annoy such a powerful figure. Z calmly tells her there is no need for such formalities. He shares that they fought off multiple bloodline ant swarms on their way here, and asks if she knows what triggered this madness inside Fierce Valley. Admitting this open area is too dangerous, she reveals they ended up here while trekking a highly suspicious trail. She strongly suspects the bizarre occurrences within Fierce Valley are directly linked to the notorious Fallen Ones. Z is stunned that the Fallen Ones could infiltrate a secure realm managed directly by the Beastmasters Association. Fujing explains they stumbled upon the trail while harvesting resources. They found bizarre, unnatural footprints alongside heavy drag marks, prompting them to track the path all the way into Fierce Valley. You and I both know how fast things can go south. They barely pitched camp before thousands of bloodline ants ambushed them. The assault felt incredibly unnatural, almost as if the entire swarm was being driven or provoked by an outside force. And right when all hope was lost, Z arrived to save them. Z agrees, noting that while their exact plans are unclear, the Fallen Ones are almost certainly behind the bizarre mutations destabilizing Fierce Valley. He recalls Captain Yu mentioning that the captured Thread Moon cultists stubbornly refused to leak a single thread of useful intel. Zeb asks exactly where the mysterious trail leads. She points northwest, explaining it runs 2 kilometers toward a mountain pass, a point past which they dared not go. She asks if he intends to enter, and he simply replies that he is going to investigate. A team member immediately begs him not to go, warning that blindly walking into an unknown conspiracy could easily get him killed. Another teammate agrees, urging Zeb to retreat with them for now. Once safe, they can report the threat to the Beastmasters Association and let elite forces handle the crisis. But Zed explained that if they escape first, make a report and then wait for the association to verify the information before taking action. It will already be too late. Based on the chaotic activity, their evil plot is likely near completion, and hesitation will only make things far more hazardous. He reassures them that he has already alerted the official investigation team. His current plan is to infiltrate, cause absolute chaos, and stall the enemy before they can slip away. Fujing volunteers to join him, ordering her remaining squad members to carry the wounded back along their entry path. She instructs them to guide the investigation team directly to their location if they cross paths. Her crew is terrified by the sheer danger, but she refuses to let her savior walk into a trap alone. And honestly, you and I wouldn't leave him either. Plus, she was already highly experienced in trekking and scouting. She argued that having two people watch each other's backs is way better than going solo. Unless, and let's be real here, Z actually thought she was too weak to handle it. Z quickly assured her that wasn't the case. After all, a beastmaster with a rank 6 pep could never be called weak. Since she had solid exploration experience, her support would actually be a massive help. So he happily entrusted the mission to her. Handing her a spirit power potion to drink, he said they would rest up and set off in exactly 1 hour. She thanked him near a cave where a massive pile of ants was being devoured by a monster, standing right by that mountain of ant corpses. Yan demanded an update on their cultivation experiment. His lackeys reported that most of the howling flesh creature had already matured, and in just a few short hours, they would be fully grown and ready to slaughter. He snapped, asking for exact numbers. Out of 425, only 389 matured, and Yan screamed that it was far too few. Now pay attention here. He demanded 1,000 fully grown howling flesh beasts by the day after tomorrow, leaving his terrified followers hesitating in absolute silence. One man sheepishly explained that the ant colony had migrated, meaning they completely ran out of vital fertilizer. Calling them complete idiots, Yan roared that if they did not have enough, they needed to go find more. He was absolutely livid that he even had to explain something so painfully obvious. They begged him to calm down, promising to search for fresh fertilizer immediately and make sure his demands were met. Yan warned them to get it done, or they would become the next batch of food for those monsters. He muttered in annoyance that Mo and Yu could not even handle a single 18-year-old student. Not only did they fail, but they also got captured by investigators, proving that useless trash will always just be trash. Since things had escalated this far, he would personally teach the Beast Association a lesson they would never forget. Still, he admitted this kid was actually pretty interesting, until a panicked scout rushed in, screaming that they were under attack. They frantically reported that intruders had broken in. The invaders were ridiculously overpowered, wiping out almost all their guards and monsters, when suddenly a freezing ice blast slammed into a howling flash preacher. The system immediately notified Z that his Frost Dew Maiden's growth rate shot up, unlocking multiple new skills. She gained Ice Meteor, a powerful area attack, where ice elemental strikes trigger devastating explosive blast. Unlocking it cost 500 achievement points. Next was Frost Ray, dealing heavy single target damage while debuffing the enemy. That one also cost 500 achievement points. Finally, Ice Dragon Break condensed raw elemental energy into an epic ice dragon, capable of locking onto and freezing multiple enemies at the exact same time. Unlocking it required 800 points. Zed realized combat really is the ultimate catalyst for growth, and honestly, you and I can both see that these three brand new skills look absolutely overpowered. With 4,650 points remaining, he unlocked everything immediately. Fujing explained that finding this hidden cave had been brutal, and they were ambushed by those beasts the second they stepped inside. She turned to her savior, asking if he had ever encountered such monstrosities before. He shook his head, but suspected the Red Moon group was trying to breed artificial demon-type beasts. Realizing this was far worse than she thought, she froze as she suddenly warned her that a massive wave of enemies was heading right their way. Dozens of glowing eyes pierced through the pitch-black darkness, as the grotesque creature slowly crawled out. They emerge in all sorts of horrific, twisted shapes. Fujing tensed up upon realizing these were rank 5 demon types, just as several black-robed figures stepped forward. The men were furious that intruders had walked straight into a dead end and dared to damage their precious test subjects. But they laughed, saying the timing was actually perfect, since they had just run out of fresh fertilizer. They declared that Z and Fujing should feel honored to feed the howling flesh, until a sudden spirit impact blasted them backward. It was Fujing coldly telling them that if they wanted a fight, they should stop wasting time talking. She snapped that they would never have entered if they were afraid, instantly sending the cultists into a blinding rage. One of them started to insult her, but the very next second, a spirit arrow from Z pierced his chest, leaving him dead on the floor. We leave them right here with a symbol confirming their ties to the mysterious Red Moon group. Alright, watch closely. A sudden system notification catches his attention. He just unlocked a new title, Nemesis of the Fallen. This achievement required his very first skill against a fallen opponent, rewarding him 500 achievement points and 1 spirit power potion. He honestly did not expect a hidden achievement like that to even exist. Immediately, he ordered Frostblue Maiden to wipe out the demon beast and trap the last 2 survivors. She instantly unleashes Arctic Chains and Ice Dragon Break, immediately following up with Ice Meteor and Ice Shower. The enemies are left completely baffled, wondering how a supposedly clueless kid like Z could be this powerful. They scream in agony as the frozen chains bind them tight, leaving Fujing absolutely stunned by his beast's raw power. She realizes their strength easily rivals her own high-tier rank 6 Thunder Pattern puppet. Approaching the bound captives, Z demands to know what those gross monsters are and what they are planning. When one thug tells him to get lost and refuses to talk, Z instantly shoots him right in the head. Now let's see if the last survivor talks. Z turns his cold gaze on him, and the man is already trembling in sheer terror. Desperate to save his own skin, the survivor begs for mercy, confessing they were sent here to breed and train terrifying experimental subjects known as the Howling Flesh. This Howling Flesh is actually a demon-type beast egg that their group only recently managed to successfully cultivate. But how this creature spreads and multiplies is completely different from any normal pet beast. It reproduces and multiplies its numbers simply by splitting its own body apart. Fully mature adults can reach rank 6, stage 5, making them a priceless treasure. Their bosses order to be mass-produced and trained immediately. Since the Howling Flesh needs tons of blood and meat to multiply, they set up their breeding lab right here. Zed realizes that actually makes perfect sense. The massive colony of bloodline ants nearby would easily satisfy their hungry breeding requirements. But losing so many of their kind trigger a major panic inside the bloodline ant colonies. Fujing finally understands why those desperate ants were fleeing Fierce Valley and attacking humans so aggressively. Z cold-heartedly asks what their ultimate goal is. The captive reveals that Ian plans to wait for a massive army of Howling Flesh to hatch, then launch a full-scale raid on the Ningjiang City Beast Tamer Association branch. You and I can see they are dealing with absolute complete lunatics here. The captive begs for his life since he taught them everything, but a sudden sharp tentacle brutally impales him from behind. A booming voice mocks them as worthless trash, who can't even guard a single cave entrance properly. Yan finally emerges from the shadows with his powerful beast, glaring at the intruders and promising to skin them alive. Seeing the dead Howling Flesh on the ground, his rage completely explodes, as it cost a fortune in resources to raise those beasts to this level. And now, because of these two annoying kids, everything has gone completely to waste. Recognizing Z instantly, Yan's blood boils. Z had already ruined their plans by capturing Red Moon group members, and now he is doing it again. Yan coldly declares that he will settle both his old and new grudges right here, unleashing his massive octopus-like beast. Its giant tentacles immediately lash out directly at Z. Frost Blue Maiden blocks with Snow Maiden's Sigh, causing their massive power to collide head-on. Tick's team immediately blankets the entire cave, making Z scowl as he watched the mist spread. Since fire naturally counters ice, and the enemy has a clear level advantage, Frost Blue Maiden struggles in this direct clash. Fujing commands her Thunder Pattern puppet to unleash Thunderstorm, slamming into the flames to trigger a massive explosion. She yells to Z that she will handle the burning flame spirit while he deals with the octopus beast. Nodding, Z quickly summons Earth Spirit to back them up, sending violent shockwaves that shake the very cave walls. Deep in the tunnels, Fujing's teammates spin around as a distant massive explosion rumbles. Worriedly wondering what happened, they realize the blast came from where their captain and Z went. Suddenly, the ceiling begins to collapse. Actually, Z did this on purpose, since the narrow cave gave those deadly tentacles a major battlefield advantage. Plus, they could not launch their massive area of effect attacks properly in such a tight space. Fujing praises his quick thinking, knowing a much wider battlefield will give them the upper hand. Z orders his beast to keep up the pressure. Frost Blue Maiden immediately retaliates with Ice Dragon Break and Arctic Chains. Meanwhile, his igneous rock dragon glances back, landing on the rubble. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Alright, you and I are diving into an epic clash as Z watches the chaos. His spirit arrows could help, but high-level fights like this are extremely rare. So for now, he decides to let his beasts handle it alone. Frost Blue Maiden focuses entirely before unleashing her devastating Frost Ray attack. Chains of ice freeze those massive tentacles solid. Meanwhile, Earth Spirit shifts into its ghost general form and charges straight ahead. It charges up its arm and throws a massive punch at the octopus. Suddenly, the system alerts Z that Earth Spirit's growth rate is up, unlocking some powerful new skills. All evolution requirements are finally met. It learns Mountain Crushing Strike, an absolute beast of an attack that deals massive damage while shattering enemy armor. Next is Rock Guardian, a defensive move that summons solid crystals to shield him from damage. It costs 500 achievement points to unlock. Then there is Earthquake Impact, a massive area of effect attack that sends crazy shockwaves everywhere, shaking the ground, while slowing down every enemy nearby. This one requires 800 achievement points. Z immediately unlocks every single one. Before this mission even started, Earth Spirit had already devoured every evolution material. Now, with the growth rate satisfied, it is finally ready to transform on the spot. The Earth Spirit evolved into a powerful Rock God Soldier. This new beast has both rock and ghost attributes, reaching rank 5 stage 7. Its next stage is Rock God General, requiring 100% growth rate, 10 intermediate Earth Stones, and 1 celestial meteorite. Jan is completely losing his mind over an evolution happening mid-battle. He just cannot understand how Zay gets this lucky. Fujing can feel the Rock God Soldier heavy aura, which is already nearing rank 6. She cannot believe it just skipped a whole rank. Pay attention here. This is where Z shows his genius. He explains that ever since its first evolution, he knew this rock monster had crazy high potential. Even though both of his pack beasts evolved, The rock monster's baseline rank has always been far superior to Frost Blue Maidens. Now it is time to test the rock god soldier's true power. It unleashes Earthquake Impact, completely shattering the entire area. The giant octopus beast gets absolutely battered by the flying stones. Meanwhile, the thunder pattern puppet slams straight into the flaming skeleton beast, leaving Yan totally shocked. He screams in anger at the brat, claiming he cannot keep fighting like this. But then the howling flesh suddenly starts moving again. The bodies fuse together, forming a hideous new monster. Yang roars that none of them are escaping this place alive. He pulls out a mysterious wooden box that vibrates with a strange energy. Fujing instantly panics upon seeing that box. Z narrows his eyes, demanding to know what the hell he is holding. Yan reveals it is the Blood Source Heart, a deadly trump card originally saved for his massive raid on the local Beast Tamers Association. He never imagined he would have to waste it on them. He crushed the heart, releasing countless screaming souls. Z instantly covers his nose, complaining about the disgusting smell. He can already tell this rising black mist is extremely dangerous. The mist flows directly into the fused creature, turning the howling flesh into a deep crimson red. A creepy aura explodes as its body liquefies. You and I know this is bad news. Z realizes it is evolving through recombination. He yells at Fujing to stop it instantly, launching a spirit arrow straight at the beast. The arrow pierces its chest, leaving a massive gaping hole, but the wound heals up in a split second. Fujing is stunned by its rapid recovery, but Z explains that it is not actually healing. Instead, its entire body has liquefied while its structure reorganizes itself. While in this state, regular attacks barely do any damage. To defeat this thing, they must obliterate it in one single shot. Jen laughs hysterically and tells them not to get their hopes up. The Blood Source Heart is a legendary enhancement item that breaks through any beast level caps. Jen breaks that his monster has temporarily surged to rank 7, stage 4. Fujing panics knowing the gap between rank 6 and 7 is absolutely massive. But Z just scoffs at a mere rank 7 stage 4. She is absolutely shocked by his casual attitude. Even Yan looks highly offended, demanding to know what this arrogant brat is talking about. Zed reminds him of when he used the igneous rock dragon to guard his secret demon beast lab. Trust me, you and I are about to watch him pay. You and I both know Yan realized the Red Earth Secret Realm disaster was on him, so he should have seen this coming. Zed boasted he could take down 2 adult rank 8 dragons, so this cheap knockoff stood absolutely zero chance. With a shout, he triggered his fusion art. Frost Blue Maiden and Rock God Soldier vanish instantly, reappearing as the mighty Abyssal Frost Giant at rank 7 stage 4. They had only 60 seconds to finish the fight. Z was hyped to see his giant reach rank 7 stage 4, meaning he could save his precious burst seed cards for later. Yan could not comprehend this massive power jump. The files said this kid's fused form was only supposed to be rank 6. Desperate, Yan ordered his beast to stall them. As long as he survived, he still had a chance. Once he escaped, he would expose the kid's cheat-like abilities to the lords. But watch closely, his body suddenly refused to move as a biting frost swept the entire field. Zed's beast had unleashed the ultimate Arctic domain. An icy meteor crashed down from the sky, crushing Yan and his beast while obliterating the earth below. As dawn finally broke, Fujing's crew guided the backup squad directly to the battle zone. Arriving at the scene, their jaws dropped. The entire mountain lay buried under a massive pile of rubble. One teammate burst into tears, terrified they had gotten there way too late. Captain Yu stared at the utter destruction in shock, until a familiar voice called out through the dust. He looked up and saw Z Fujing and Yan waiting. Z casually waved good morning, joking that things got slightly messy and he would need some help cleaning up the wreckage. Captain Yu was floored that Ze took him alive, immediately recognizing the target as Xiaoyan, a high-ranking Red Moon deacon. The captain was speechless, realizing this obliterated mountain. Let that sink in for a second. An entire field of monsters and a high-ranking boss all completely wiped out by just the two of them. Fu Jing quickly confessed that Zi did all the heavy lifting, while she mostly just watched. Captain Yu could only mutter that this kid was way too overpowered. He knew if they had been any slower, this entire secret realm would be gone. He quickly ordered his squad to secure the perimeter and seal off the entire zone. His men carefully documented every single scrap of evidence, making sure they left absolutely zero blind spots behind. A team in full biohazard gear began collecting active samples. Captain Yu shuddered, realizing Red Moon dared to run these illegal experiments inside a public secret realm. Thankfully, Zed crushed their plans in time. Otherwise, the entire city of Ningjiang would have fallen into pure chaos. Promising huge bonuses for the team, the captain acknowledged they only located this secret Red Moon base because of Fu Jing's elite tracking skills. He promised that their association would always remember her incredible contribution. Then, representing the Elite Beast Tamers Association, he formally offered her squad a spot on the force. Their advanced tracking and stealth skills were exactly the kind of specialty their elite squad was missing, and they desperately needed high-tier talent like her. Fu Jing's crew was completely shocked, since the Elite Beast Tamers investigation team was highly prestigious. Most Tamers would die for a chance like this, so they immediately begged her to accept. Captain Yu watched Zi's face quietly, relieved to see a normal human reaction for once. Dealing with Zi's casual attitude had made him worry their prestigious group had lost its charm. He turned to Fu Jing, asking if she would officially join their ranks. Zi smiled, telling her to take this golden opportunity and not to worry about him. He openly admitted he had zero interest in signing up with the association. Ultimately, she accepted the prestigious offer. She told Zi to call her whenever he needed a hand, promising she would always be there for him. Zi smirked, promising he would definitely take her up on that. After giving their official reports to the squad, this crazy secret realm expedition officially came to an early end. They traded all their materials at the post, and trust me, they walked away rich. Alright, you and I are watching Z get his cash and immediately blow it on pet evolution materials. He bought so much gear that his special ring was practically bursting. The second he got back home, he collapsed right onto his bed. With the loot secured, the next big step was boosting his pet's growth rates as fast as humanly possible. His 3-day break flew by, and it was time to head back to class. But the next day, Z found the classroom completely empty. Where did everyone go? For a second, he seriously thought he had walked into the wrong room entirely. Then a classmate spotted him and guessed that Z probably had not checked his phone again. Ning and Shinny showed up. Ning explained that the academy sent an alert 2 days ago. They adjusted the schedule, meaning all students got an extended break. She asked him if he seriously had not read the messages yet. That is when Z realized he had not touched his phone for days. Why? Because he was grinding inside that secret realm. So he completely missed the big announcement. He figured this sudden vacation was because the school was helping investigate Xing Tao's shady ties to the Red Moon group. So pay attention here. With all this free time, what is Z going to do? His first thought was grinding another secret realm. Hearing this, the two girls immediately exchanged knowing looks. Shinji cut in, telling him to forget secret realms and come explore some mysterious ruins with them instead. Ning added that Man and Langan were joining too. Naturally, Z asked what these ruins actually were. Ruins were remnants left behind across the world after the Great Cataclysm. Unlike secret realms that need special portal gates, ruins sit directly in the real world, and recently, hunters found a brand new ruin right inside Luan City. Some lucky explorers found powerful artifacts inside, while others discovered rare beast eggs. Even better, the environment there was perfect for boosting a pet beast growth rate. Ginny invited him along and Z instantly agreed, asking when they were hitting the road. The answer, tomorrow morning. Their train finally pulled up and they boarded. Z quietly scanned the crowded cabin. Meanwhile, a suspicious man with a nasty scar stretching across his cheek silently watches our group from a distance. The train captain called him Colonel Mang, noting that this route usually only needed a silver rank beastmaster for protection. So why did a powerhouse like him show up? He asked if something dangerous was going down on the tracks. You see, Colonel Manglong was a high-ranking Federation officer and a gold-tier beastmaster. He explained that wild beasts had been attacking this route constantly, and their behavior was becoming totally weird and unpredictable. He demanded to know if the train's heavy armor weapon turrets and emergency safety protocols were completely checked. The captain confidently said yes. The defenses went through 3 full inspections already, and everything was running perfectly. Now I know what you are thinking, but while everyone is relaxed, Z stares outside, muttering about how incredibly rare trains are in this world. With only a few tracks connecting the massive cities, trains were a luxury that regular folks could never afford. Normally, only elite beastmasters and the ultra-rich had the cash to travel like this. And since they were cutting straight through lawless monster-infested wilderness, anything could go wrong in an instant. That is why this train is wrapped in heavy combat armor. Still, Z could not shake this bad feeling. Looking out at the deadly white land, he felt an ominous threat looming as the train sped forward. Z got up to grab some drinks from the dining car, but on his way he bumped into someone. The guy immediately flared up, yelling at him to watch it, but Z knew this jerk bumped him on purpose. Spotting the silver Beastmaster badge on his chest, Z figured that explained why the guy was acting so incredibly arrogant. Since Z was just trying to enjoy his rare trip, he decided to play it cool and avoid drama. So he just kept walking to the dining car to get his drinks. Meanwhile, the train kept tearing through the wilds as Z grabbed his sodas and headed back. The moment he gets back, he sees the exact same arrogant jerk from earlier, actually putting his hands on Ning. Shinny furiously yells that they already rejected him 3 times, but the creep tells her to relax, since he just wants to talk. He suggests teaming up for Luan, but trust me, you and I know Zed is about to snap. Let's dive in. This guy is bragging about his silver beastmaster rank. He promises they will be completely safe in the ruins if they follow him, while Langan slowly shuts her book. She calmly tells him they do not team up with total strangers, especially ones who do not know how to respect personal space. She straight up tells him to get lost. Ning is getting highly irritated because this guy is completely ignoring everything they are saying. She feels instant relief when she sees Z is back, while the annoying guy realizes these 4 girls are actually hanging out with that kid. Z casually shoves him aside, sets the drinks down and tells him to move, because he is blocking the entire path. This instantly makes the man furious. He grabs Z by the collar, threatening him with his silver rank, but Z easily pushes him off. The sheer force of that push leaves him completely stunned. Pay attention, an announcement suddenly echoes through the train. They are warned that the train has entered a high-risk storm zone and must clear it within 10 minutes. With everyone ordered to fasten their seatbelts immediately, the guy reluctantly retreats to his seat, muttering about the terrible timing. He swears he will settle this score the moment they clear the storm zone. Meanwhile, an ordinary woman named Lee Xiaojun, who is his travel partner, asks Liu He what just happened. The second he turns to speak to her, his entire attitude shifts to something way gentler. He tells her it is nothing and asks if she is okay, and she replies she is totally fine since she takes this route often and is used to it. Sighing in relief, he says he is glad she is not scared at all. He adds that only a wealthy young lady could trip an inner city train ride like a casual everyday bus trip. Asking what has her smiling so much, she reveals she is reading about her idol Lin Zi, the top student of Ninjang Academy. Liu Ha just scoffs, muttering that only young girls who have never seen the real world would ever admire a mere student. He brags that as a silver-rank beastmaster, he is too busy training to care about flashy celebrities and trends. Suddenly, the entire train violently shakes. Man quickly grabs hold of Shiny before she can fall, telling her to grip the handrail tightly. Right then, you see Z instinctively pull Ning into his arms. Ning nervously asks if this is normal, and Lenan immediately tells her it definitely is not. She has traveled this route 5 times, and even the worst storms never caused a massive impact like this. This realization hits her hard. They are under attack. Outside a terrifying atlas, giant bug suddenly appears. It is a thunder-type fierce beast at rank 8 stage 4, accompanied by several rank 4 stage 1 thunderbugs and rock scorpions. The chaos peaks as one of the train cars is suddenly torn completely away from the main train. Passengers inside are violently tossed around as the detached car rolls down the hillside, where rock scorpions quickly swarm it. Panic erupts among the passengers as they see the monsters launching their attack. Some desperately scream, asking where the military forces are. Others cry out for any beast tamers on board, while Liu Hai already crouches under a table, frantically screaming for the military. Xiaojun reminds him that he is a silver-rank beastmaster, who should actually be doing something. Suddenly, a rock scorpion pierces right through the ceiling, and even more monsters start crawling in through the breach. Xiaojun is their first target. Trembling in absolute terror, she screams at the top of her lungs. But right before the scorpion can bite her, a powerful energy beam slams straight into its open mouth. Looking around to see who saved her, she finds Z calmly standing there, telling everyone to stay close and not to panic. Z instantly deploys a protective barrier around everyone in the train car. Since the carriage is way too cramped, Spirit Guardian is forced to defend passively, his attacks completely restricted. He decides his best move is to clear the beasts inside first, then take the fight out of the train. Summoning the Frost Blue Maiden, she unleashes an epic blizzard, instantly freezing the rock scorpions into solid ice. Frost Blue Maiden slowly clenches her fist, triggering a devastating ice blast. Xiaojun stares in absolute awe of the spectacle, as Ning rushes over to check if she is okay. She helps her stand up as Lu He runs over. You and I both know this coward is about to get his karma. Alright, you and I are about to watch this pathetic guy awkwardly claim he was just looking for a weakness to save her. But Xiaojun immediately backed away from him in disgust. Then she turned her back on him completely. Ning called him out, saying Liu He was literally shaking under his seat like a scared bird during the attack, but now he wants to act tough. That shut Liu up instantly. But right then, the entire train car violently shook again, making Xiao Jun scream. Ning told her to stay calm and hold on. Meanwhile, Z warned everyone things were getting worse. A massive raging beast outside was trying to flip the entire train car. Just as a rock scorpion crawled up, someone suddenly screamed for it to stop, and a flash of light pierced straight through the monster's skull. It was Colonel Mang's epic pep beast, the shiny silver dragon, a rank 8 stage 2 lightning type. Colonel Mang couldn't believe these damn bugs actually broke through their heavy artillery lines just to target the passengers. A panicked soldier reported that the endless swarm was only growing, and they couldn't wipe them out fast enough. The train's defenses were only built to handle average-sized bug swarms. But this massive swarm broke all limits. Stick with me because their entire defense line will collapse in 10 minutes. Witnessing this massive organized monster assault, Colonel Mang realized a powerful boss-level beast had to be controlling the swarm from the shadows. He instantly leaped onto his silver dragon to take down the boss monster himself. Before flying off, he ordered his troops to guard the passengers at all costs until he got back. Meanwhile, outside the train car, Man was helping an elderly passenger escape to safety. At the same time, Xingyi calmed a terrified mother and her child, promising that as beast tamers from Ningjiang Academy, they would protect everyone there. Ning told Xiao Jun to stay inside the spirit guardian's protection, so the beasts couldn't reach her. I know what you're thinking, and yes, Xiao Jun finally realized her mysterious savior is actually her idol. Meanwhile, Zed calmly faced the oncoming beasts. He knew his igneous rock dragon was more than enough to handle these low-level monsters. Plus, this was the perfect chance to grind for massive growth points. It was time for his igneous rock dragon to shield everyone. He was going to use this chaotic battle to boost its power. The igneous rock dragon unleashed its true form, roaring as a massive wave of energy exploded everywhere. The passengers stared in absolute shock as a legendary dragon materialized right before them. They quickly realized Z was the genius tamer behind this dragon, and a woman excitedly shouted that they were finally saved. The igneous rock dragon charged its energy and blasted a massive orb straight at the beasts. A massive chain of explosion erupted. The train captain sighed in huge relief. Glad such strong tamers were on board. A crew member quickly told him that the kid was Z the Genius from Ningjiang Academy. Suddenly, a devastating lightning bolt struck from above. Colonel Mang took a direct hit and coughed up blood. Everyone panicked, seeing their strongest defender fall. The captain frantically asked if Colonel Mang was okay. Colonel Mang kept coughing up blood. The captain couldn't believe that the mighty Colonel Mang, backed by a rank 8 stage 2 dragon, could be beaten this badly. Colonel Mang gasped that the boss monster, the Atlas giant bug, was 2 stages stronger than his dragon. Then came the real nightmare. They weren't facing one but 2 of those rank 8 stage 4 monsters. The captain froze in absolute terror. The storm clouds above grew pitch black. Without warning, a massive lightning strike blasted the silver dragon, completely catching it off guard. Colonel Mang watched in horror as his wounded dragon pressed heavily to the ground. Its single target power was insane, but it couldn't fight off 2 rank 8 stage 4 beasts simultaneously. With such severe injuries, Colonel Mang admitted his dragon was finished and couldn't fight anymore. Just then, a calm voice spoke up, offering a way out of this. It's Z holding a massive healing potion. Trust me, you and I are about to see an epic comeback. Let's watch as Moon takes the potion, wondering who Z really is. A soldier quickly steps forward, explaining that this kid is actually Lin Zai, the genius from Ningjiang Academy. He reports that thanks to Zai's insane strength, the beasts tearing up the rear train cars are totally handled. Mung admits he has heard of Zai before, though the kid looks way younger than he ever imagined. But Zai tells him they need to focus on killing the monsters first. Since his allies are already holding the broken defensive line, there is no need to worry about the rear anymore. But continuously keeping his spirit barrier active is draining him fast. So he proposes a wild plan. They each split up to solo one boss level Atlas Giant Bug. Colonel Mung is speechless for a moment. Finally, he smiles and tells Zai that he is one brave kid. With no other choice, he trusts the kid's wild plan and feeds the glowing potion directly to his silver dragon. Its wounds heal instantly. The majestic beast roars and launches right back into the sky. Mung leaves the left flank to Zai before charging ahead himself. Zai immediately orders his igneous rock dragon to rain down attacks from above, keeping the giant Atlas Bug distracted. Meanwhile, his rock god soldier enters its ghostly general form and charges the front lines, clearing a path for Frost Blue Maiden. Now pay attention here. She must sneak into casting range and wait for the ultimate opening to strike. On the other side, the savage Atlas Bug is raging hard, its massive body crackling with destructive lightning. The igneous rock dragon charges up its raw power, launching a massive energy orb strike at the monster. The impact triggers a colossal explosion that rips a hole straight through the sky. Right then, a system alert pops up. His igneous rock dragon level up, unlocking some insanely powerful new skills. The first one is the igneous rock blood mist, a deadly area of effect skill that spreads a petrifying fog. Any enemy that comes into contact with the mist will suffer immediate petrification. If the target is weak, the turning to stone effect is instant, transforming them into a helpless statue. Unlocking this skill costs 800 points. The second skill is Fear Roar, releasing a terrifying sound wave loaded with negative mental energy. Every target in range faces a mental judgment check. Those with weak willpower or 5 levels below the dragon immediately fall into a daze until they are struck. Unlocking this skill costs exactly 1000 points. I know what you're thinking. Are these skills worth it? Absolutely. And Zai instantly unlocks them both. The igneous rock dragon instantly unleashes the blood mist, and Zai signals Frost Blue Maiden that it is go time. She immediately released the Snow Maiden Sigh, freezing the Atlas Bug in a massive blizzard. Another alert pops up showing that Frost Blue Maiden and the igneous rock dragon have unlocked a brand new fusion skill. This ultimate combination is called Blood Crystal Penetration. It is a powerful crowd control ability that summons a massive field of crimson frost. Upon contact, it forcefully freezes the target's physical defenses and internal energy flow. This leaves the enemy completely sluggish, while also applying a nasty curse. Zai is stunned by the stats, especially since it combines his ice and earth pets. Then a crazy idea hits him. If they can fuse skills, can they eventually unlock an entirely new fusion form? Zai immediately orders his beast to unleash the Blood Crystal Penetration. A thick crimson mist instantly spreads across the entire battlefield. The crawling monsters are rapidly covered in red ice, frozen completely solid. Zinni realizes this is Zai's new dual pet combo, but the Atlas Bug quickly shatters the red ice. Zai already knew this would only hold the boss temporarily, while clearing out the weaker bugs. Frost Blue Maiden is only rank 5, and the igneous rock dragon is only rank 4. The power gap between them and the rank 8 Atlas boss is simply massive. There is no way they can take it down with just one attack, but this creature holds a massive grudge. And trust me, if it breaks free now, you and I are looking at total disaster. Alright, let's jump right into the action. Z decides it's time to end this fight once and for all, ordering Frost Blue Maiden and Rock God Soldier to unleash their fusion spirit art. Next, he drops a power-up card on them. Their fuse form, the Abyssal Frost Giant, hits rank 8 stage 8 instantly, with a 60-second limit on that card boost. Meanwhile, crackling lightning gathers around the horns of the massive Atlas Giant Bug as it unleashes a heavy thunderstorm. But the Abyssal Frost Giant is ready to strike, swinging a massive fist to throw deadly freezing slashes right through the air. With a roar, it charges straight toward the Atlas Giant Bug again. The Giant Bug manages to block the massive punch, but right then, creepy red eyes start spreading across its giant face. The second Z sees that he knows this fight is finished. A massive ice core suddenly forms high above, slamming down onto the giant bug like a falling meteor. The moment it hits, boom! A huge explosion tears through the battlefield. Countless nearby bugs get caught in the blast and are instantly vaporized into ash. And of course, the Abyssal Frost Giant walks out of that explosion totally fine. The spectators are completely frozen in absolute shock. Liu He can even begin to process the sheer scale of what he just saw. It hits him that Xi could probably delete him with one lazy finger, and to think he actually dared to provoke a monster like that earlier. Honestly, at this point, he's seriously questioning if this kid is even a human. But watch closely here, because Colonel Mang suddenly spots a second Atlas Giant Bug trying to flee the battlefield. Yeah, there's absolutely no way he's letting this thing escape. He orders the Shining Silver Dragon to blast its holy light breath, hitting the fleeing Atlas Giant Bug with a direct blinding strike. The giant insect crashes hard onto the dirt, but the stubborn monster is still trying to crawl away. So the Abyssal Frost Giant summons a massive ice lance and hurls it straight at the struggling beast. The spear pierces right through its skull, ending the giant bug once and for all. Now the quiet battlefield is just a graveyard of insect bodies. The captain nervously looks around, asking if it's finally over. Beside him, a soldier is still in shock that they actually survived this insane disaster. Right then, the fusion on Z's beasts finally wears off. Z thanks his beasts for their hard work and lets them finally rest. Right after the system pops up with a brand new achievement notification, he just unlocked the Hero 1 title. The trigger for this achievement was saving over 1,000 lives during a single cataclysmic disaster. It gives 3,000 achievement points and a proof of heroism. Z is pretty hyped to see a whole new achievement chain unlock. Since the first tier alone gives 3,000 points, he can't help but wonder how insane the rewards will be for the later stages. Now let's look at that proof of heroism. It is described as a badge of honor given to those who show ultimate bravery and kindness. Activating it triggers Hero Mode, a special stat that gives massive stat boost to both the beast tamer and all his contracted pets. But keeping this mode active costs 100 points per minute, with every extra minute spiking the cost by another 500 points. Z is shocked to find out that this is actually a permanent item, which means it is way more valuable than even the Green God card. Because of that, he realizes he needs to be super careful with his points now, saving them only for absolute life or death emergencies. Colonel Mang walks over openly, admitting that they owe him a massive debt of gratitude. If Z hadn't stepped in earlier, every single one of those 10,000 plus passengers would have ended up as bug food. Speaking for the Federation and everyone whose lives were spared today, Colonel Ma and the crew thank him from the bottom of their hearts for defeating a tier 8 fierce beast despite his lower level. The colonel assumes Z must have exhausted his final trump card, assuring him that the Federation will never forget his incredible sacrifice here. He has already sent a high priority report to military high command, promising that Z will receive the absolute highest honors and rewards possible. Z calmly accepts their thanks. Suddenly, a little kid nervously walks up and hands him a piece of candy, calling him a true hero for saving them. Inspired, the rest of the passengers begin bowing one by one, showering him with deep gratitude. Mang awkwardly tells them they are being too nice, while Ginny adds that they only did what had to be done. The crowd thanks Ling Yan too, and as Ning smirks, you and I are left wondering what she is smiling about. Let's jump right into this moment together. She still can't believe they saved so many lives, admitting that being a hero feels absolutely incredible. Zai softly agrees with her, nodding along, because keeping people safe really is satisfying. But Shingi ruins the wholesome vibe by teasing Ning, telling her to stop squeezing Zai so hard. Ning snaps back instantly, asking who else she's supposed to hold on to. Right then, a sudden realization hits Zai. This is why he's pushing his limits. He desperately needs the strength to protect the people who actually matter to him. Suddenly, a loud voice tells him to wait. It is Xiao Jun, though honestly the artist totally got confused and drew the wrong character. Yeah, this definitely should have been the red-haired girl. Just imagine she is the one speaking. She genuinely thanks Z for stepping in earlier and saving her life. She admits she is nothing special next to Zai, promising she won't act like an arrogant beast tamer anymore. Still, she hopes they can stay in touch as friends, and surprisingly, Ning actually accepts the offer. She introduces herself first, and Xiao Jun states her name properly, before asking if they are heading to Luan City to explore the ancient ruins. Ning nods yes, and hearing this, Xiao Jun reaches deep into her pocket to pull something out. It is a shiny gold card, and she explains that it belongs to her father. Her wealthy family has deep business connections, meaning they know everyone. Pay attention to this card. It's going to be incredibly useful if they run into trouble in Luan City. Ning's eyes instantly sparkle the second she spots that solid gold card. Zai thanks her for the gift. That night, the group camps outside. Because the brutal beast attack heavily damaged the train, all the passengers have to camp out and wait on site for rescue and repair crews. Once reinforcements finally show up, the crew works tirelessly through the night and somehow gets the train engine running again. Thankfully, the train continues its long journey without facing any other vicious beast attacks along the way. Even though they arrive at Luan City a whole day behind schedule, they still safely reach their destination. An intercom announcement echoes through the cabins, telling everyone they've arrived and to exit the train safely. Our heroes say their goodbyes to the friendly passengers they met during the journey. Liu He waves warmly, reminding them to stay in touch in the future. Man happily cheers that they finally made it, completely excited to try local delicacies and experience the city's culture. She then loudly declares that Lingan is treating everyone to a full day of fun before they head to the ruins tomorrow. Moments later, absolute mountains of delicious food are served. Man tells everyone to feast, and Jingyi and Ningning immediately start stuffing their faces with pure joy. The whole table instantly turns incredibly bright and cheerful. Zai smiles quietly. They've spent so much time lately dealing with near-death situations and non-stop stress. You can tell they really needed this break. But as Zai looks out at the massive city skyline, a massive pyramid-shaped building suddenly catches his eye. He instantly knows this is no ordinary office building. Curiously, he asks Ling Yan if she knows anything about that colossal blue tower standing right in the city center. She explains that it's Luan City's most famous landmark, known as the Star Soul Tower. It's directly run by the Beast Tamers Association, which immediately sparks Zai's deep curiosity. Langan explained that it is actually an ancient secret realm, left behind after the devastating Great Catastrophe. Its 7-layered trial grounds are officially recognized by the Federation as the ultimate standard for measuring the talent of any young beast tamer. But the trial inside Beast Tower have two bizarre rules that no other secret realm possesses. First, the strict age limit. Only beast tamers under 25 years old are allowed to enter. And the second most crucial rule, challengers are strictly forbidden from summoning any pet beasts inside. You can only rely on your raw spirit power and personal spirit arts to clear the trial. Hearing that leaves the team completely stunned. Men can't believe a rule actually exists that bans using pet beasts altogether. To her, that basically strips away more than half of a beast tamer's fighting power. Ning admits that if she can only use her spirit arts, she probably wouldn't even beat a simple rank 3 fierce beast. And let's be honest, you and I would struggle big time too. Alright, you and I are about to watch a beast tamer who completely defies common sense, especially since spirit arts were never their strong suit. But she pointed out that Z is on a whole different level, sporting a rank 6 spirit arrow and a rank 8 spirit guardian. Honestly, the Star Spirit Tower rules felt tailor-made just for him. Since they were hanging out in Luan City anyway, Z suggested they should check out the Star Spirit Tower entrance. Even if they could not climb it, just getting a look at the place would be awesome. Lang Yan agreed instantly, having always wanted to see the legendary Star Spirit Tower herself. Shiny got super hyped, eager to find out exactly how many floors Lindsay could crush. Ning got totally fired up too, urging everyone to scarf down their foot so they could rush right over. Guards stood in long rows around the Star Spirit Tower entrance, while Z quietly waited in line to finish up his paperwork. Suddenly, someone shouts for their young master. Pay attention, because this is where the drama kicks off. They were calling for Song Chengrui, a silver-ranked beast tamer, and the arrogant heir of the powerful Song family. Chengrui casually asked Uncle Yuan how many floors of the tower he thought he could conquer during this run. Wan Wei confidently boasted that with his young master's genius talent, they would easily clear the 6th floor and crack the state top 10. This Yuan Wei was actually a formidable gold-ranked beast tamer, serving as a loyal Song family retainer. Chung Rui smugly agreed, claiming his own judgment was always spot on when it came to his own power. But his face soured the moment he noticed the massive queue. He openly scoffed, wondering why so much trash had gathered there today. He instantly ordered his men to clear out the nobodies, refusing to waste his precious time waiting with commoners. Yenny quickly obeyed, stepping forward to arrogantly demand that everyone in front of them clear out and make way for the Song family's young master. Right away, someone in line snapped back, asking who thought they were to demand everyone move the second they arrived. Another bystander muttered that the loudmouth was probably some spoiled brat from one of the big noble families. A big muscular guy stepped up loudly, asking why on earth they should make way for some random young master. He argued that the Star Spirit Tower had rules and every single person there was patiently waiting their turn. He then sarcastically asked if this young master honestly believed he was the freaking emperor. Another voice piped up in agreement, telling the snobs that if they wanted to play tough, they should do it at home. He reminded everyone that the association and the army were right there, yet these guys still dare to openly cut the line. He openly questioned just how much power the Song family really held in Luo'an City. But watch this carefully. Wei coldly warns everyone that they are dealing with the eldest heir of the Song family. He then summoned his terrifying pet beast mockingly, asking if moving out of their way was really that hard. The creature looked exactly like a Grim Reaper. It was a depth messenger, an intimidating ghost-type beast sitting at rank 8 stage 1. The crowd instantly realized Wei was a gold rank beast tamer, and suddenly everyone remembered how terrifying the Song family truly was. One onlooker bitterly muttered that it was no wonder the young master was so incredibly full of himself. With a gold rank beastmaster acting as his mere bodyguard, absolutely nobody in the crowd dared to provoke them now. Unable to afford an enemy like the Song family, the crowd reluctantly parted ways to let the group walk right through. Still, several people quietly grumbled about how trashy it was to use family backing to bully everyday folks. Escorted by Wei Chungrui strutted past, while the receptionist at the desk shot him a freezing glare. Chungrui smugly declared that they should have just moved in the first place to save everyone the useless trouble. To him, trash like them should never have dreamed they were worthy of waiting in line with a highborn heir. Right then, Zay and his friends happened to be standing directly at the very front of the line. Wei immediately barked at them, asking if they were completely blind. He demanded to know if they missed the fact that his master was entering, emphasizing that the young master was going to challenge the tower first. So they were ordered to give up their spot and move aside immediately. However, the receptionist calmly told the young master that the registrations for Zay's group were already processed. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how this arrogant punk reacts to being told to wait. You and I know Cheng Rui hated hearing that. The receptionist explained that the Stark Spirit Tower had strict rules and every single challenger had to line up and register. Even as the proud heir of the Great Song family, he absolutely could not break the rules here. Wei quickly whispered to his young master that the receptionist belonged to the powerful Beast Tamers Association staff. He begged him not to start a fight with them because it simply was not worth the trouble. Chungrui clicked his tongue in annoyance. If he could not touch the staff, pay attention, because he decided to target the applicants instead. He sneered that Z and his friends looked like dirty outsiders who clearly had never heard of his family before. Judging by their cheap clothes and basic look, he assumed they were just complete nobodies. Because of that, he decided to act generous and not argue with them any further. Then he rudely ordered them to take their people and get out of the registration area to stop wasting his precious time. Otherwise, he warned them not to blame him when they ended up being carried out of the plaza on their backs. Suddenly Z smiled. You feel that tension? Chungrui demanded to know what was so funny. He snapped, asking if Z had a death wish, but Z just calmly replied it was nothing. He was just curious about how they planned to carry them out on their backs. Alright, that is all for today. If you want weekly chapter updates for this awesome series, I will be uploading them on my second channel, Manhwa Updater. So, if you do not want to miss what happens next, make sure to subscribe, join our gang, and thanks for watching. Stay cool, stay awesome, and you and I will connect next time.